Okay. Hi. Oh, did I spell the fucking thing wrong? Whoops. I thought it was one of those things where the where the vowels are just whatever you want them to be, but hang on. Okay, let's do a little change. Fun shirt today. Yeah. 1 minute. Were you able to talk to your family? Yeah, they're good. October 7th article links on your notes doesn't work. What for? Which October 7th links? Which ones? All of them? Do I have an October 7th document on my? I don't think I do. Which October 7th links? What? The first two? The first two of what? Which links? Which are? Oh, the sexual violence one. Oh, the UN report. You're talking about that, right? Where is it? The New York Times Intercept. Okay. New York Times piece. Is it gone? Did they get rid of it? It's an archive. No, the article's there. It's just archived. It's fine. It's working for me. Look, right there. Oof. Intercept article? Is that gone? Did they get rid of the Intercept article? There's no way. They did not. No, it's there. It's archived. I think the UN report, I need to get another file for this because this PDF is gone. So I need to find the new link for that. It's still there. I know it still exists. I just need to find out where they've put it. They've moved it somehow. Hmm. Okay. There is a little chance I might need to leave early today, but we'll see. It wasn't working this morning. Well, god damn it. Trying to fuck with me. I see. I see. I've been really slow today. I don't know why. I've been sleeping fine. Just been. Ooh. Head's been all over the place today. Fuck. You're getting old. Yeah. You know, I started watching yesterday. I started watching Rings of Power. Season 1, episode 1. I was like, I thought this was going to be shit. It looked shit. The trailers made it look shit. And it probably was shit, but fuck, it was so enjoyable. Oh my god. I was like, whoa. Chasing Sauron up north like the fucking like Warcraft 3. uh the fucking comet. Oh god. That's cool. The fucking weird guys who supported Morgoth and now their blood's tainted. Whoa. Shit. Media analysis block. Bro. Hang on. Uh What's this about the Scottish First Minister meeting with a Hamas person? Hmm. Sawalha. This is triggering. What? There's some article. Someone's like shitting on me because they're saying that Hamza was like meeting with Hamas members in the last year. I think in 2008, he met with a bunch of, was it religious leaders in the UK? When were the pictures straightened? They were always like that. What are you talking about? What is this meeting about? Let's see. Hmm. Uh, Mohammed Sawalha. He was a fugitive. Uh, who is this guy? London, wanted by Israel. Okay. Directed funds for Hamas. They traveled home. This is an interesting story. 5 years in Israeli jail. Funding operation, interrogation. Hmm. The way this is fucking structured is so annoying. Uh, what is this about? Unaware. Hmm. One of its Finsbury Park Mosque was unaware that one of its trustees has been appointed to Hamas's political bureau. Okay. Oh, this is the thing here, the meeting in attendance. So when was it actually revealed that he was a Hamas guy? Was it before or after 2008? Okay. Oh, here. Attended a meeting when he was 22 as an assistant. Okay. Okay. Gunfire heard in Lebanon. There were fucking enormous strikes yesterday in Dahieh just as I was going on the stream. Apparently it was actually, yeah, it was intended for Nasrallah's potential successor or his actual successor. This was it yesterday.
Health Minister said the Lebanese capital has been hit by new Israeli airstrikes. Southern Beirut has come under increasing bombardment in the last 24 hours as Israel steps up its campaign against Hezbollah militants. Lebanon's health minister says that in the past 2 weeks, these attacks have killed more than 1,000 people.
Plumes of smoke billow across Beirut's skyline after a night of heavy Israeli bombardment. On the ground, huge mounds of rubble are still smouldering. This building was targeted by missiles. Residents of the area fear the situation will only get worse.
We were sitting at home and suddenly we heard a loud sound. They had targeted the Islamic Health Organization, which is a rescue service. And all the residents of the building are civilians. They targeted those who tend to the wounded and help others.
Strikes took place in the early hours of the morning. Just shortly after the IDF had issued an alert to Beirut residents to evacuate several neighborhoods in the south of the city. Israel has stepped up its attacks on Lebanon in recent days, in what it says are targeted strikes to eliminate Hezbollah militants and bring safety back to its own northern border. Israel army footage shows what they say are overnight aerial attacks on specific areas in southern Lebanon near the Israeli border. Another IDF clip shows soldiers on the ground in an unspecified location in Lebanon. Following the attacks, Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati denounced what he called the criminal aggression by Israel against the Lebanese people and called for a ceasefire. But Israel says it has now sent a second military division into Lebanon, a sign that its operations there are not slowing down.
Let's go straight to Beirut and join journalist Karim El Gohari. Welcome back, Karim. What's going on there?
Well, we had basically several attacks here in Beirut. The one that everybody's talking about was an attack earlier against a building outside the southern suburbs, in an area actually not far away from here, not far away from the governmental area, where something was struck that is something like Israel claims a Hezbollah health center. Everyone is talking about it because it's the second time that there's an Israeli airstrike that is not limited to the southern suburbs, to the stronghold of Hezbollah. But we had also attacks in the southern suburbs. One of them was against a media building of Hezbollah. Mind you that we didn't hear much from the Hezbollah media office in the last weeks. They basically went on a low profile. But yesterday, suddenly, they invited all groups, all journalists and all the international press for a tour through the southern suburbs. And it seems that this attack against this Hezbollah media building was today the Israeli answer to this media tour of Hezbollah. Yesterday, Hezbollah itself claims there were no more people in the building. There was nobody even injured. Also, we had a few hours ago an attack what Israel claims was the Hezbollah intelligence headquarters. When I was in the southern suburbs yesterday and on this tour, it seemed to me like it was a complete ghost town. And I guess even Hezbollah abandoned this building and went to other places because that area was completely empty.
Okay. Take us to the border, Karim. What's going on there, the border between Lebanon and Israel?
Well, first, it's really difficult to get an independent picture here. There's a gag order on the Israeli media to report on any troop movements in southern Lebanon. So all the news we get here is also news from Hezbollah. They're talking about the fierce resistance. They're saying that they detonated a bomb in the middle of the Golani Brigade. That's an Israeli elite unit, creating casualties. We don't know dead or injured, but there was a rescue operation going on, it seems, from the Israeli army to bring the soldiers back home. And other claims, for example, that they shot an anti-tank missile against an Israeli tank, and several other areas where they engaged.
You know the civilian combatant ratio of the Israeli strikes? Nope. I think since the pager attack, Hezbollah have only been naming high-profile figures who have died. So from those strikes that killed a few hundred people, the 500 people that day, there were no updates for that. Just individual leaders. So
engaged the Israeli army. The picture we have, it's not an easy
Golani elite. Who's this guy? Yeah, they're not an elite, bro. I don't know what that means. Okay.
walk over for the Israeli army right now. But as I said, not much information, and especially
there's another. No, that's old. Who are they talking about? Oh yeah, they're talking about Ali Karaki. Their last updates are from the 30th of September for martyrs.
No independent information we're getting here.
Okay, thanks for that, Karim. Journalist Karim El Gouari in Beirut.
You're welcome.
Back to the Middle East, and Lebanon is the latest front in the escalating conflict there. Israel says it's fighting what it calls Iran's axis of evil. Since the start of the war in Gaza, almost all Iran-backed groups have stepped up their attacks on Israel, as well as Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon. They include the Houthis in Yemen. Elsewhere in the region, Tehran has been relying on the support of its traditional ally, the Syrian government, as well as armed Shia militias in Iraq. Let's take a closer look at this with Kamran Matin, who lectures in international politics at the University of Sussex in the UK. Welcome back to DW. How strong is Hezbollah at the moment, given that so many layers of its leadership have been killed and indeed their communication system so heavily compromised by Israel?
Yes. Indeed, I mean, the blows which Israel has inflicted on Hezbollah's leadership is quite unprecedented in terms of communication problems following the pager and walkie-talkie explosions, in terms of attacking Hezbollah's arms depots and communication lines and so on. Nevertheless, at least Iranian backers of Hezbollah claim that all fallen commanders have been replaced. And at the moment, there is a shift in the battlefield because Israel has sent ground troops into southern Lebanon. And that means that the absolute air superiority of Israeli army is no longer quite at work. And as we have seen today and yesterday, there have been already quite a few casualties among troops. And this is because southern Lebanon is quite rugged terrain, and Hezbollah has been for decades being dug in those places, has underground tunnels, and of course in close combat situation, air superiority to some extent is nullified. So I think the battle is difficult for Hezbollah given those blows, but in the southern Lebanon they might put up resistance more than what we have seen so far.
Okay, so Israel is in southern Lebanon, essentially to clear out Hezbollah so that Israeli citizens can return to the north of the country. How successful can an exercise like that be, wiping out Hezbollah in Lebanon and indeed Hamas in Gaza, when we're talking about organizations that aren't just military but social and cultural as well?
That's absolutely true. It's very difficult, and this is not the first time Israel is trying to do so. Israel was already invading Lebanon in 1982, which was eventually forced to withdraw in 2000, largely due to Hezbollah's action. Then again in 2006, we had that 34 days war, which reached a stalemate, and now again. So the precedent is not so promising for Israel, but this time around, it seems that because of the 7 October shock and the level of readiness of Israeli society for casualty, Israeli army might try to, basically unofficially occupy southern Lebanon up to Litani River,
right, so
that northern communities of Israel are out of range of Hezbollah attack. But that has to be seen. As I said, there's already been clashes and Israelis have suffered casualties in the southern Lebanon.
Where would you say Iran is most vulnerable to Israeli retaliation?
I think the nuclear facilities are deep underground, many of them, so it might be quite difficult for Israel on its own to destroy them. And even then, it would just put back by a few years Iran's project, because Iran has already have the know-how and technology and so on. But oil facilities and energy facilities of Iran are quite exposed. And as a oil rentier state, Iranian state relies heavily on export of oil, and if that's somehow suspended, that will be combined with the sanctions, massive sanctions, which are imposed on Iran already. So the combination of the two would strangle Iranian economy, and politically Iran is also very fragile, so extra economic pressure might lead to domestic upheaval. But then attack on oil facilities would also make oil prices higher, and that's not good for Biden campaign in the election year. So one has to see how US and Israel kind of agree on a course of action which doesn't damage the Biden and the Democrats in the elections as well as in the region.
Thanks for walking us through that. Cameron Mateen from Sussex University in the UK.
Wow. Okay, sorry, I just got some fucking spurg in my replies. Okay. No punches pulled. Oh no.
Iran's foreign minister arrived in Lebanon to meet the prime minister and the speaker of the
What's your favorite Israeli war to read about, and why is it the 48 war? No, I'm reading the fucking Lebanese second war, 2006. That's probably more relevant now. Ugh.
parliament. The plane landing just hours after Israeli airstrikes hit outside the facility's perimeter. Huge explosions rocking the Lebanese capital overnight. Israeli fighter jets once again pounding the southern suburbs, a densely populated neighborhood, in what has been described as the most violent attack by Israel so far on Beirut. Israeli media reporting that the target was Hashem Safieddine, a possible successor to the slain Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. The main international road linking Lebanon and Syria has been cut off after Israeli airstrikes. No casualties have been reported. Israel claims Hezbollah has used the road to bring weapons from across the border from Syria. Over the past 10 days, hundreds of thousands of people have been using this road, mostly Syrians, to flee the fighting in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Israel carried out its deadliest strike in the occupied West Bank since the war in Gaza began nearly 1 year ago. The Palestinian Health Ministry said at least 18 people were killed on Thursday after the strike hit the Tulkarem refugee camp. The city is a militant stronghold in the northern West Bank. The Israeli army said the strike had killed Hamas's leader in Tulkarem. Hamas condemned the strike but did not confirm if any of its members were killed. For more, we can speak to our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Hello to you, Doug. The war widening, the war worsening, diplomats scrambling to try to find de-escalation or some sort of solution, but that seems very far off at this point.
No, I mean, barely a day, you can almost say barely an hour goes by right now, Will, where you're not looking at these images of another plume of billowing smoke rising above a densely packed neighborhood in the suburbs, the southern suburbs of Beirut. But I think you were absolutely right to mention that this, in the context of what is a widening and escalating war that is being waged by Israel on multiple fronts. Israel,
7 fronts.
And obviously its adversaries. You know, Yoav Gallant, Israel's defense minister, recently said, when we talk about multiple fronts, he actually put a number to it. He said that this is a war being waged on 7 fronts. So we're talking Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq,
He's struggling to think about
Iran.
He's looking off his list. He's got his little notes there. He's forgotten what the 7 fronts are. What's Israel's goal in Lebanon? I think they want to get their goons up to the north again. They want to be able to have return the displaced people home as their stated goal. It's not really like a military goal, though. That's like an end game. It's like an end desire. It's not really like a military objective. What they want to do, the military objective would be is like, what do you want the state of security and to be in the south? And what do you want to do to Hezbollah, I guess, yeah. Do you want to dismantle them? Do you want to push them? Do you want to disarm them? Like, yeah, I don't know. Not really any clarity there.
Yemen, I believe that's 7. But it gives you a sense of, yes, while some of those military battles now, some of the Israeli efforts on some of those fronts are maybe lower intensity compared to what they had been a couple of weeks or months ago. Gaza, for instance, yes, the attacks, the strikes are still devastating. They are continuing. Even if our attention has shifted more now to the Lebanese front, there's still a low simmering war in Gaza, and strikes continuing there. The Lebanon front, we have seen it expanding in recent days. We have seen more and more airstrikes. We have seen the limited raids, these ground incursions with the
If you
question mark hovering over whether or not Israel can, as it says it intends to, limit those ground incursions, or as we've seen in the past, are they about to get bogged down in a long-running military, essentially occupation? When they went in 1982, they were there for 18 years before Hezbollah literally drove out Israel in 2000. And meanwhile, in Yemen, we still see targeted attacks on the ports there, Hodeidah, against the Houthis, in the axis of resistance, Iran's proxies in the region. So Israel also taking the fight to the Houthis there. So multiple front war. You could almost say a war of attrition on many fronts. A war that you might say, well, isn't it straining Israel, the IDF, the Israeli military's capacity? After all, isn't it stretched thin? They have been targeting each of these fronts in their own way, according to the Israeli forces. The Israelis seem to be planning a strategy where they can sustain this sort of war with varying degrees of intensity on varying fronts. The one in Lebanon right now is the one that is drawing perhaps our most attention, even as we are wondering what sort of attack, because Israel's promised a hard response to the Iranian missile attack of a few days ago. So even as we're thinking of that, we're seeing these plumes of smoke. We're seeing that once again, the likely successor to Nasrallah, who was killed in Friday's attack.
I know, it's so fun. Like, I don't understand why, like, the thing that everyone wants to talk about. I feel like if your most fucking interesting topic about the incursion into Lebanon is that a deleted Jerusalem Post article is talking about South Lebanon or Lebanon being part of the Holy Land, it's like, I don't know. If that's like your main focus, I just feel like yeah, just kind of fantasizing a little bit.
Was targeted in this latest attack. There are reports that there may have been 11 strikes in those attacks where we saw those plumes of smoke overnight rising from that neighborhood, and wondering what is the fate right now of Safi ad-Din, who you mentioned at the top of the show. Is he still alive? What are his whereabouts? We have no official word, no official confirmation right now, but we do know that this seems to be part of an expanding Israeli strategy where there are no punches pulled. They are going after the top leaders.
Why do you think people focus on the Jerusalem Post piece? Oh, because everyone wants a simple answer to a complicated situation. So no one wants to think that Israel is attacking South Lebanon because of the 8,000 Hezbollah rockets that have displaced 60,000 people. They don't want that. That's confusing. That's like black and white. Like, oh, well, Lebanese civilians will suffer. We don't really know if an incursion into Lebanon will yield better or worse results given how things went in 2006. But okay, shit. Also, I'm a left winger, so I don't like Israel. So Jerusalem Post article: Israel's conquering South Lebanon. That's why. That is, yeah. It just helps. It simplifies things, and people like that because they have small brains, like this Slater dipshit in chat. You know, that's what they're like.
Hitting them off one by one, and they are lashing out in multiple directions, seemingly all at once.
And questions also as to how Iran will react, Doug. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
I didn't bring it up. I know you didn't, but I know you. You're a dumb fuck. Thoughts on Drew Pavlo? He's a bit unhinged. It's a bit out there.
Leading Friday prayers, his first public sermon in nearly 5 years, hoping to shed some light on what will happen next. You've been listening to him.
Yeah.
He's clearly very defiant this Friday.
Defiant, strident, obviously speaking to his faithful, to tens of thousands. By all means, I've been seeing the pictures in this packed sort of square in front of the Grand Mosala Mosque in central Tehran. What's remarkable about this, he gave a speech with a rifle by his side. When I say it was strident, he was basically unrepentant. He said that the October 7th, Hamas's October 7th attack on southern Israel, which resulted in at least 1,200 killed, with hundreds more being taken hostage into Gaza by Hamas and its allies. He said that was a legitimate attack. And he also said, and he linked it to, he said that Iran's latest missile attack is a legitimate attack. Let's not forget now, between last April's Iranian missile attack and the latest one, we have almost 500 missiles that have been fired from Iran into Israel, almost all of which have been intercepted, and there's been no reported loss of Israeli life, although there has been shrapnel falling, reports of some injuries. So Israel's defense has been just as remarkable as the fact that we've had these two unprecedented attacks on Israel itself from Iran in the space of the last 5-6 months. But it was a very, like I said, unrepentant speech. He said that when not just Iran, but when the Palestinians and the enemies of Israel are fighting for their own existential survival, when they are standing up.
I don't even know what this means. There's a guy on my fucking Twitter replies. I think this person is maybe just like mentally ill. They keep trying to say that like the Scottish government has like Nazi sympathizers in it. And you fuck off, motherfucker. Read this, asshole. Scottish National Party leaders instead of Benny Moore. Maybe learn some shit about your own. They all think that Scotland is a terrorist nation because in 2008, there was a Hamas fugitive in a mosque in England, and some politicians, I think Scottish government, Scottish National Party people, had meetings with this mosque to discuss, I don't know, fucking charity or fucking hate crimes or whatever. And one of the guys attending the meeting was that Hamas fugitive working in the mosque. And another person at the meeting was Hamza Yusuf, who was Scotland's first minister for like, what, 6 months? He was, but he was there at the age of 22 as an assistant. There's no evidence that he even knew that the guy he was talking to was a Hamas guy. I don't even think he knew, because he was just going to a meeting at a fucking mosque to discuss like social issues or whatever. Like, there's no evidence that they discussed anything criminal or anything to do with fucking terror. But people think Hamza Yusuf is like, I know why they think it. They think it because he's Muslim. He's got Palestinian family, like through his wife. And this person's just fucking obsessed. He knew. What mosque was it? It was Finsbury. Yeah, it's just mental. Actual brain rot. It's like every other Israeli right-winger believes this as well.
And trying to stand up to what he terms the aggressor, in this case, Israel. He said they have absolutely a legitimate and legal right to do so. He used those terms, legitimate and legal right, and he was very clear, emphatic. No one has the right to object to those who stand up against such aggression. He was implying that in the norms of international law, they have an absolute legitimate right to do so. So he's really drawing a very fine line. But what's interesting here at the same time is Hezbollah has been weakened.
They targeted the Houthi leader. Oh no. You mean the band leader? The highly musical conductor. I was hanging out with Hamza last Saturday. What, Hamza Yusuf? You know Hamza Yusuf, he issued his condemnation of Hamas in October whilst his family were still in Gaza. You know what that means, right? You know that if you're a high-profile political leader and you condemn Hamas publicly and you have relatives in Gaza, you know what that means, right? In Hamas land. You know what that means for your family. That means you're actually like, that's actually quite risky. And he had to have like a whole really long conversation with his wife and his family about the fact that he was going to do this condemnation, because they would have to make sure that they were safe before they, and not like drawing too much attention to themselves before he said it, that they had a way out basically. And they did get out. But he actually like basically risked like his fucking family to condemn Hamas. And people are saying that he's like a fucking terror sympathizer because he wanted to fund UNRWA. And because of that meeting in 2008. And when I went to Israel, there were so many people. If I told people I was from Scotland, the default response from Israelis was like, your prime minister is a Hamas. I'm like, shut the fuck up, okay? Stop, okay? I know it's annoying when white Westerners try to talk about Israel, okay? You're probably as an Israeli, you feel quite fucked off that everyone thinks that your average day is burning down Palestinian houses and fucking murdering 5 families. But just don't do the same thing to other countries, okay? Why? And they do. Hearing right-wing Israelis talk about Europe is fucking mental. Even like more moderate Israelis are, fuck. It is for some Israelis. What? Murdering people? That's also what? I mean, okay, technically it's also the same for some Palestinians. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't mean anything. He coordinated his condemnation with the Gazans. Oh no.
Not severely weakened by the Israeli campaign in the past couple of weeks.
Scotland is not known for being pro-Palestine. It's more an Irish thing. It's more an Irish thing, but Scotland still has its own thing. The only thing is like, it's a 97, 98% white population that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about and doesn't do anything about it. Like, people in Scotland are not funding terror organizations or whatever the fuck else. We just do our... Like, the Scottish approach to Palestine is to have a huge fucking protest, to compare it to William Wallace, and then leave and go home and get drunk. Like, we don't really... We're not particularly effective on the world stage, you know? When people were talking about the amount of flags you see in Israel, because they have flags everywhere, I joked that in Scotland, even though we're quite patriotic, there are more Palestinian flags in people's windows than there are Scottish ones. That was quite funny. Again, the reactions to that.
Talkies, the beepers, the airstrikes, the knocking off of its top leaders, going after the villages, going after the rocket launches, the command and control centers. It's been weakened. And the question now is, how much has Iran itself perhaps been weakened if Hezbollah can't be sort of standing there as its proxy to represent its interests and to fight Israel? If Iran actually has to stand in, Iran's missiles themselves have proven no match so far for the Israeli military might and being able to intercept them and shoot them out of the sky. So it does raise the question. That's what everyone's listening for.
Was Braveheart a true story? It's based on a true story, but the film is very inaccurate in many ways.
For what is Iran going to do next? It's a little bit in a holding pattern. Khamenei absolutely strident and making no bones about it, being very clear that a response is going to come in a forceful one, but he's saying there will be neither a delay nor a rush with the response, which sort of signals that they're still trying to figure out what next. We know on the diplomatic front, the president, who doesn't call, the buck doesn't stop at the president, stops with Khamenei. But the president of Iran has been making overtures and sounds that he would like people to think the score has been settled, that the buck can stop here, that Iran won't have to ratchet it up. But it's also been equally clear, if Israel were to retaliate, whether against oil installations, military bases, or even nuclear facilities, there will be a forceful response from Iran. Iran sees itself as being backed in a corner. It doesn't see itself as wanting war. It's trying to signal it doesn't want war, but it is ready to go to war and ratchet up once again and escalate if Israel, in turn, does the same.
Okay. Sorry, am I doing the thing again? Am I like on my fucking... Am I redirecting? Are we doing fucking towards the Zionids again? I still can't get over how dumb this response is. This was I only got shown this today. It's a slightly older fucking reply. I was talking about this and about people trying to like kid themselves into thinking that Lebanese people are celebrating the fact that they're about to get invaded and shit. And you know, Box, if Lebanon stopped shooting missiles, we would not need to invade. So how about telling the Lebanese that they are welcome to take care of their country properly instead of being whining anti-Semites? I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? The fucking nerve. Oh, if you're dissatisfied with Hezbollah, yeah, take care. Yeah, just solve it. Get them out. The fucking biggest non-state military in the world, foreign-backed, armed to the fucking teeth. Yeah, take care. Yeah, do that in one of the most fucking unstable, sectarian, divided countries in the fucking region. Yeah, no problem. Meanwhile, fucking Israel, a democracy, has ragtag fucking settler soldiers who the IDF can't even fucking deal with properly. You've got politicians in the government, some of whom support those ragtag settler fuckers. You've got Ben-Gvir, who's got fucking terror-related convictions for like literally supporting terror groups financially. You've got Sde Timin, where a bunch of soldiers are in fucking house arrest because they abused the shit out of some prisoners and quite like seems to have fucking raped one of them with a fucking truncheon. Like, and then there are people from the parliament, there are politicians protesting their detention. Saying that you shouldn't be fucking detained if you abuse and rape prisoners. Okay, Meanwhile, and these people can't fucking solve that shit. And then they're like, oh, Lebanon, deal with your problems. Shut the fuck up, bro. Literally, like, Israel is getting eaten alive by the most fucking messianic, extreme lunatics. And they're a democracy. You know, in Hezbollah, if you oppose that fucking regime, they'll kill you. They have killed people who oppose them. People from NGOs and shit. Other politicians. You guys can't even get Ben-Gvir to fucking drive properly. Like, he keeps crashing his car. Fuck me. Oh, that's just really maddening. So I feel like people like this will be the death of Israel. I've said this many times. It's just the fact that you go from 2000, 2001, when you got like Yossi Beilin in the peace process and Shlomo Ben-Ami and even even Ehud Barak, like he, not the greatest negotiator, but he did his fucking best. Like when you go from that to this, and these opinions being normalized, it's just, oh God, not good, man. What's this? Do you know he has over 15,000 car violations? That's a lot. He's the security minister.
Home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and he listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
To be honest, I kind of agree.
If you put something in someone's ass, capital letters, is it a rape? Yes, you fucking stupid cunt. I know apparently Israeli law is like, would maybe suggest that it's not. There are a few countries where like, I think even in the UK, there are some things that are just like legally not rape, even though they are. But yeah, of course it is. The fuck? What? What? You're doing the thing. You're the people who deny the rapes on October 7th. You're the thing. You are them. Fuck.
With that part. Some videos should be taken, but with a dress and like mocking people's underwear, that's not that. Others that would be unpopular with the West still should be taken because you also have the Arab front to fight, and unless they see themselves getting humiliated, they don't get the message. So unfortunately, very different messages to very different audiences, and it clashes all the time. So the West doesn't want to see some things that the Arab world has to see. Completely like respecting different things completely. It's really hard to satisfy both.
Oh yeah, I understand. Okay, yes, she's I understand. I understand this now as well. I understand this. I get this now. She is Hezbollah. She is the Israeli Hezbollah. Like, if she were born a Lebanese person, she would be first in line for the Islamic resistance. That's the kind of person she is. Like, okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. Didn't Kedar get into hot water for such a statement and walk it back? Yes, he did, actually, yeah. Something about threatening to rape the families of terrorists. Some shit. But even then, I think he even wasn't actually saying they should do it. He was just saying that's like a thing that people have done to get results. I don't think he was actually saying they should do it. Unless maybe, yeah. He had to either walk back or explain himself for that controversy, though, yeah. Holy shit. Lauren Middle Eastern. Oh no. Okay. Wow. I feel so bad for See, I feel so bad for Israelis who haven't given up on, humanism and shit, having to deal with this shit. What is the furthest left opinion on Palestinians that's fairly common in Israel? What do you mean the most yeah, I think a lot of left-wing Israelis understand why Palestinians hate them. They understand. Yeah. And they understand that at the end of the day, Palestinian well-being and sovereignty and security and all that is kind of connected to Israeli well-being. You don't have a secure Israeli state whilst there's not an answer to the Palestinian issue, right? Like whilst that question remains unsolved, then there's never Israeli security. It's just there are people who understand that. Yeah, that was like a fairly common take that we got from Israeli leftists. Even the more kind of like jaded ones who talk about how fucking they all hate us and shit, like blah blah blah. Even then, I think the thing you hear a lot of them say is like it's all about education to them. They think that if they had better like education and better like social circumstances, then they'd be different. Because I even asked one guy, he was a soldier, former soldier. He had been the guy I asked this to was like he had been a sniper in the Great March of Return. He was actually one of the snipers. And I asked him when he was talking about like the Hamas education shit and the stuff that they're taught to hate Jews and all this shit. I was like, so do you think like if you grew up in their world just a few miles that way, like do you think you'd be like them? And he was like, yeah, probably. Yeah, of course. So did you ask him how many children he kneecapped? No, I did not. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he said that they had to get commander's approval for every single shot that they fired. I remember he said that. That's something I heard a few times actually. Are people saying you can't be racist against Palestinians? Yeah, well, that probably means they should get banned. Okay, let's see. I'd heard someone say that before, but I wasn't actually sure if it was real, so yeah. What is this? What does the fucking Jewish virtual library talk about it? Palestinian isn't a race, it's an ethnic group. You can still be a bigot, but it's not racism. You don't know what racism is. You don't know how words work. Words like racism, like it's not used to be this perfect, because all races decided like ultimately arbitrary. Stop. Stop. It's that whole thing. It's the Islamophobia. What race is Islam? Shut the fuck up. Is really you literally have no idea what I'm talking about when I say that. Like fuck. Every shot you take needs to get approved by 2 different people, written down, checked by officials. $4,000 people run to the fence, knives. Okay. What is the Sargon Watcher doing here? Do you think Israel should accept 1701 now? What do you mean accept it? What do you mean accept? The Israeli cabinet voted unanimously for 1701 in 2006. 1701's not really been enforced. That's the problem. What do you mean? Should they accept it? It's not like they were like, nah, fuck it. We don't like it. Bullshit. Fake resolution. Yeah, they've accepted it for the Lebanese government and Israel accept 1701. But it's just not been upheld. Mostly because of a certain third party in between the two that has not accepted it. I'm actually not sure if Hezbollah ever actually accepted it or if they just said that they would honor the ceasefire. I can't remember. How do you say you hate the religion of Islam without being Islamophobic? Oh God, I just realized I'm talking to fucking, there's too many rightoids. Oh no, too many rightoids. Listen, there's a very easy way to criticize certain religions, even Islam, without being a bigot, okay? It's very easy. Islamophobia is supposed to represent bigotry. You can hate every single word in the Quran and not be an Islamophobe. That's not how that works. Islamophobe is bigotry against Muslims, Muslim people. Prejudice, bigotry, unfair treatment, hate. I refuse to believe that you guys are like confused about this, the 2 or 3 people who are saying this. I refuse to believe that as a functioning fucking adult who's had more than 10 seconds to think about it, is sitting there like, well, Islamophobia, Islam's a religion. Phobia is an irrational fear. Well, I don't like Islam. I don't like organized religion. So why are they... I refuse. I refuse to believe that you are that person.
Does that mean since I only hate the brown Muslims, I'm not a bigot?
Good one. Thanks for the $20, Lawson Harrison. I appreciate that. Wow. Funny. Also stop, because I I'd like to live in a world where you guys can joke about this, but the problem is I don't know. There's at least a handful of people in here. I'm like, I don't know if you're joking. So just stop joking about Jesus. Oh.
Iran struck is.
I'm grumpy today, guys. Stop testing me, okay? I'll ban relentlessly. I was supposed to respond to that fucking Reddit comment from the guy saying that I'm being IDF propaganda. Fuck me. It's too late. I think if I want to do the Reddit thing, yeah, I might make a PSA here for you guys. I think if I'm going to do the thing with Reddit, I think I'm just not banning quickly enough. I'll give you an example. Like if I see people saying that I've just got my takes because of like audience capture, I'm probably just going to ban them. It's especially, or it's just like, oh, like I like Lornabox's content, but you know, he's just so charitable towards like the IDF compared to like what Iran and Hezbollah. What are you talking about? Like I'm probably going to assume that IDF targeting and IDF protocol is probably a bit more disciplined than Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran. Yeah, that's because it is. Okay, it doesn't mean I like them more. It just means I'm not going to like. That's not really a bias though. If one side is more flagrantly in violation than the other. And I think sometimes when people are in this position where you like what I'm saying, but only like half the time, and other times you're like, oh my God, he normally gets it, but this time I'm just like, oh the God, that's probably because you problem. It's probably because you're biased. If you like when I shit on Israelis and that makes you really happy, but then as soon as I turn the other way around, like it makes you upset and vice versa. Like, yeah, that's your problem. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna do like a few more aggressive bans on here because I think people are just having the idea I've killed more civilians though. That's not how unfortunately, the number of civilians that you've killed does not tell you that much about what side is more moral. Everyone actually knows this. Everyone knows this perfectly well. We know that the British killed more German civilians than Germans killed British civilians in World War II. That's a 100% fact. Doesn't mean the Germans were like the better side, right? Like if you're winning a war, you're going to kill more civilians, probably. You're going to kill more people in general. Also, again, yeah, that doesn't really tell you all that much. Doesn't tell you all that much at all. I'll let this person stay because they seem to be like owning it when they're overextending their attacks on me, but like I went over this subreddit post last time. They said they would respond to it, so I'll cover this one on stream. Like this person, he's just gotten annoyed by pro-Palestinian people and just rushed to the other side and became much more pro-IDF/Israel. Even during his review of the Mehdi Elon Levy debate, he was way harsher on Mehdi. Can't tell if it's just audience capture or something else. I'm sorry, the fact that, first of all, I shout on Elon quite a lot, and I shout on him in person as well. The difference is that if I genuinely, like, I don't know if you have got this clearly enough from me already, but I do believe that right now there is more disinformation on the standard Western pro-Palestinian side than there is on the standard, like, Western liberal pro-Israeli side, right? I've said that. Which probably means that if Mehdi is going to be more flagrantly inaccurate or dishonest, then I'm probably going to make fun of him. It doesn't mean I haven't got a million issues with Elon Levy as well. Like, of course I do. He's a spokesman. He's a massively biased, like, self-admitted biased spokesman. And he's also insanely cringe. And he does just take everything that the Israeli government says in, like, perfectly good faith. So I'm trying to think, this was the debate, mind you, this was the debate where Mehdi Hassan said that taking hostages was the same as the people in detention by the Israeli authorities from the West Bank. He thought that was like the same. He thought that was the same as Hamas taking hostages. Like, he thought that the people in administrative detention in those Israeli military and going through those military courts and those prisons are like, he thinks they were just like, there's just like random kidnappings of Palestinians in a fucking festival. You think it's similar? I know you think it's similar because you don't know anything about the system. Like, you don't. I'm sorry. If you think the standard IDF raid into the West Bank is just them going into a random fucking cafe or a random house with no militant activity or anything and just picking up a bunch of hostages to hold them as bargaining chips, I'm like, bro, fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know. Reddit housekeeping might be a whole thing. I know for a fact that a lot of these people in this Reddit are not actually my viewers. That's a whole thing. We're watching a clip of Lorna was being dishonest about journalists. We're watching a clip of Hassan. Hassan mentioned how many journalists have been assassinated by Israel. Lorna responded with, is he talking about journalists who, like, you look for their profiles and the ones who say they get killed are people who have been in areas where there's massive military activity, and these are people who are, like, often, like, is that how I talk, affiliated with Hamas. This comment is extremely stupid. Just apologia for crimes committed by Israel. I'll elaborate. They're in areas of military activity is just self-evidently silly. They're war journalists. They're reporting on a war, and yes, will likely be in a war zone. All of Gaza is a war zone, so this argument applies to quite literally every single journalist in Gaza. And a country being at war or a region being at war is not the same as, you see, again, it's like, I feel like the people critiquing me, even if they want to provide links and everything, they're just dumb. This is just very dumb. Obviously, an area with massive military activity would be like a combat zone, or a strike location, or a place that's just been recently evacuated, or a place where they're, fuck me, I don't know who these people are. Why are they here? Is this really what it's like to some people? Oh, by that logic, well, you could just, a random fucking field with one person walking through it in Gaza would be like a part of the massive military activity zone. What the fuck? They were probably, again, I don't think every journalist who's died was affiliated with Hamas. I've just seen that quite a few of them were. That's true. That's just true. Hamas has people who because you can tell, because local journalists who are allowed to do journalism in Gaza have at some point been allowed to do it by Hamas, like, especially if they were journalists during peacetime. We've seen this, though. We've seen, like, Al Jazeera journalists or people who die in Gaza, and then you can see they have other profiles where they're, like, smiling and playing with guns, and they're in uniform and shit, doing training. What's your rebuttal against the journalism point? I don't think there's any good evidence that Israel is targeting random journalists for assassination because they don't want information that they don't like being published. Like, there's no evidence for that. Like, talking about assassinations just because journalists have died is really, really dumb. One of these journalists was literally holding a hostage. I don't understand. And then they're going to talk about Shireen Abu Akleh and like, oh, yeah, there are some journalists who obviously don't have connections to Hamas. Yeah, obviously. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying every journalist is Hamas. See, I should just ban this person. What the fuck? Anyway. Ooh. Okay. Remove and ban. I don't need this bad faith bullshit in my fucking... Permanent. Okay. How Israel could strike Iran. Okay.
Iran struck Israel with a massive ballistic missile attack on October 1st, 2024. And right after the attack, people started saying that Israel was going to strike back at Iran. And it's really easy to say that, but it's a lot harder to actually implement such an attack when you have to do the actual math. First, I want to show you the region. The center of Israel to the center of Iran is about 1,000 miles or 1,700 or so kilometers from Israel. So now you're kind of dealing with the tyranny of distance.
Don't ban the report guy? Who's the report guy? Ryan's over 80 post misinformation sometimes. Well, we actually did a segment yesterday on that. There's going to be a segment about us catching him making a dubious claim about the death toll in the Nasrallah strikes. Ooh. What report guy? STRL? What are you talking about? Reddit guy? What, the journalism guy?
Please ban all Redditors, folded hands.
Wow, thanks for the $10. I appreciate that. Actually, I wish I hadn't deleted that post now because I wanted to... All right. The guy said you were for the Hamas reporters. Oh no, I already got rid of them. Fuck that person. That person's been a bit of an asshole for a while, so yeah, fuck. I think they might be a tanky, but yeah.
Distance. Everything is a lot further away than you would like it to be logistically. This is the same problem the US has to deal with if deterrence fails and we have to defend Taiwan. Now, a lot of people don't
think it was worth some discussion. Sorry, too late. It's gone. Too late. Maybe it was, but too late.
Understand how big Iran actually is. So let me show you Iran on a map of the US. It goes from Florida all the way up to South Dakota. And here's what it looks like on top of Europe, going from Greece all the way up to Germany. Now, the Iranian nuclear program sites are spread kind of all over.
Do you have Obsidian notes on Hamas affiliated or Hamas journalists? No, I don't. Again, being a journalist who supports Hamas doesn't make you a target. That's not how that works. What it does mean, if you're a journalist affiliated with Hamas, and because Hamas is very fucking fluid in the way that they organize their roles, is it does mean that you're probably more likely to be in a fucking zone that is going to make you liable to collateral damage. It also suggests that you might be more likely to take up arms, because if you're affiliated and there's a combat zone, like, you might have an incentive to take up arms yourself. And it might also just mean that you're doing both, because, yeah, some of these journalists were obviously participating in hostilities. So, yeah. Like, again, if you're going to go to the conclusion that they are assassinating journalists with their bombs, prove it. I don't think I've seen proof for that.
For the country, that is a lot of targets, and there might be multiple targets at each target. Add to that the fact that Israel would normally have to fight their way in. That means not only do they have to carry ordnance for targets, they also have to destroy surface-to-air missile sites and radar installations on the way in. So if you're doing a large attack with conventional aircraft, every anti-radiation missile that you carry to deal with surface-to-air missile radar, that's one less bomb you can carry for servicing a specific industrial target. So you're also going to need to shoot down enemy fighters that have been vectored to intercept you, and make fun of Iran's F-4 Phantom all you want. It might still be a capable platform to a certain degree.
Whoa.
So you're going to need fighters to carry air-to-air ordnance to fight any Iranian aircraft. You know, since yesterday's attack, there have been numerous articles on how Israel would respond. But here's what's interesting. They mainly talk about targets. Oh, Israel could hit this. Israel could hit that. But they don't actually talk about how Israel could do it. So let's talk about the actual mechanics of how Israel might actually do this. And you're going to realize how hard it would actually be. And at the end, I'm going to explain how Israel could actually pull it off. Now, so to start, the basic limiter on any kind of long-range operation is mid-air refueling tankers. You know how I always wear my Alcoholics Moving Cargo shirt? I'm really proud of these guys. That's because the tanker crewmen of the Air Mobility Command never get the love they deserve. And yes, you can get this t-shirt at Bunker Branding. There's also should be some patches available really soon now in Spice Brown, so you can wear them on your uniform until you get caught. Look, you can't kick ass without tanker gas. The U.S. Air Force has between 470 to 490 tankers spread across active duty Air Force Reserves, Air National Guard. Israel has 7. That's right, 7 modified 7.0 tankers that are roughly the equivalent of a U.S. KC-135 tanker. These Israeli tankers carry about 200,000 pounds of transfer load fuel. Israel also has 7 KC-130Hs that could theoretically do tanker operations by landing and doing a forward air refueling point, or FARP. But you'd have to land at an air base that has a runway long enough to accept fighters. And note that the U.S. tried to do this FARP refueling in the middle of the desert during Operation Eagle Claw in 1980, when Jimmy Carter sent special forces to try to rescue American hostages. That didn't work out so well, right? And those were helicopters. You know, finding a place for a jet fighter to land is going to be a lot harder. So you'd also have to find a friendly country to allow Israeli planes to land on their runways, and there aren't that many in the neighborhood. Maybe Jordan, maybe Saudi Arabia if they have plausible deniability. So let's look at actual possible plans. What would it actually take for Israel to strike Iran with an aircraft? Now note again, the spreadsheet I'm using for calculating air operations and tanker ops is available for free at ryanmcbeth.substack.com. Good science is reproducible. Although if you want to toss me $5, I could sure use the money. Israel keeps demonetizing my videos. I worked on this video for 12 hours. I'm essentially going to make $0. By the way, spreadsheets were actually how the Air Force used to do tanker planning before the advent of the Kessel Run project, which I actually consulted on.
The Kessel Run project.
During the Global War on Terror, this position called the Gonker would actually work on an Excel spreadsheet, and another dude would be doing a whiteboard to chalk out all the missions and all the tankers that need to support them. It used to take like 8 hours, and if there was like a mistake in their calculations or whatever, they would just launch another tanker, just burn the $100,000. The software to manage this was updated by the Kessel Run project. All right, so let's start with the kind of aircraft that Israel might actually use. According to the World Air Force's 2024 handbook and other sources, Israel has about 30 F-15C and D air-to-air models, 25 F-15I strike models, 39 F-35I models, and about 102 F-16I models. Now, just because you have an airframe doesn't mean that it's ready to fly. The average U.S. Air Force readiness rate, it hovers between 70, 73%-ish. Russia is about that rate as well. That means when you go out to the flight line, only 70% of the aircraft are available to fly. The other 30% are being maintained. Jets break all the time. Some may even be in the middle of their quarterly, yearly maintenance cycles where you take the whole thing apart and x-ray the wings for cracks and upgrade to new tech and so on. So on average, if you have a squadron of 24 jets, only 16, 17 might be ready to fly. You can surge maintenance at the cost of your maintainers, who will work their butts off for you to get this done, but it's possible just for maybe a one-time mission because the maintainers are going to be exhausted, and you don't want exhausted maintainers working on jets because they will make mistakes. And I know all you Air Force guys are looking at me right now with 5 Zyn packets stuffed in your mouth and a cup of coffee going, I've been exhausted the entire time I've been here, and sometimes that is the problem. But for the most part, you should only assume that 70% or so of the aircraft in the squadron are available. Now, I know I'm going to get in the comments that the Israeli Air Force is exceptional. Their maintainers can turn around aircraft in 30 minutes. I have no doubt that's true. It's why on the spreadsheet I've listed 2 possible scenarios, one with 100% of the jets available and one with 70% of the jets available. But yearly, quarterly, weekly maintenance, it doesn't matter what country you're in, it still needs to get done. So the right number might be somewhere in between 70% and 100%. That being said, I'm going to perform this next thought exercise with 70% of the jets available. So let's start with the most geopolitically sound option for a mission. That would be to fly aircraft around the Arabian Peninsula, cutting over Yemen and Oman. This would be a round trip of roughly 6,800 miles or roughly 11,000 kilometers. This would take a flight time of about 11 and a quarter hours. And this doesn't factor in the tanking time. It takes between 5 and 15 minutes to refuel a fighter with a KC-135. Well, technically in this case we're using Israel's Boeing 707 variant, but both of those variants can only refuel one aircraft at a time with their boom system. So just on this trip, just only on this trip, it would take 213 hours to refuel every jet. That's with one tanker. You can throw more tankers at the problem, but remember, Israel only has 7. So how many tankers would Israel actually need to accomplish this goal? If Israel took the southern route, they would need 73 tankers. And the only way this would be possible is if the U.S. pumped the gas. And Joe is not going to let that happen. Now, so far, all of these scenarios haven't really been realistic. Israel probably isn't going to throw everything it has, or 70% of everything it has at Iran. But I wanted to do this to show you the complexity of the problem. It's easy to draw arrows on maps. You're going to see that a lot in the next couple of days. But it's a lot harder to actually plan the logistics for the mission. So let's do a more realistic scenario. I think a realistic scenario would be a strike on 2 Iranian nuclear facilities with Israel flying F-35s over Jordan and the Kurdish areas of Iraq. But for the sake of the exercise, we can assume the uranium enrichment plants at Nahanz and Fardo would be good targets. They are underground, and we're going to need to get messy because of that. Most likely, Israel would use a GBU-31 2,000-pound bunker buster bomb version. The F-35 can carry 2 of these GBU-31s in its internal bay, along with 2 AIM-120 AMRAAM missiles for air-to-air self-defense. So let's say we're going to do 8 bombs per target. We're going to need a minimum of 16 F-16s to do 8 bombs per target. So 2 strike packages. Strike package A, 8 fighters, 16 bombs for Nahanz, and strike package B, 8 fighters and 16 bombs for Fordo. Now, we might want another 4 F-35s to loiter over northeastern Iraq with an air-to-air loadout to cover the strike packages as they're coming back from their strike. Those patrol aircraft will have 2 AMRAAMs and 2 Sidewinder short-range missiles. So that's the CAP, or Combat Air Patrol. These F-35s will loiter over northeastern Iraq, protecting the tankers, and they can shut the door if there's a bunch of Iranian phantoms chasing after the strike packages on their way home. So now we have a total of 20 F-35s in this package. I think we can work with this, and I think we can make it work with 5 tankers. Now, this plan would require that Jordan and Iraq are all cool with this. That might be the case in Jordan's case. And the Kurds who are in the north of Iraq, they might be cool with it as well. Now, F-35s are stealthy, so nobody might even notice them. The tankers aren't all that stealthy. So it might be an issue that Iraq might see these tankers up in the sky and go, why the heck are there 5 707s loitering above northeastern Iraq? But one problem at a time. So here's how we'd actually do the mission. 5 tankers take off from either Nevatim or Hatzor Air Base. Most likely the F-35s would take off from Nevatim Air Base. There'd also probably be a command and control aircraft in the mix as well that would orbit over Iraq. I'm just going to leave that out for now just to keep the scenario uncluttered. There's a lot of moving parts to this already.
Does anyone know, I'm reading the journalist thing off of screen, does anyone know if Alexa TV, is that where the fucking Farfor Mickey Mouse thing came from?
So now the strike package heads northeast. They begin refueling operations over to Crete, Iraq. Now it takes between 5 and 10 minutes to refuel an F-35 in midair, but that depends on how much fuel was remaining in the tank when they started the refueling process. So since most of these aircraft are at roughly a quarter of a tank, we're going to call it 7 minutes to refuel each F-35. But we have 5 tankers, so multiple tankers can refuel simultaneously. It's only going to take 28 minutes to refuel all the aircraft, and the tankers will still have 763,000 pounds of fuel as their transfer load when they're done. And plus, they can do it while continuing the mission flying northeast. Now, the refueling operation starts again at Penjwan, Iraq. They'll probably have to fly in racetrack circles at this point so they don't enter Iran before they need to. All of the planes have about 80% of their gas left, but Strike Package A has a longer trip, so Strike Package A gets to go first. It's only going to take about 2 minutes per plane to refuel. Then Strike Package B fuels up. They take about 2 minutes as well. They head to Fardo. Then the CAP refuels. They stay protecting the tank.
Okay, I'm going to take a fucking tangent here. So someone was asking me if I ever had any Obsidian notes on the journalists. I don't actually, but I do know. So here's the difficulty when people talk about journalists and whether or not they're actually valid military targets, okay? So almost always they wouldn't be unless what their journalism involves is incitement to violate the Geneva Convention. I think if a journalist is actually using their platform to encourage their, like, the soldiers to commit crimes or whatever, then that would be, the incitement would be participation in hostilities. So I think they say, so propaganda is authorized, but not all forms. Propaganda that incites war crimes, acts of genocide, or acts of violence is forbidden. The news media that disseminates such propaganda can become legitimate targets. Whether the media constitutes a legitimate target group is a debatable issue. If the media is being used to incite crimes, as in Rwanda, then it's a legitimate target. It is not clearly established whether or not media that incites genocide, as radio, television, Libre de Mille Colonies, and the newspaper Kangrua, dated in Rwanda 94, constitute a legitimate target. A positive reply to this question may no doubt be found in interpretation of Article 52 of Protocol 1, or of the principle whereby protection is lost in the event of participation in hostilities. So, Al Jazeera falls in? Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Al Jazeera will not be crossing. You probably have to cross quite a large threshold to come under this. But I know that there was, from the Committee to Protect Journalists, there was this posting about a couple of guys here. This guy, Al-Aqsa, and there was another one as well. I think there were two. There was him and his cameraman were killed in an Israeli strike on their station, I think. No, their car. On their car. and they both worked for Al-Aqsa TV. And I think the debate would be whether or not Al-Aqsa TV constitutes a valid target because of the type of reporting and journalism that they do. So even if we assume they're just doing their journalistic jobs, like they're not like picking up fucking rifles and firing rockets at nighttime when they've clocked out, but I think the question is that do they actually constitute military targets? And I think the United States designated Al-Aqsa TV as like a terror, as basically aiding in terrorism in 2010. I think the what is this? This is a question from, hang on. What's this footnote? This is to the EU, but I don't know if the EU actually did something. Do we know he was a target specifically? I mean, if they're killed in their car, they're probably targeted, unless you think Israel missed, okay? If they're killed in the car, it's probably because they were aimed for. So the question would be is whether or not they were participating in hostilities by doing what they were doing. The problem is a lot of these videos are no longer available because they really violate TOS. So let me have a look. Is this Al-Aqsa TV? There's one since October 7th. Mickey Mouse. Fence Cutters Unit. They were banned by France in 2008, I think, or 2010. I think the ban, 2010, they were completely banned in France for inciting hatred. That's according to France 24. I'm just wondering, the ADL obviously has a few things about their segments. I wonder what this is them. I think this is some of their broadcasts taken from memory. Yeah, this is aired on Al-Aqsa TV. What do they say? Oh! 2022. They have lots of kids related stuff.
إنه عاصمة فلسطين لازم إحنا ندافع عن القدس ونخليش اليهود يهدمها.
يعني إحنا لازم نقاتل اليهود وما نخلي اليهود يخشوا على الأقصى. وأنت بتحبي الأقصى ولا بتحبي بابا أكتر؟
بحب الأقصى.
شطورة من بابا كمان.
ولو احنا مشينا بشرائع الدين وتمسكنا بالدين وكنا أمة واحدة وصلينا الفجر في المسجد واتبعنا الشرائع الدينية أكيد حتتحرر فلسطين. صح ولا لا؟
بالتأكيد. يعني أول حاجة يجب علينا إيش؟ نلتزم بطاعة الله عز وجل والصلاة في المسجد ونلجأ إلى الله عز وجل وعلينا بالدعاء. صح ولا لا؟
صحيح.
وأيضا
الجهاد في سبيل الله. الجهاد هو إيش يا فكور؟ هو السلام.
Any mistranslations that people in chat can let me know? Because occasionally, I don't know if I've ever seen memory do a mistranslation, but like a proper one, but clipping maybe. No. Cherry picking. I mean, to that girl earlier, he did literally say fight the Jews.
الأنفاق من تحت إيش المسجد الأقصى المبارك عشان إيش يسووا؟ نسيت إيش بدهم يعملوا الهي بدهم يحطوا بدل قبة الصخرة الهي إيش اسمه؟
هيكل المزعوم. أنت الحفريات هذه اللي تحت المسجد الأقصى هيجي يوم ما راح يضل شيء تحت المسجد الأقصى والمسجد الأقصى.
طب هم ايش بدهم يسووا عشان الاطفال بدهم يعرفوا ايش هم مخططهم الكيان الصهيوني ايش بده يسوي؟
بدهم يحطوا يعني زي ما بيسموا او هيكل سليمان المزعوم كما قلتهم يعني. طبعا هذا الشغله ناكد غير صحيح او ما له وجود اصلا يعني وما راح ينحط كمان. طول ما احنا موجودين وفلسطين موجوده والاقصى موجودين راح نضل نرابط الى اخر قطره دماء فينا يا فكر.
شيء جميل ورائع
بإذن
ويجب
الله إن شاء
علينا
الله.
انه يعني احنا نحافظ عليه بدمنا وبصدورنا ان شاء رب العالمين.
إن شاء الله.
وما ننساش ايضا عشان المسجد الاقصى وعشان ندافع من المسجد الاقصى إلنا سنوات نقاتل، شهداء ضحوا من اجل المسجد الاقصى من اجل فلسطين، صح ولا لا؟
صحيح.
وايضا شهداء وايضا جرحى، صح ولا لا؟
جرحى وأسرى كمان.
واسرى وايضا مبعدين.
Okay. Apparently memory is non-partisan. Okay. Criminal Jews are plotting to replace Al-Aqsa Mosque with their false temple. We'll defend Jerusalem to our last drop. It's the same fucking video. Well done. Okay. In their own words, since October 7th, memory compilation. I don't really want a compilation. I want the just Al-Aqsa TV. Please. Hey. Fucking shit. All right. Al-Aqsa TV, Mickey Mouse teaches about Islamic rule and to annihilate the Jews. This is from 2007. This is far 4. Okay. Some of these are quite old. Okay. This is 2007. What the fuck? Hey. Okay, that's gone. Whatever. What does it say? Okay. What will you do for Al-Aqsa Mosque? How will you sacrifice your soul? I will shoot. Liberate. We want to fight. We will annihilate the Jews. We're defending Al-Aqsa with our souls and blood. We'll commit martyrdom. Okay. What's this? Child martyrdom in the early days of Islam. Oh, it's like a storytelling thing. All right, fuck it. So some of these links don't work. That's beautiful. Okay. Bet this one does. Oh, nice one, memory. Fucking idiots. Okay. Hamas in their own voices. March of Return. Is this from Al-Aqsa or? Viewed over 100,000 times online. Billions of times. An error has occurred. Wow. Bro. Give me the CIA. Uh-huh. Please? Oh my God. No, that's not far for. What's this?
Hamas, founded in 1988, is designated by the United States and European Union as a terrorist organization.
Watermark for Al-Aqsa
Over the past few
TV?
years, Hamas terrorist attacks and
they have a watermark?
actions have made news. A week before fighting erupted in Gaza, Hamas's leader from Damascus put an end to a short-lived truce with Israel. This, in their own voices, is Hamas.
Oh, it's that. Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
وإذا كانت اليوم هي عاصمة الكاثوليك أو الصليبية التي أعلنت عداءها للإسلام ليمنعوا نهضة الإسلام من جديد ستكون عاصمتهم نقطة متقدمة للفتوحات الإسلامية التي تنساح في أوروبا كلها ثم تلتفت إلى الأمريكتين بل إلى أوروبا الشرقية أنتم الأعلون.
Hamas leaders call for the annihilation of Israel and of all Jews, for death to and annihilation of America.
The ADL are so shit. First of all, they see anti-Semitism everywhere, so half their examples are bullshit. The problem as well is they don't actually give you links to anything. They just tell you, oh, we saw this thing. Oh, okay, wow. Thank you. Inciting children. Okay, well, that's great. Be good to see the clip, dickhead. They have a website. Ooh. What's this? CNN item about it.
Is presented as a combination of news and entertainment. The theme of Hamas rising up against Israel is a near constant undercurrent. In this video, Hamas fighters triumphantly tunnel into Israel, attack Israeli targets, then sneak back into the tunnels and return home as heroes. The station is used to broadcast messages directly from Hamas leadership. In the first days of the conflict, the group's spokesman encouraged Gaza residents to act as human shields, saying, quote, "Do not comply with the war of rumors and psychological warfare that the Zionist enemy is waging upon you." Al-Aqsa's news anchors also towed the party line. How many children has Hamas killed? 0, the anchor says. How many women has Hamas killed? 0. How many children has Israel killed? Over 400. How many did they hit? Thousands. Saying later, all of the martyrs are civilians. All of them. Al-Aqsa began to broadcast in Gaza in 2006, shortly after Hamas won a landslide victory in Palestinian elections. In 2007, they garnered international scrutiny with this children's program featuring a Mickey Mouse-like character named Farfor. Who was killed by an Israeli interrogator.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا.
Beyond the clear Hamas propaganda, Al-Aqsa TV also broadcasts from the field. They're often first on the scene of airstrikes, broadcasting some of the most searing images of this conflict. The Israelis say images like these are themselves propaganda, an effort by Hamas.
Now, I wonder if the entire organization is culpable, or when it comes to incitement, or would it be just
America.
This is Al-Aqsa. Oh, it's Dahieh. Wait, what did he say in
Is on the
2008?
conquest of the world.
أيها الأمريكان سيعاقبكم الله أن يعلن الله الحرب عليكم يا آكلي الربا. العلم الأمريكي بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى. هيئوا كل التحية إلى المقاومة الأفغانية في أفغانستان التي تمرغ أنف جيش أمريكا.
Oh, these are Al-Aqsa TV. What did they say? What is that little kid saying? We will wipe out the people of Zion.
أنكم وكأن الذي قتل يهودي واحد.
Al-Aqsa TV. Killing a single Jew is the same as killing 30 million Jews.
كأنه قتل 30 مليون يهودي.
لثأرا لا والله لن ينقضي على يهود هنا في فلسطين. هذا من أروع ألوان البركة الحقيقية لفلسطين. الله أكبر من أمريكا، هو أكبر من القوى العظمى، ونقول لهذا الغرب ستهزمون والله. والأمة العربية والإسلامية اليوم صاعدة ناهضة، سوف تستعيد زعامة العالم. الموت لإسرائيل، الموت لأمريكا، الموت لأمريكا.
All clips shown on this video were aired before the...
Okay. Crisis, nice one. All right, so what have they been saying since October 7th? Will Al-Aqsa TV be here as well? It probably would be. I mean, knowing these dipshits, they probably won't even... To view, guarantee it's a dead link. Let's go. No, it's not. Okay. We're just looking for Al-Aqsa TV clips, just curious. محمد ديف.
فإننا نعلن بدء عملية طوفان الأقصى، كما أننا نعلن بعون الله وقوته أن الضربة الأولى من عملية طوفان الأقصى، والتي استهدفت مواقع العدو ومطاراته وتحصيناته العسكرية خلال 20 دقيقة الأولى، قد تجاوزت 5000 صاروخ وقذيفة. يا جماهير شعبنا وأمتنا، يا أحرار العالم، اليوم يتفجر غضب الأقصى، غضب شعبنا، غضب أمتنا، غضب أحرار العالم. مجاهدون الأبرار، هذا يومكم لتفهموا هذا العدو المجرم أنه قد انتهى زمنه. اقتلوهم حيث ثقفتموهم. يا شبابنا في الضفة الغربية، يا كل أهلنا على اختلاف تنظيماتكم اليوم يومكم لتكنسوا هذا المحتل
Is it called Hamas TV or are you just making up names?
أرضنا في الضفة الغربية ولتجعلوه يدفع ثمن جرائمه طيلة السنوات العجاف الطوال. نظم هجماتكم على المستوطنات بكل ما يتاح لكم من وسائل وأدوات. اليوم نعم بدءا من اليوم
ينتهي الاحتلال.
عودة وإقامة يا أهل تحت الأقصى أكبر مما يظن ويعتقد.
Al Jazeera, don't really need that right now. Various social media, nope.
الحمد لله. العربية والإسلامية.
That's Al Jazeera.
إن ما جرى اليوم يكشف هشاشة هذا العدو. هذا العدو لحقت به اليوم هزيمة.
Yeah, how's it going now? Yeah, this is just Al Jazeera.
أيضا إلى المقاومة. إن المعركة تتعلق بأرض فلسطين.
Why are we skipping the Al Jazeera ones? Because I want to see examples of Al-Aqsa TV. Fucker. Unless you just want to watch all of this, like all these compilations, of which there are, I think, 3 or 4. Okay. Khalid Mishal. But these aren't really their... No, dang it. Okay. You want the music videos?
أن ننزل في الميادين.
Yemen. 9 minutes. Is he just talking
عملية
for...
عادية. هذه
Where's he?
بمثابة
Al Arabiya?
إعلان.
No. I feel like I watched this one.
نتنياهو هذا والغرب للأسف متواطئ. الشعوب يا أختي العزيزة.
قيدت حماس.
I don't think he's in Yemen. It's a Yemeni broadcaster.
هو المزيد. هل تطالب يعني فيما يتعلق بلبنان ويعني وأنت تتابع هذا
أسرع عند العدو كما أن تحصل هذه الخطوة، لكن هم أصحاب آلاف من الضفة الغربية. فبالتالي باختصار القانون عندنا يعني خلص أسرى مقابل أسرى. إحنا كان شليط أخذنا به 1000 وزيادة، اليوم عندنا عشرات من الضباط والجنود، وإن شاء الله سنبيض بهم السجون وكل أبنائنا وبناتنا في السجون من جميع الفصائل إن شاء الله.
Fuck me, man.
يتحرك على
Egypt.
يدرس في العلم. أفغانستان يعني كان مأذونا. الشيخ
I know that word. He said Afghanistan.
العلماء فتح كيف يفعلون مع تايوان ما فعلته كتائب القسام 7 أكتوبر. العرب يقدمون دروس للعالم.
TRT. Oh, you wanted TRT. Okay.
7 أكتوبر فتحت طريقا أوتوستراد هاي واي كبير نحو إزالة إسرائيل ونحو التحرير بإذن الله واستنقاذ القدس والأقصى. نريد كوكبة من العلماء تغير قواعد اللعبة كما فعل الشيخ عبد الله عزام في أفغانستان. ولا فقط أفغانستان يعني كان مأذونا. الشيخ عبد الله لم ينتظر أحدا، سواء أخذ الأمر على عاتقه وسار الناس خلفه. أنا أقول اليوم على العلماء أن يصدروا الفتوى وأن يحرضوا الأمة وأن يتحركوا وأن يضغطوا على الأنظمة وعلى الحكام أن يوقفوا المجزرة وأن يوفروا الإغاثة وأن يفتح معبر رفح. هناك أصدقاء من المسيحيين ومن حتى اليهود ومن اليسار العالم. هناك أصدقاء لنا في العالم وأنا أيضا أخاطب.
What did he say?
رفح. هناك أصدقاء من المسيحيين ومن
friends among the Christians, even the Jews, as well as the global left.
من حتى اليهود ومن اليسار العالم. هناك أصدقاء لنا في العالم.
We'll still kill them.
وأنا أيضا أخاطب يعني موسكو بكين، أخاطب روسيا والصين. موقفهم جيد وكان موقف الأمم المتحدة وموقفهم السياسي لكن هذه دول كبيرة عظمى تستطيع أن تفعل أكثر، بمعنى أنه تشكل إرادة. خلاص التفرد بعدين هذه فرصة، ما هي موسكو وبكين تسعيان إلى معادلة دولية ليس فيها الحكم القطبي الواحد. هذه فرصتكم.
It's kind of interesting to see that maybe that's one of their hopes. One of their hopes is that it might, like, the alienation of America will allow for a more multipolar distribution of world power. Okay, interesting. I don't think any of these are fucking Alexa TV, bro.
هي لا واحدة، لا لوجود إسرائيل، لا لوجود إسرائيل. وأنا أظن أن إسرائيل هي أس المشاكل في منطقتنا، وأن ذهاب إسرائيل من المنطقة سيفتح الباب لحل كل المشاكل في هذه المنطقة.
ولكن تعلم طيبا وجيدا أنه لا إمكانية الآن لرمي إسرائيل في البحر.
لا أتحدث عن رمي إسرائيل في البحر. الإسرائيليون في الأيام الماضية كتبوا في إعلامهم ما هي قيمة دولة كل مواطن فيها يحمل جواز سفر الدولة التي جاء منها، فليعودوا من حيث جاءوا. ما احنا ما بدناش نرمي حدا في البحر، يرجعوا محل ما اجوا، وسنسهل لهم طريق العودة الآمن أيضا كذلك.
واو.
أنا أعتقد أن هذه الجريمة ستكون وصمة عار في جبين بايدن وفي جبين بلينكن الذي نسي أنه وزير خارجية أمريكا وتذكر فقط أنه يهودي، ليكون مجتمعا يوم أمس في اجتماع الوزاري المصغر الذي قرر سلسلة من الجرائم نحن نراها الآن يتباكون على محرقة هتلر، ومحرقة هتلر تقف حقيرة أمام المحرقة التي يصنعون.
كما نحمل الإدارة الأمريكية ورئيسها بايدن ووزير خارجيته اليهودي على وجه الخصوص المسؤولية الأولى عن هذه الجريمة التي تتم بطائرات وصواريخ الولايات المتحدة.
Oh, Alexa TV 2014. Okay, this is another the Bumblebee. Okay. Oh, Bumblebee encourages the killing of Jews. Okay.
طيب اسمع يا صديقي، في عندكم يهود؟ صديقي يا قيس.
هسه لا.
طيب انا سمعت هم بيجوا عليكم كل يوم.
بس هسه لا.
طيب اسمع يا صديقي، اعمل ايدك هيك.
مخيم.
لما يجوا عندكم اضربهم بوكس. خلي وجهه بنداره.
ان شاء الله عشان نحرر فلسطين.
ان شاء الله. طيب على العموم يا روان، انا بقول له يمسك حجر، ولما يجي اليهود عنده يمسكوه وبوم.
طبعا الجيران اليهوديين عادي
يطبش عليهم
لو كانوا يهود، يعني جيرانه او صهاينه عادي. تولين ليش حابه تصيري شرطيه؟ ليش؟ زي مين؟
زي
عمه. مين عمه؟ احمد. هو شرطي؟ شو بيسوي طب الشرطي؟
بس الحرامي واللي بيعمل مشاكل
وبطخ اليهود، صح؟ انت بدك تصيري زيه؟ ان شاء الله لما تكبري. لما طخ اليهود كلهم؟
Bro, she's like 4 years old. What the fuck?
كلهم؟ طيب.
Okay, so I feel like in the context of war, unless they change their fucking agenda, I feel like this organization is probably targetable as during a war, right? They are clearly inciting violations of the Geneva Convention. Whoa, okay. So that's just one example of two journalists who were targeted by Israel in Gaza. I don't know if I need to find examples of what they've been doing, what they were doing during the war. I'm just wondering, someone asked me if I have a Google Doc on the journalists killed in the war. I'd imagine some of those journalists are not doing that shit. I'm just curious, given that they are all named, there's a website that's cataloged the names of every journalist that's been killed since the war. And I think a lot of them, they tell you how they died as well. So some of them were probably killed as like collateral or friendly fire, or not even friendly fire, but like shrapnel and possibly just like mistakes. But I wonder if it would be worth grabbing the names of all of them and finding out exactly what what organizations they were working for, what they were doing, what they were accused of doing. Did that page just say retarded bomb? Oh, yeah. When you look up dumb bombs on Wikipedia, there's a section called retarded bombs. Yeah. I hear war zones are pretty dangerous. Yeah, but that's not an excuse to target journalists. So, I mean, we know like an obvious one is pre-war, you've got Shireen Abu Akleh, who was obviously not doing anything wrong and was killed by the IDF. So that's like a pretty clear example. But this person is on the Committee to Protect Journalists, and I think they're but I don't know what their profile is for killed in their car, died in Al-Shifa, struck as a vehicle identified as TV. They wrote to Netanyahu requesting supporting evidence for IDF claims of militant activity on the part of journalists. Provided general context against Hamas and the nature of Al-Aqsa TV, but did not specifically address the question of how did Israel determine those targeted, did not deserve civilian protections afforded to all journalists. Now, I wonder for IHL, the question is whether or not it's the organization as a whole that loses protection, or is it just the individual journalists? I'd be interested in just going, I wonder if it would take, how long it would take to just go through. Could Hamas journalists be targeted under international law? Not just for being a journalist, no. It has to be if they're doing journalism that is part of an incitement campaign, basically. So we could probably do like an Obsidian doc on the law and then go through the names and just see what the IDF said, what other evidence says, and then just like maybe like a green or yellow or red determination for whether or not they were targetable. Are there any Israeli journalists that this would count for? Journalists? I don't know, but I've seen public figures in Israel say some pretty fucking insane shit. Like that podcaster that voted that, like that Israeli podcasters who spoke about killing like all the Palestinians or deporting them. Channel 14, maybe? Yeah. Jack O'Lantern, thanks for the tier 2 sub for a whole year. Jewish Voice Settlement News, yep. So you're saying Farfor is a valid target? You know. But I wonder if it depends on the organization or if it's just on the individuals in the organization. Human Rights Watch said there was no evidence they had been Hamas operatives or engaged in any military activity. That's not the question that's being asked. The question is whether or not they are. The IDF did not respond to the query, but said it sees great importance in preserving the freedom of press and professional work of journalists. Okay. The thing is, I don't know if I can find any like work from these journalists in particular, or whether or not that matters if they were just part of the organization and reporting for them. Like if you're an accessory to the fucking project. Hamas military commander calls for further attacks on October 8th. Where did he say this? Mohammed Daif. I don't think this is Al-Aqsa TV, is it? Where did he say this? We're gonna theme tune. Theme tune. I just want to see what this was recorded on. What'll I tell you? Al Jazeera. Oh, he did it on Al Jazeera.
في ظل هذه الجرائم المتواصلة بحق أهلنا وشعبنا.
Okay. Daughter of suicide terrorist sings to her mother. Okay. Al-Aqsa TV.
شايلة ايه بين احضانك يا ماما مكاني لعبة ليا او هدية جايبها لي ماما ريم ليه لبستي طرحتك انت خارجة ماما برا طب ارجعي يا ماما معرفش من غيرك انا غير لما تحكي لنا الحكاية عايزة عشان أمي
Okay.
ماما لساني دلوقتي
Oh, wait.
دمعت عينينا كنت شايلة
Carry the bomb in your hands. Soldiers. Is she about to fucking pop off? Okay.
تسلم خطاك وتسلم المسرى رسولنا يا ريتني كنت انا عبيدة هناك معاكي وبلغي رسولنا السلام قولي له بتحب الضحى وحب مش هيكون كلام انا بعد ما
You might get copyright strike. I don't think they. Shut the fuck up. I'm following in her steps. Uh-oh. Oh, what's in the drawer? Stick of dynamite. Oh. Okay, that's fucking mental. That's okay. Hey. Goes pretty hard.
And the path back to Israel. Strike Package A has 568 kilometers to hit the target, and then they have to fly back. So that's a total of 1,136 kilometers. They will be running on fumes when they get back. I don't even know if Israel would actually approve this mission because it's so close. They'll have about 5% of their fuel left.
Islamic. I don't really know how much that has to do with Islam. I feel like even before like pre 9/11, I always thought that suicide bombing was generally seen by most groups as like a kind of affront to Islam. I think even the Taliban before the American occupation were against suicide bombing. Was it the Taliban or who was it? There was some group that. There was some particular group that was it Al Qaeda, or there was some group in particular that was against suicide bombing until the 2000s onwards. Like, it's not like a fucking ingrained thing. Anyway.
left. But they will probably burn less fuel on the return since they won't have any bombs on board, and maybe if it's safe to do so, they'll even jettison their AMRAAM missiles to reduce even more weight and squeak every possible mile of fuel out of the return trip. There and back will probably take about an hour. Then Strike Package B, they'll probably take a little under an hour. They're a little better on fuel, but Strike Package A is priority on fuel.
He's really going detailed.
Note that the cap takes fuel as needed, but since they have to stay up for an hour or so, they're probably burning as much fuel as Strike Package A, but they're probably lighter due to their air-to-air loadout. Now everybody has to get back home. That's another 1,115 kilometers. So refuel over trouble Iraq as we enter Jordan. Now, all that being said, a strike on Iran by Israel with 20 F-35s is definitely theoretically possible. I just want to remind you of the human factor for a second here. Israel will probably launch at night to preserve operational security and minimize casualties to civilian workers
just like
targets.
Dresden.
I love every single one of my Iranian fans, and there are quite a few of them. But night watchmen and any technicians on the overnight shifts at these facilities will become casualties. And that's just kind of how war goes. If Iran could stop lobbing missiles at Israel, that would be great. So please do that. Now, all of this kind of negates the other factors of the operation, like where do the planes divert to if there's a maintenance problem? How do the Israelis do search and rescue? That actually might be where the KC-130Hs come in. They could theoretically fly into Iran with Israeli CH-53K helicopters and just set up a base somewhere in the Kurdish areas and use that to launch rescue operations of any Israelis who are shot down or run out of fuel. That level of audacity would be incredible, and Israel has no shortage of audacity. But that being said, we tried that with Operation Eagle Claw, so hopefully it'll work out a little bit better for the Israelis. Also, this negates Iranian air defenses. I'm using straight lines. Planes might have to fly further out of the way to avoid surface-to-air missile radars. And I really don't know enough about where Iranian surface-to-air missile locations are. The F-35 is a great plane, but it's not totally invisible. And I also assume no air-to-air combat in this scenario.
This guy like retweeting his own fucking arguments with me. Why do people do this? He actually retweeted, "You fuck off, motherfucker. Read this, asshole." Oh no. Troublesome. Anyway.
Scenario, dogfights burn a lot of gas. If Israel is lucky, Iran's Air Force will either stay on the ground or maybe they can be engaged from beyond visual range. You might want to try to add in different types of planes on the spreadsheet. For example, you might want to use the F-15 for a cap mission since it holds a heck of a lot more missiles and gas. And it's escorting tankers, which aren't exactly stealthy, so you might not necessarily need a stealth fighter to protect these tankers. Also note that Israel might try to destroy Iran's oil facilities, so again, feel free to work the spreadsheet in with those numbers and distances. Two other options I want to talk about. Israel does have long-range ballistic missiles, specifically the Jericho 3, but I believe those missiles have nuclear warheads if Israel has nuclear weapons, and using nuclear warheads on an Iranian nuclear site would be nuts. If a conventional version of the Jericho 3 missile exists, and Israel hasn't said whether it does or it doesn't,
what's mad about this shirt is it doesn't actually even button up more than this. Look at it. It's like it just wants me to show this much. I don't like it. Huh.
Those could be used in a strike. But Iran does operate the S-300 air defense system, which can be used to shoot down ballistic missiles. Whether it's going to be any good at that is in question. But they do have a lot of data from Russia, and Russia shooting down incoming Ukrainian ballistic missiles. So having ballistic missiles strike Iranian targets might be a bigger issue than you might think. Israel also might try to launch some sort of kamikaze drones or cruise missiles from Kurdish areas. I'm not sure if the warheads of those drones would be up to the task of penetrating an underground bunker. There's a reason you use a 2,000-pound penetrating bomb. So that's it. In a nutshell, the IF strike on Iranian nuclear facilities is certainly possible with their existing amount of tankers they have today, although it won't be a massive attack. Now, I could be wrong about some of this. I'd love for you to let me know what I'm wrong about in the comments below. Israel might have a few other tricks up its sleeve too, like, you know, exploding pagers wasn't on my bingo card, right? But when it comes to whenever someone says, oh, Israel's going to strike, whatever, you know, to paraphrase Mr. Rogers, look for the tankers, because it's the tankers that determine the scope of any response. And if you want to support the channel, get one of my Alcoholics Moving Cargo shirts from Bunker Branding, because you can't kick ass without tanker gas. Head on over to my Substack if you want that spreadsheet. And thank you so much for watching.
I think that we always say that no one really appreciates tankers as much as tankers, but I think that we do play a very vital role in the fight, and you see that when you're in Afghanistan.
The boom is the long tube-piece on the back of the plane. You can lower it, maneuver it, fly it around, and in the center there's another inner tube. You can extend it, retract it, and it's crucial because it's what provides the boom operator the ability to pass fuel from the tanker to the receiver on the other end. Well, the boom operator only controls the boom from the back and flies it into position.
Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. No idea if any of that's going to come true, but I admire his confidence in his predictions. My God. Okay. Did Taylor Lorenz just leave the Washington Post? Oh no. New shirt? This is not that new. It's like a month old. I've worn it before. Trying to answer as best as I can here. God. All right. Fuck. What am I looking for? I'm tired today, man. I'm not that with it right now. I'm off the ball. Let me get my super chats. Hang on. Fan funding. Whoa, Labib Hassan, thanks for the $4.99. Do you think Arab leaders are secretly grateful for what Israelis are doing to the Iranian regime and its proxies? It probably depends. Probably not, because it also puts a lot of pressure on them from their own public, because even though they're dictatorships, they still have to keep their citizens somewhat happy. And I think them watching Israel kill a bunch of Arabs and not doing anything is probably not great for their PR. Just a thought, but other people will be fine with it. I think Syrians don't give a fuck. They're really happy to see the Axis getting smashed up. Probably varies. And T, thanks for the $3. First, Jesus Christ, now Farfar. Is anything sacred? Hey, I don't know. It's pretty rough out there, man. The fucking Hamas propaganda sphere. Ooh. What did the Supreme Leader say? How long did he talk for? He spoke for a while, didn't he? 25 minutes?
Because live now to Tehran, where the Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is leading Friday prayers. He's delivering a rare public sermon and speech. Let's listen in.
It is part and parcel of the solidarity among the believers, among all those who believe.
As far as I know, he doesn't do these public appearances very often, does he? Was this a special occasion?
Resonated throughout many parts of our Holy Scripture.
First in 5 years.
However, this particular verse speaks about of the ultimate consequence of our solidarity as one Muslim nation. It is the mercy. God will grant us mercy, which means if we are standing together, side by side, joining hands, joining forces, we will be granted mercy from God. The verse ends with that God is all-knowing, all the wise. This is the end of the verse. God is knowing and is wise. This particular verse of the Holy Scripture speaks of the consequence of our solidarity. The consequence is mercy. We will be granted mercy, and that is the wisdom, all the blessings, all the incidents of throughout our human life are nothing but mercy, and such mercy is linked to God's grace and wisdom.
You're watching Al Jazeera. It is 08:33 GMT. We're bringing you live pictures from Tehran, where Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is leading Friday prayers. It's a rare occasion for him to do so, particularly to speak as we are expecting him to after the public sermon. This is, of course, following a massive missile attack which was ran Lebanese, the killing and the events in just a few days ago. We are expecting Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to make reference to the killing and the events in Lebanon and elsewhere across the region in the speech that we are waiting for, which should come in the next few minutes. I want to go to Rasul Sada, who is live for us in Tehran. This is a moment of extreme...
Are they going to have him talking again?
Public
Israel. Is that all of it talking videos? The fuck? Oh, here we go.
Emir also several
forgive me for interrupting you, but I do want to take our viewers back to the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is speaking in relation to some of the incidents that have been happening over the last few days as he's leading prayers on Friday.
This is the policies adopted by our enemy to sow the seeds of division, to sow the seeds of sedition, and to drive a wedge among all the Muslims. The enemies of the Muslim nation are the same enemies to the Palestinians, to the Lebanese, to the Egyptians, and to the Iraqis. They are the enemies to the Yemeni people, to the Syrian people. Our enemy is one. And the policies adopted by the enemy in these various countries vary. On one occasion, it is a psychological warfare. In another, it is an economic warfare. And in a third country, it is a military warfare. Their operation room is one. They receive the same orders, and their orders is to target and hit the Muslim peoples. If their policies of sowing the seeds of division succeed in one country, they may prevail in one country, and once they seize control of one country, they move to the other. Therefore, we should be vigilant. We should be conscious. We should be aware. When we see the enemies moving to target one Muslim people, we should remain conscious, and we should act in support of those people, simply to foil the schemes of the enemy. Once the enemy succeeds in their scheme in one country, they move to the other. For years, the Arab and Muslim nations have been unaware, yet today we must remain vigilant. We should roll up our sleeves from Afghanistan to Gaza to Lebanon. We should move and act. We should roll up our sleeves, get prepared for action. And this is what I wanted to start.
Oh, sorry, I just got a PayPal donation for £36.16. It's very precise. Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
My sermon with, first, to our brothers in Lebanon and Palestine, who have been reeling under all types of injustice. The Islamic laws of defense, the Iranian constitution, as well as the international man-made laws, all of which have laid down the rules of defense. Even the man-made laws, which were not drafted by us, all of which have laid down the rules of self-defense. Each and every country, each and every people has the ultimate right to defend itself against any outside tyranny. These words literally mean that the Palestinian people has this ultimate right to defend themselves against the enemy who has occupied their land, killed their children, and destroyed their homes and farmlands. This is a basic principle cherished in all constitutions and the laws. The Palestinian people have a lawful right to defend themselves, to stand up to those criminals, those occupation forces. There is not a single court or international organization to object to the Palestinians' lawful established rights to defend themselves against the Israeli occupation forces. They cannot blame the Palestinian people on the basis of any rule or law to challenge the Lebanese people or the Palestinians.
Do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves from falling ballistic debris? Good one.
Palestinian people simply for defending their homeland. This established principle is cherished in every single law. The Palestinians are defending their homeland, and such defense is legitimate and lawful. Therefore, Al-Aqsa flood, which was launched by Gaza, which took place a year ago, was a lawful response. It was a lawful act of resistance, a lawful act of self-defense. It is the right of the Palestinian people. The Lebanese people rose in support of the Palestinian people. And this is also a lawful response in line with reason, law, and international legitimacy. It is also the actions taken by our armed forces a few nights ago was a lawful response. The operations carried out by our armed forces was the least as a response against the Zionist occupation in return for the heinous crimes perpetrated by this bloodthirsty criminal entity. Any and all the responsibilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be fulfilled fully and completely. And in performance of our responsibility, we will not falter yet, but we will not act irrationally. We will not act out of impulse.
Okay.
We will take the necessary action according to the directives handed down by our political and military leadership. As was the case in the past, it will be in the future. In the second part of my sermon, I will address the developments in Lebanon.
Yeah.
I will also address our Arab and Muslim brothers. As God says in the Holy Scripture, In the name of Allah, the Omnipotent, the Merciful, may God's blessings be upon His Prophet, Messenger, and may eternal glory be to God Almighty. May God's peace and blessings be upon Prophet Muhammad, and His grace be upon Ali, Fatima, and the followers and the companions of the Prophet. And we pray to God Almighty to accept in His mercy all the next of kin and all the followers till the day of judgment. I was of the opinion that the best way to commemorate the memories of my brother, the all-beloved, the eloquent tongue of the peoples of the region, and the jewel of the crown of Lebanon, His Eminence late Hassan Nasrallah. I was of the opinion that the best way to commemorate his memory in this ceremony is to address certain issues. This sermon and this address is directed to the entire Muslim nation. Yet in particular, it is addressed to both the Palestinian and Lebanese people who are inflicted with the demise of the fallen martyr Hassan Nasrallah. What a loss. What a loss. We are saddened and grieved by his demise. Yet this does not mean any confusion. We are saddened, yet inspired. His demise will instill aspiration and hopes among ourselves. His Eminence, His late Eminence, Hassan Nasrallah, has departed in his body, yet his spirit, policies and aspirations will remain amongst us. He was the ultimate beacon for resistance in the face of all the occupation forces. He was the great manifestation of all the aggrieved. He was the ultimate defender of those aggrieved. He has always been in support of them. His popularity has crossed the borders of Lebanon, Iran, and beyond. His demise will reinforce his policies, aspirations, and spirit.
Ooh! Broke my record. It's taken me months to get a new record. 148 words per minute. Shit. What did I start on? 178. Okay. Not bad. Fuck. I was plateauing for ages. Then I dipped. Progress is not linear. But the new record will go here, right? Because it was, what was it before? 146. Oh, shit. Okay, we're getting it back. The average is still a bit low, but we can pick it up again. Okay. But we were doing so, look at this progress. Boom, 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 boom. And then it's flat since August. Okay. Okay. The spirit of Nasrallah in my fingers. True.
Chief among his messages to you and to the Lebanese people was not to get overwhelmed by despair as a result of the departure of any figure, like what happened with Musa Sadr or Abbas al-Musawi. and not to be inflicted with hesitation or confusion on the course of our quest, and not to fail victims to despair, yet to continue.
You're watching Al Jazeera. These are live pictures from Tehran. This is Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's been leading Friday prayers, has also been leading a commemoration of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Lebanese armed movement Hezbollah, who was killed in an Israeli missile strike a few days ago. The Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had also referred to what he described as a common enemy for the Muslim nations of the world, including the Palestinians, the Lebanese, Egyptian people. He named several others. He said that each and every country has the right to defend itself against outside tyranny. He said this means the Palestinian people who have the ultimate right to defend themselves. He also spoke of Operation, as he called it, Al-Aqsa Flood, the name that was given to the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October the 7th. He described that as a lawful act of resistance.
That's a nice little abrupt cut there. We love those. Okay. What's Novara saying about it?
Killing 2,000 Lebanese in 2 weeks, in order to legitimate killing 100,000 people in Gaza, in order to legitimate extrajudicial killings of the political leader of Hamas in Tehran, killing diplomacy staff of Iran and Syria. You know, you could go on infinitely with this stuff. The killing of nuclear scientists in Iran, in Tehran, by the Mossad. You know, Stuxnet virus, these are all breaches of international law, but international law doesn't exist for Israel. And of course, in order to create a license for that, an alibi for that, you have to create this idea that somehow Hamas is as dangerous as the Third Reich and the Wehrmacht. And as I've said repeatedly, Iran, which is of course a major regional player, can't lay a glove on Israel. It can disincentivize what it's doing in Lebanon. It can, you know, make the costs very high, but ultimately it can't destroy Israel. Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel has F-35s. Israel has the Mossad. Israel has an open blank check from Washington. It has tens of billions of dollars of aid when it needs it, when it asks for it, okay? But somehow it's represented by people like Emma Barnett. I'm not saying she did it right there, but people in the media class that give that kind of performance as if, you know, Israel is moments away from decimation and destruction. Unless they can kill civilians with impunity, then it won't exist anymore. And you have this strange contradiction with Israeli politics. We want to be a normal country. Israel.
What have they done to their mics? It's not his voice. That's not his tone of his voice. They've done something to these mics or to their mixers, maybe to their mixers, that just makes it sound so boxy. I don't know what they've done. Harsh and boxy. I don't know who their sound guy is, but it's something weird's going on there.
Is meant to be the land of Jewish people. They have a right to self-determination, just like anybody else. We just want to be normal. Well, normal countries don't breach international law 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They don't go around killing diplomats. And by the way, it's not just, you might say, well, Iranian diplomats in Syria. I don't care. There was a Scandinavian diplomat, a human rights diplomat, who was tasked with trying to solve the problem of Israel-Palestine. Bernadotte something, I can't remember. In 1946-47, he was tasked with trying to sort this out as part of a broader UN mission. He was assassinated because he was trying to create a fair settlement between the Palestinians and the Israelis. He was killed by far-right Zionist militias. Okay? The King David Hotel bombing, 91 people died, I think in 1947, including many British service personnel. Hundreds of British soldiers died. In the Mandate of Palestine, killed by the Irgun, the Lehi, the Stern Gang, far-right Israeli Zionist militias.
So you like listing the Lehi and Stern Gang as if they're different organizations. It's the same name for two different names for the same organization.
Hundreds of them. And yet, apparently, those people were fighting for civilization. They were holding back the
Folk Bernadotte, Scandinavian, assassinated by the Lehi. Okay.
Muslim hordes. The slightest engagement with the history, with the reality, with a little bit of scholarship, reveals all of this.
Did I say Stern Gang was good? No, Stern Gang's Lehi. Yeah, because Stern Gang is Lehi. Yeah.
Stuff to be complete and utter nonsense, which is why, to borrow a term from Steve Bannon, Israel and broadly the Zionist lobby has to flood the zone with shit. Because if we have a sensible, informed, calm debate, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I think that's all really important points. I suppose the reason that interview got to me so much is just because I've never seen a clearer example of someone sort of interviewing a sort of Western aligned politician and speaking to them as if they're a legitimate voice and actually being quite. She deferred to her essentially.
Emma Barnett is quite mental. She's very right wing, but okay.
Say, okay, I'll accept your premise. I'll accept your premise there. Being really, really respectful, and then
this man is a self-hating. Neither of these people are Jewish. What are you talking about? Bastani's like half Iranian. What the fuck? You guys are weird. Okay.
The moment you're speaking to a politician from a country that's not a Western-aligned nation, you're speaking to them like they're some sort of uppity student activist. I thought it was just quite racist, really. Aaron Bastani, let's wrap up there. It's been a lively Friday.
Okay. It's always good to check in every now and then. Okay. What do I want to do? There's a Kamala campaign event. That might be refreshing. Hang on. There's like this, I always wonder
I want
about
to talk
these.
to you.
I feel like I should never trust anything any of these people say, any of these channels. But I'm curious what like a military channel, I think this is a military channel, Task and Purposes, would say about the Lebanese, the Second Lebanon War. Does anyone know who this channel is? Is this reliable, or did you get to the Mueller report? Got bored. Did you watch the Fuentes-Dean debate? No. Who's Dean? This guy was on the Bridges podcast. Oh. Who the fuck is Dean? Why do I need to watch a Fuentes debate? What? Fuentes? I don't watch Fuentes debates. I watch Fuentes for the fucking 2-minute funnies that he does sometimes. What do they talk about? 19-year-old debate talent on Christianity. Okay. Gay leftist. Oh, Karolyn Borisenko did a... Remember her? Fucking Karolyn Borisenko. Fuentes debates some gay leftist. Okay. Who is this guy?
All right, so the next subject that we agreed upon was Christianity, but to make it interesting, Nick,
Jubilee?
We can
Jubilee guy?
be more specific. We could talk about Christian nationalism.
Sure.
Is this the Jubilee guy?
Okay, so the subject will be, is Christian nationalism good or bad?
Okay.
And, well, let's start with Nick because we started with Dean last time. We'll do let's do 3-minute intro. I'll give you a 1-minute warning, and then I'll give Dean a 3-minute intro, and then we'll go free flowing. And if it's interruptions, we'll time it. But I think it was good so far. But Nick, take the floor in 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I believe that America should have a religious government. We should have a Christian Catholic government. And, you know, we have to face the fact that liberalism has failed. And the best example that liberalism is failing is that we're not having enough kids. The society, the civilization that doesn't have kids will cease to exist, and it will lose, and it is losing. Liberalism around the world is receding, and these more ancient, tribal, perennial cultures are thriving. Islam is the fastest growing religion. China is on the rise. Tribalism, racialism, all these things, all these revanchist, historic ideologies are on the rise.
So he's already, like, I feel like these sweeping statements are so stupid. The Chinese birth rate's a fucking issue as well. Okay.
And they're all beating back liberalism because liberalism is weak. It is ineffectual. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy. People are not having kids. It's just sort of like anti-human and inimical to the human body. So, I mean, in addition to Catholicism and Christianity being true, liberalism is clearly bankrupt. Liberalism is clearly having a hard time. I think we should replace our state religion of liberalism with the state religion of Christianity. And I'm interested to see where Dean wants to take it, because obviously it's a huge topic, but I think we should have a Catholic country, not a liberal atheist one.
Yeah, I think that there's...
By the way, the birth rate for Iran has been declining as well. It's just like any nation that does well in terms of industry or urbanization or whatever, like economic growth, is going to have a declining birth rate. So, okay.
A lot of...
Is it per 1,000? So still a bit higher. 15 births per 1,000 people. Europe, it's 9.8. But it's not exactly... It's like a constant decline for Iran as well. But, okay.
Different ways that a conversation about Christian nationalism can go. I mean, I've debated people on Christian nationalism before that will concede even if Christianity's false, right? We should still be, right, a country that upholds Christian nationalism because it promotes better outcomes. But I think there's a couple points there that you made. I just like to respond to real quick about declining birth rates, immigration. That's crazy. Then about, you know, a couple of the other points that you brought up. I particularly think that Christian nationalism is bad because it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. Given like the Christian religion, right, we are led to believe that particular things are wrong because God said so. You said that you're a Catholic. I think in the Catholic faith, you'll kind of have a different range on how bad things are. Something can be a mortal sin, a venial sin. But something that I'd say here that is a very absurd conclusion given Christian nationalism is shit like blasphemy. So like blasphemy, as defined by the Bible, is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Does that mean that people should go to jail for life for blasphemy? Well, I don't know, because we know that people should go to jail for life for murder, and if blasphemy is worse than murder, and we're operating under a system in a society with a government that legislates on the basis of the Bible and these foundational beliefs as prescribed by Christianity, are we going to start sending people to jail for blasphemy too? I don't see how you'd be able to respond to that. I don't. And then like a couple other things that we could say here. The Bible promotes very harmful bad beliefs. I mean, 1 Samuel 15:3, God tells Saul and his men to genocide the Amalekite men, women, and girls. I bet if I was to engage in a conversation with this guy specifically about 1 Samuel 15:3, he'll end up saying that sometimes genocide's okay. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. God tells the Israelites that they can own the non-Israelites as human property for life. I bet if I was to have a conversation with this guy about that topic, he'd end up saying that no, slavery hasn't always been wrong, alongside other things, right? So we could talk about how Christianity is false.
the Israelites.
We could talk about how it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. We could talk about the absurdities that are already present in the Bible. But one last point that I'd like to bring up is if you're going to make an argument on the basis of the efficacy and the outcomes in which it would generate in society, which seemingly you started to there, well, what if we find another religion that generates better outcomes than the one that you hold to? Okay, so if the reason that you want a Christian nation is because it will promote human well-being and happiness, people are going to be having more kids and following these commandments, they'll be doing good, no degeneracy, none of that shit. Well, what if I told you that the LDS church had even better outcomes than the Catholic church? Would you all of a sudden be in support of an LDS-led state? Probably not. Okay, right? So
who the fuck does this guy? This guy's like 19 years old. Who's he been talking to anticipate these arguments? What the fuck? Okay.
Another contradiction on its own. So feel free to kind of pick and choose there, respond to the point that you want, take it away.
Yeah, so you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one,
Classic
the people
Fuentes.
that have liberalism are killing themselves. Okay, so the people that invented liberalism, that live in liberal societies, literally and figuratively are killing themselves. They're committing suicide. They're dying.
Well, the guy that you worship
okay, are you going to interrupt me like 30 seconds into my rebuttal? That's crazy. No confidence in liberalism. They commit suicide. They die from despair. They're addicted to drugs, all kinds of things. They're all dying over there. Okay, we're dying in America. We're dying in Europe. And by the way, these people come from non-liberal or illiberal societies, and then their birth rate goes down. So even if you wanted to argue, oh, well, like, we could salvage liberalism with an endless supply of immigration from illiberal societies that have kids, when they get here, their birth rate goes down. And these are not liberal people. They come from illiberal places like China or Africa or Latin America. They come here, they assimilate, and within a few generations, the birth rate goes down because liberalism is suicidal. With regard to the question about efficacy and outcomes, I'm not arguing that we should have the religion with the best efficacy. I said liberalism has failed. And we know it's failed because it's committing suicide. So clearly liberalism as a system is not working. And that's why, it's such a radical notion. People think that we would have blasphemy laws or religious laws. They think it's a radical notion. It's unthinkable. The current system must be replaced. It's an imperative. It's not a question of, whether or how or anything like that. It simply must be because it will cease to exist. And so that's really the crux of the argument.
Assuming that all these ideas can only be inherited through fucking birth, it seems like liberalism is self-perpetuated fairly well. despite birth rates going down, because we can educate people, we can have migrants who become educated and compatible with the liberal system as well, especially in America, because in America, the only people who are threatening the liberal order are fucking white people. It's right-wing, white, fat fucking Republicans who can't even climb a wall. It's a bit of a fallacy there to assume that, like, just because liberals stop having babies, then that means that the other groups who had babies won't also grow up to have liberal values or to be compatible with them.
Be Catholicism. It's because Catholicism.
Also, liberalism doesn't even need people to be liberal, really. Like, you can have people with illiberal ideas and illiberal beliefs, but again, like, it feels like liberalism is quite good at sustaining people who have those kinds of alternate beliefs. Because, for example, like, no matter how popular it seems like the radical anti-liberal left becomes, like, they can still, most of them actually do function as liberals. Like, they don't challenge the system, they don't break the law, they don't fucking, they do their protests, but ultimately, like, from cradle to grave, they live perfectly functional within the boundaries set by the society that they grew up in. It's actually the same with a lot of right-wingers as well. Most Trump supporters didn't actually try to overthrow the Capitol, so...
Is true, but the point I'm trying to make is for people that say it's so radical that we
especially comparing it to the fucking instability of what, like, the Islamic world, like Iran, where everyone fucking hates the regime and they have to suppress nationwide riots every few fucking years because of how despised they are, and like how many people have to leave the country and end up becoming the most anti-Iran voices in the world. Like, for example, like, if someone's going to hate Iran because they're Iranian and they don't live in Iran. Like, that person's going to hate Iran. China, really? With their, like, restive population and them having to give union rights and shit like that, like, a decade ago, because their growing middle class is becoming a lot more frustrated with the system as well. It's like, it's comparing it to, there's a kind of, like, unspoken comparison that Fuentes is making where he's comparing liberalism to a perfect self-perpetuating society.
Would go backwards. I would say we went backwards with liberalism, as evidenced by the fact that it's not even reproducing itself. And that's a huge problem. With regard to the stuff about the Old Testament, I mean, look, the Catholic Church, Christians today are not in favor of genocide or slavery. If you want to get into that, this is just like new atheism 101. Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist or something?
I'm an agnostic, but I wouldn't particularly use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is false. I use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion's absurd. To say that your religion is false,
I just wanted to ask you that, and then let me finish the last point. So it's very funny when atheists who have no objective source of morality, it's like, their morality is something like, hey man, just leave everybody alone. What if I disagree? What if my morality says, well, I want to kill everybody or something? What if the majority of people said our morality says, well, we want to harm and we want to rape and we want to do this and that? An atheist has no God that says, well, so-and-so has the authority to say this is correct. That's a problem. And yet they have a problem with blasphemy laws. It is good to have a God that is a source of authority, that gives us our morality, that is unquestionable. With regard to the Old Testament, if you want to get into the debate about, what's bad, I would start with the question of how do you know what's bad? You claim that certain things are bad. You don't know where good and bad comes from. And how do we know the good and bad are even real? If we're all material, if we're only atoms and we don't have souls, why does it matter what happens to any of us? I mean, what is justice? Is there such a thing as the conceptual? If there is only matter, where is the conceptual? Can we see it? Can we feel it? Is it located somewhere?
Do you want to respond to those points?
So, and I'm making a point here. I'll wrap it up quickly. So for an atheist to point to the Old Testament and say, well, how could...
It's not a really good argument either, because even Fuentes is making secular arguments for why liberalism should go. He said because it's not self-perpetuating. It destroys itself because of birth rates. Like, again, that's not really like a religious argument for liberalism. Human survival is you can argue that you don't need religion to be even like a moral realist. You can say, I think the argument would be that humans are evolved to like every other species, we're evolved to have like survival mechanisms. And it seems to be that what separates humans from a lot of other animals is that our survival mechanism, our most important one, is communication and cooperation. Like, we're a collective species. That's why we are a million times more than the sum of our parts. When we come together as a collective, we can build cities and roads and fucking sewage systems and all kinds of beautiful things. And the fact that we can do that depends on the most people being able to be taken care of, or be able to survive, so that they can provide their services to the other humans. So the point of being a collective is that we all have to do okay. We can't have one person just stomping over the rest of the collective, because then we wouldn't survive. So you could argue that in a sense that is an objective morality, at least as much as possible. It's objective as much as possible, in that our own survival as human beings depends on it. It depends on cooperation, and it depends on not. And if you logically think about it, if we have a society that can maximize human happiness for as many people as possible, then logically you would want policies that are most likely to achieve that. That's why it makes logical sense to have all people are created equal, that people shouldn't be slaves, because otherwise, if we start enslaving people, then very much like the whole value of humans being maximizing their happiness is very much hindered, because a huge chunk of the human population is having their happiness absolutely like strained. Anyway, okay.
A God who does these things be so immoral? I would say to the godless, what is moral, and who are we if we're not just stardust being rearranged? I mean, slavery, these things, these are conceptual. It can only exist with a real philosophical viewpoint, not with this kind of lame, like, Sky Daddy isn't real sort of stuff. So, there's just a lot of assumptions there that kind of need to be interrogated.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what needs to be interrogated is the fact that you asked me, well, what do I do if a group of people likes to murder, rape, and kill others? What if God said that?
Wow.
I think that's a question that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to rape and kill a baby, would you do it?
Well, God would never do that, because God is good and those things are evil.
Okay, so raping and killing is evil. So when he commanded people to kill the babies in the Amalekite in 1 Samuel 15:3, that was evil?
God is telling us to rape and kill babies right now?
So specifically about killing, in 1 Samuel 15:3, he did command Saul and his men to kill the Amalekite babies.
Rape babies? He told them to rape babies?
No, to kill babies.
Well, yeah, then if I were one of those guys, I would have done it, but not rape them.
Okay, so if God commanded you to kill a baby today...
killing babies, okay, yeah. But raping them, I'm sorry. I feel like you've crossed the line there, bucko. So you would disobey God if he said rape. Oh, but God would never do that. God's good. Well, why did he say kill them? But he didn't say rape them. Fucking little goblin.
Would you
Bro.
Yes.
I you know what? Whenever I argue with these Christians, I just try to, I don't really care that much about the Bible and all this shit, so I avoid that. I just try to address them on more like rational terms. I don't know if I need to, though. I think sometimes to argue with Christians, you actually do just need to bait them with the most insane shit, because they'll accept it and they'll just let themselves, fuck, it's actually much easier than I thought. Okay,
so why would you kill a baby but you wouldn't rape a baby?
Because that would be cruel or something.
Wait, is killing a baby not cruel?
In the Old Testament, it worked differently.
No, I'm talking about you particularly said that you would kill a baby today if God asked you, but you wouldn't rape a baby if God asked you. So how can you kill a baby today but not rape a baby?
Because the context of the Old Testament is that it's a fallen world, and that's the context you're talking about. You said that in the Old Testament,
dude, we're not talking about dude. Please answer my question.
We literally are.
Non-answer.
Well, if we're not talking about wait. If we're not talking about the Old Testament, what are we talking about?
About the fact that you told me today, if God commanded you to kill a baby, you would do it. And then I followed that up by asking you, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you said
God
no,
would do that
because
it's
that's
evil.
Cruel. Okay, so killing a baby today, you would do if God commanded it, but raping a baby today, you wouldn't do because God wouldn't command it.
Well, first of all,
are you making the implication that killing a baby today is
so
evil?
Unfazed. Look at him go.
No. What you said is that in the Old Testament...
Okay, so then you wouldn't do that either, right?
Well, hang on. Let's rewind. Let's rewind, because you said in the Bible, God says to rape babies. Can you just retract that? Because that never happened. No, if you rewind...
Cling.
Yeah, okay. People can rewind the clip. You said kill and rape babies because you got to rape people because you got a little ahead of yourself. Because you got a little ahead of yourself.
Nick, I will literally clear this up so easily. Okay. If I said God commanded Saul and his men to rape babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, I misspoke. In 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to kill babies.
Yes, he misspoke. Take it. Take the misspeak, Nick. Take it. You need any help you can get right now. Come on. He's literally fucking 8 feet in the fucking grave, and someone has offered him this tiny little piece of straw, and he's like, he misspoke. Get it. Fuck. I don't even think he misspoke. Yeah, he didn't. He probably didn't. But listen, Nick needs all the help he can get, okay?
But you are not answering my question. This is a damning non-answer. Every single person watching the stream can see that you said if God commanded you to kill a baby today, you said you would do it. Can you affirm that?
Can we be serious? Can we be serious for a second?
We are being dead serious. Can you affirm the fact that you said if God told you to kill a baby, you do it?
Can we be serious? Can we grow up?
No, we can't. You're going to kill babies, bro.
Well, because we're talking about the Old Testament, are we not?
Dude, we're talking about today. How many times do I need to say that?
You're talking about the Old Testament. You're citing the Old Testament. You're talking about a specific verse in the Old Testament.
Oh my God,
look, you can giggle, but can we confirm that we're talking about the Old Testament? Is that correct?
No.
What are we talking about?
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about the fact that I asked you a damning hypothetical question. I asked you
if
not.
God could,
one moment. Do you mind if I have 30
seconds?
It's a cheap
context. No. It's
you're
a cheap
interrupting
context
me because
denial.
you don't want me to talk because you know that you're losing.
Yeah, because the Old Testament says bad things in it. I know. I'm a new atheist, and I just discovered. Here's my answer to your question, if you allow me to answer it. I know you want a cheap gotcha question, but let's add a little context. The Old Testament takes place in a fallen world. We live in a fallen world because we have free will. Okay, God created human beings. Human beings disobeyed God and sinned. Because we disobeyed God and sinned, we have the penalty of death, war, shame, guilt, pain at birth, all these things. In the fallen world, people kill. In the fallen world, people kill, people lie, cheat, steal. Cain kills Abel. In the world, the fallen world, before Jesus Christ arrived, it was a world with slavery and warfare and iniquity. It is in this context that God commanded the chosen people to kill certain tribes to establish their survival, to secure a line for the coming of the Messiah. God does not approve of killing because it says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. God does not approve of rape because it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and so on and so forth. So God obviously does not support killing, raping. Oh, would you kill and rape a baby? No. But in the Bible, God prescribes laws and specific actions at the beginning of the world, which was fallen without Christ, without a Savior, in sin, for the survival of the chosen people. So the rules worked a little bit differently in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that, and of course, taking a life in and of itself, hang on. There's a difference everybody knows between killing and murder. If I go and murder you for no reason, that's immoral. If I kill in self-defense or self-defense of my children, it's a different story.
If I kill before
God commanding the people of the Old Testament is an extraordinary exception based on the fallen old world. That's one. Two, when Jesus Christ arrives, he fulfills the law and saves people from hell. Before Jesus Christ arrived, nobody could even go to heaven, and it was a world of iniquity. And Jesus Christ changed and created this modern world that we're living in. So now here's the thing. God is the authority. If God commands us to, look, I know it's a complicated issue. You can't fit it into a TikTok where you do the Destiny drive-by and say, Trump's making your grocery prices higher. But it's actually a complicated issue. We're talking about evil, the existence of evil.
He's getting frustrated. Oh, no. He's yapping. He's just buying all the space he can to get himself out of this debate.
So does that mean that God is not an authority? Of course not. God is an authority. Would God command us to do those things today? Probably not. But if he did, in a hypothetical scenario, we'd have to trust God if we truly believe in God. Otherwise, you would say something like, we know more than God, or God is not good, or we're better than God, and that negates the concept of a God or good itself. So that's my answer to your, oh, so when you say killing babies, it ties into like abortion policy. It's just like cheap, low IQ, left-wing bullshit. But anyway, go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. So I hear everything that you just said. I will give that a great response. I sure did. But before I give that a response, I wanted to take a brief moment to go back to the question that I was attempting to get you to answer prior. I understand that you just kind of gave me the story of the Old and New Covenant. We had different rules before, the Messiah came back down, created the New Covenant, whatever. I get it. Thank you. Okay? But the question that I asked you was, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? You said yes. I then asked you, Nick Fuentes, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you should, no, that's too cruel. If you'd like to take 15 seconds to kind of clear up that gap, like, does that make the implication that killing a baby isn't
I answered
cruel?
the question. I answered the question.
You didn't.
Okay. Is this a debate about Christian nationalism, or is this like a weird new atheist? By the way, why do you think killing is wrong? Where do you get that information from?
So first of all, I don't think that killing's inherently wrong. I think that murder is wrong. Okay. The unjustified
okay. So you
termination of
agree with
human
me
life.
then?
Right. And then what I'd say here about murder is that's just going to be driven given my intuition.
Well, no, because I wouldn't make any exceptions. I don't think there's any exception to the rule of killing a bunch of babies for no reason.
I'm a subjectivist. We all know this,
Because
but I
God
think you
told
are
me
too.
to.
Would you agree with me
You're
that
subjectivist.
Would you agree with me that objectivism can be defined as like a stance independent, like truth?
It's an independent truth? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Like a stance independent truth. That's what it means. For
A
something to be
stance
objectively
independent truth?
Yeah.
If Hamas are hiding behind them, you can, right? Well, you're not targeting the baby, then you're targeting Hamas. Yeah, fuck. I think even then, there probably needs to be a shitload of Hamas going on before you can let a baby become collateral damage, I'd imagine. But if you can help it, what a stupid question. Is that what they did in the Old Testament? Is that what we're comparing this to? But that's true of any war. It's not even if it's Hamas. Hang on. All right.
Of independent truth, or that there is independent truth?
Okay. Wow.
The
So you're
sentence
telling me I don't know
construction
anything
doesn't
about
make
philosophy.
sense.
Okay, so in philosophy, right? When we're referencing terms such as moral objectivism or moral subjectivism, we define objectivism given when I say murder is wrong, that is true independent of any stance, of any act, or of any mind. Okay, when I say something is
I understand
objectively
what you're
true-
saying. I don't understand the construction. I'm not. You're like mumbling to yourself. Yeah, I
No, I'm
believe.
just asking
Yeah,
you if you agree with my
subjectivism is that
definition
there's
of
an
the term.
independent truth. Yes.
Okay, so is morality independent of God?
No, because
Okay.
God is morality. God is good.
So a morality is subject to God.
Okay. Ooh, could God create a box so heavy he couldn't lift it? Yeah, that's great. So if you believe that
That would be
killing
a
is not,
contradiction. I didn't give you
I
a
know.
contradiction. I just showed you that you're
I
a
know.
moral subjectivist.
I know. Thank you. So
That's cute, huh?
So where do you believe that killing is wrong then? Now, so you believe it's subjective. You don't believe it's absolutely wrong.
Yeah,
Right?
honestly. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that, Aiden?
10 minutes, guys.
Great, yeah. So
Oh,
I
it's
mean, I just
Aiden
gotta
Ross.
give you
Oh,
a
of
little
course.
bit of an overview of my stance here on morality. So, metaethically, I'm just gonna be a subjectivist, a relativist. When we like to reference like why I think things are wrong, it's just gonna be driven my intuitions. I mean, like we could talk about different moral frameworks. I myself am what is called a threshold deontologist, meaning that I believe that like particular things can be always wrong, but meanwhile we should consider like the consequences of others. It's pretty interesting.
Is
But when-
Holocaust wrong?
Yeah, the Holocaust was wrong.
Objectively?
No, because some objective truths in the context of morality doesn't exist. Nothing's
In your
objectively
opinion,
wrong
it's
or right
wrong.
because that standard doesn't exist.
In your opinion, it's wrong.
And in accordance with my index standard, it's wrong. Yeah, but I mean, just saying,
index
you believe
standards.
you believe in
Let's go.
subjectivism, but I'm gonna like counter that by asking you, is it objectively wrong? That doesn't really achieve anything. I could literally ask this
what
question
is
of
your
you.
qualification?
Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Of course it was wrong. Of course it was
But
objectively wrong.
you just agreed with me that morality is subject to God.
Because morality is God. It's identity, not subjectivity.
Wait, God is identical to morality?
Yes, God is good. God is the good.
Okay, so when I say that like hugging your mom is good, I'm just saying that hugging your mom is God?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just say that for me? Like every single time you kiss your wife, that's a really God thing to do?
Love is good. An act of love that expresses love is good. God is the good. God is being itself. We are participating in being.
Oh, wait, now we have some more issues here, because earlier you told me that God would never command you to like rape a baby because that's evil. But now you're saying that God is identical to goodness, meaning if God is all powerful in the sense that he could do anything that's logically possible and he's identical to goodness, why wouldn't he be able to tell you to rape a baby?
Did you say grape?
I did. TikTok words. I know.
Well, God also tells us that God's plan is very complex.
Why won't you answer my question?
Because these are just like low IQ.
No, that's not a low IQ point at all. We're literally talking about what you think goodness is, what its derivative, and how it apply to your God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say
if it happened at all, by the way? But yeah, so theoretically, if it happened, in theory. No, I'm kidding.
See what I mean?
Of course it happened. Of course it happened.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, no. Like, you see who the fuck we're talking to, Aiden? Yeah, this guy's over here.
What did he say? I missed that.
You to like rape a baby because that's evil, but now you're saying that God is identical to goodness, meaning if God is all powerful in the sense that he could do anything that's logically possible and he's identical to goodness, why wouldn't he be able to tell you to rape a baby?
Did you say grape?
I did. TikTok words. I know.
Well, God also tells us that God's plan is very complex.
Why won't you answer my question?
Because these are just like low IQ.
No, that's not a low IQ point at all. We're literally talking about what you think goodness is, what its derivative, and how it apply to your God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say
if it happened at all, by the way? But yeah, so theoretically, if it happened, in theory.
No, I'm kidding. Sorry, why am I fucking? I'm sorry, I'm blanking every time it comes.
No, that's not a low IQ point at all. We're literally talking about what you think goodness is, what its derivative, and how it apply to your God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say
if it happened at all, by the way? But yeah,
so
theoretically, if it happened, in theory.
No, I'm kidding. See what I mean?
Of course it happened. Of course it happened.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, no. Like, do you see who the fuck we're talking to, Aiden?
Okay.
Yeah, this guy's over here saying, if the Holocaust happened, but then he asked me if the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Get a load of this joker. So I just want to ask you a fucking quick question.
Get a load of this joker.
Oh, yeah, get a load of this joker.
How about another joke? What do you get?
You need to unmute your
Get
mic.
a load of this.
You want to tell me another joke? Keep talking. I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question. What do you say, all things considered, that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God.
It is. And it absolutely is.
You're so fucking spineless. How the fuck can you sit in front of 45,000 people and say that the most well-documented thing that has ever happened in history might not have happened? I want to ask you a question. How the fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened? Please answer that question.
Shroud of Turin.
Shroud of Turin? That's been taken by the Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250 independent sources that would justify that the Holocaust exists.
Listen, this isn't a Holocaust debate. Let's try to stay focused. This is a Christianity debate.
No, let's talk about it. The Shroud of Turin specifically, we had 4 different group of scientists take different parts of it. None of them could date it back to anything after 400 years AD.
I'm just saying it's a lot of people.
No. I want you to tell me how the fuck you know that Jesus rose from the dead with a lack of any historical evidence that exists from during his lifetime from a first-person experience.
This is a factual debate.
The Holocaust happened.
This is a factual debate, Kamala. Tampon Tim.
Yeah, go for the emotions because you know that you're losing the argument.
1, Shroud of Turin. Impossible to create other than with Jesus ascending into heaven. That's 1. 2, all I'm saying is that's a lot of bodies. Unless we forgot the technology to cremate them. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, and you weren't either.
The Shroud of Turin. Wait. So you're telling me that it was absolutely impossible for impossible for the Shroud of Turin to exist? Then please tell me why.
The facts.
Then please tell me why. Tell me why the earliest carbon dating on the Shroud of Turin that we've gotten from the material used to create the Shroud of Turin is like from 1200 AD.
That's not true. That's not even true.
It's either 400
you can fact check that. That's not even true. They just did a new study on it and they proved it's 100% real.
They proved it's 100% real.
It's 100%. It's like super real. That's 1.
Okay.
2, we have secular historians that testify that Jesus was a real person and was crucified.
Yeah, we do.
Josephus, Tacitus. We also have...
Wait, Josephus isn't secular. Let's get our facts straight. He was a Jewish
he was
historian.
Jewish. Okay, he was Jewish. I mean non-Christian. Thank you for the clarification. Are we good?
Secular mean non-Christian?
Are we good? You know what I meant. I mean, if you were to say that a Christian source is biased, then arguably a non-Christian source would be unbiased. That's the point. Josephus, Tacitus. But you also have the earliest versions of the gospel stories going back to the 1st century. The earliest fragments of it go back to the 1st century. And you have people that went to their death. That's part of why Christianity spread. They went to their death. The Christians were martyred, testifying that they saw a resurrected Jesus. Liars don't go to their death testifying that something happened if it didn't. Certainly not 11 out of 12 of them, or every single one of them. And that is the basis of how it spread in the ancient world. So, I mean, there's that. There's the Shroud of Turin. There's non-Christian historians. There's the fragments of the gospel.
Yeah, so
there's the prophecies that are fulfilled by Jesus in the New Testament.
So the Shroud of Turin, that shit just goes straight out the fucking window. We have carbon dated it. Not a piece of it dates back to when Jesus was alive in accordance with Josephus and Tacitus, which you reported.
Carbon dating is flawed.
And there was it's earlier than it is, but we just don't know it.
And that's not true. Well, one, it's not real because carbon dating says that like dinosaurs are
Then how do we know that it was
from... I love him. I'm sorry. He's so good. It's incredible. Oh yeah, he doesn't think dinosaurs are real.
Two, there was a recent study done.
How do we know it's from Jesus?
There was a recent study that was done that showed that it literally would not even be possible using the technology at the time to create a forgery. So it had to have been created by something with luminosity that just didn't exist back then for it to imprint throughout the entire shroud. They didn't have that kind of technology back then.
Wait, I have a question.
It's impossible to create it any other way.
Do you mind if I ask you a question here? Okay, so I like this argument. Let's just go ahead and say that you're right. It was impossible to create without some sort of divinity. Jesus Christ is a prophet of the Islamic religion. Can you please give me any reason to believe that Christianity is true more so than Islam being true?
That's just a stupid question.
That this luminosity could be granted, either Islam being true or Christianity being true?
Let me ask you this question. Do you know what Muslims believe about Jesus Christ and the crucifixion? Can you tell me?
He's a prophet of God. He didn't actually die on the cross. Someone else stepped in his shoes.
So what was the Shroud of Turin? Do you know?
Oh, it was over him in the burial.
So how would we know Islam isn't true? Well, let's see. If he wasn't actually crucified, then how would they lay the shroud over his body and his soul leave to make the imprint? So you don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, no, you don't know what you're talking about because given the Islamic religion,
to work it out on the fly, doesn't even know the order of how could the Muslim Jesus leave the Shroud of Turin imprint if he was never crucified and then therefore
because what did they say about the person that was crucified?
Hello.
What did they say about the person that was crucified? Who did he look like? Who did he present as?
But he wasn't Jesus, so he wouldn't have ascended into heaven and left the luminosity. It would be he was a lookalike.
Oh, that's terrible.
You could say that, but you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
Normal people, they said it was a body double, someone who looked like Jesus. Normal people don't leave a luminous imprint on the shroud they put on them at the point of death. So the lookalike wouldn't have done that.
Wait, I'm just curious. Could you give me the study?
I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but it was recently completed.
Sure, I would love.
You should investigate it. You'd probably become a Christian if you're being objective, even though you just fumbled and you don't know what Islam is.
Hey, real quick, let's do a 2-minute closing statement. We're going to start with you, Nick. We're going to get on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Sure. So, I mean, the good news is we just had a platform to demonstrate the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus. You do have real archaeological evidence like the Shroud of Turin. You have the Gospels. You have the secular historians. No serious historian would testify that Jesus wasn't real or didn't live. Or
new poll from Gaza and the West Bank. $380 sampled. It's not that low. Which of the following Palestinian actors would you trust to lead the governance of Gaza? Gazans, 6% said Hamas. 36 unity government, but largest number is PA. Who would you trust to lead early recovery efforts in Gaza? Hamas, 1%. Arab states, PA, and the UN. What they want. Rigged. That would make the Hamas supporters abroad look ridiculous. No way. Oh, but they'll all just say they didn't support Hamas anyway, right? Preferred political party for the legislative election, Hamas, 6%. PFLP? They're making a comeback. I thought Mustafa would be doing better with this. Just Fatah. Is that really surprising that people in Gaza are not really having much faith in Hamas anymore? I feel like they're looking around being like, okay, I really thought things would be different. This wasn't really what you said would happen. You didn't tell us about this part. Is this the demographics of Gaza? 70% refugee? It probably is. 50-50? Pessimistic about the future. Peace process. Final state solution. 2 states side by side. 1 state equal rights. Damn. Hassan. Jordan Federation. Damn, they don't like that at all. A Palestinian state for the Palestinians. Oh, it's only in the other category. Bro, well, you should ask probably 1 state equal rights. You should probably ask 1 state for 1 people. You should probably ask that. Because I feel like that's what most of them would say they want, even if they're not going to get it. Anyway. Support for negotiations and a meaningful peace process. If it leads to a state side by side with Israel, would you support or oppose the process? Strongly support, somewhat support. Well, that's refreshing. Support for negotiations. Views of the Biden proposal. They want to withdraw from all Israeli forces during phase 1, 3-phase ceasefire. Start reconstruction work by phase 3. International Arab management of the Rafah border crossing until a permanent arrangement is reached. Yeah. Okay. Is this only Gaza? I think this is polling from Gaza, yeah. I think in the West Bank, Hamas are still more popular. Unless something drastic has changed.
Wasn't crucified. And if Christianity thread throughout the Roman Empire, it's because of the well-documented martyrdom of the disciples of the early church. If you would go to your death testifying that something, a lie or a fabrication didn't happen, then maybe you believe they all faked it. I think that you go to your death only if you saw something true. And even still, people won't tell the truth if they're afraid of the mafia. You would only go to your death telling the truth if it was God in the flesh. So I think that's just all obvious. With all that being said, we should have a Catholic government. We all have a conscience. The moral law comes from God. It's also written on our hearts, and we know it. And that's where our intuition comes from. The subjective idea that we get from rationality or empiricism that murder is wrong, that rape is wrong. The same objections agnostics and atheists raise.
Even secular and rational arguments against murder all come from Christ. Don't know what to make of that one. Got him.
Against the Bible. And the thing is about the Old Testament, if people are turned off by that, it really just amounts to the problem of evil itself. Evil exists in the world that was created by a good God. This is answered by the philosophical concept of the privation of evil. Prior to the coming of Jesus Christ, it was a world without the good, and therefore it was evil, and thus there was no mercy, compassion, those sorts of things. But it's a very complicated topic. I hope people aren't turned off when they hear, bad things happen in the ancient world, therefore there can be no God. It's obviously false.
Why has my Discord got so many people in it? What the fuck are they doing? It's not a bad thing, but God.
So anyway, that's just the long and short of the whole Christian debate distilled.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go to give my closing statement now.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
First, about the Shroud of Turin, anyone watching, feel free to look up any of the multiple groups of scientists that have dated the Shroud of Turin. Not a single one of them have been able to place a date on the Shroud of Turin from a point when Jesus was alive. So that's automatically thrown out of the window. About Nick's second point there, specifically about the people that went to their deaths after seeing the quote-unquote resurrected Jesus. This is something we see in all religions. I want you to go ahead and look up Prophet Muhammad's grandson in the context of the Islamic religion. He was martyred because of his beliefs in his grandfather being a prophet of God. That's present always. If this makes a religion true, all religions would be true. About your third point about the historicity of Jesus Christ, we have no first-hand accounts about Jesus Christ or his life. I do think that he was a real man that lived and died via a crucifixion, but Josephus, Tacitus, all these people came long after he died, and I think it's crazy that you're going to sit here and say that we have sufficient historical evidence to justify that Jesus Christ died and resurrected from the dead, but we don't have historical evidence to justify that the Holocaust happened and 6 million Jewish people died. I can give you a source right now that 6 million people did die. In fact, I could give you 200. For everyone watching, look up holocaustcontroversies.blogspot.com. It will give you an index to publish evidence on mass extermination in Auschwitz in Germany. There will be over
Auschwitz. Americans.
200 sources there, much more abundant evidence than what he could ever give for the existence of Jesus Christ and the idea that he's our God. So already contradictory there. And about the last point about the problem of evil, you said that the privation of evil was the fact that there wasn't a lot of good before Jesus came. No, the privation of evil is an ontological status of evil. Okay? So you don't know what your philosophical terms mean. You're also confusing what the problem of evil is. Okay? Right? I would say my problem of evil would be the fact if God's all good, God's all perfect, and God's all powerful, then nothing evil should exist in the world that we live in. I wish that we could have a longer discussion about this, man. Get into philosophy, show you that you don't know shit. But I guess we're going to move on to the next topic.
Thank you, guys.
It's funny. Okay.
Damn, Fuentes got mogged. Bruh. Sneeko was there as well to see that. That's cool. Okay, do we have some Trump cringe? I'm in a good mood for some cringe Trump. This isn't actually Trump. This is Trump cringe in the sense that Republicans are giving him shit. I like that. That's always good. Where the fuck is my... Hang on. Controversies. Controversies. So you want? You want a controversy? You know what? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm always up for Republicans shitting on Trump. Mitch McConnell.
Alex. Former President Trump has proposed a 200% tariff on John Deere tractors if they're made in Mexico. Are you concerned that some of these tariff proposals by the GOP nominee could drive up costs for consumers or hurt urban exporters in Kentucky, for example?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of tariffs. They raise the prices for American consumers. I'm more of a free trade kind of Republican that remembers how many jobs are created by the exports that we engage in. So I'm not a tariff fan.
It's so funny that even he's so old. It's so funny that even your Republicans who basically made a career out of obstructing legislation in Congress, Mitch McConnell, is coming out against Trump's policies on tariffs because it's Trump's answer to every economic issue. And he still doesn't know what a tariff is. A tariff is when you charge importers an extra tax. It's a tax. You charge them extra to import goods. The idea is that you want to incentivize the growth of local businesses. That's why you would do a tariff. You want like local organizations to do things that are otherwise being imported, and that's maybe something that can help with it. That's what you do. Yeah, that's a tariff. And Trump continues to say things like, for example, Kamala calling it a Trump tax, his wanting to increase tariffs. And I think Trump's response was, she's a liar. She makes up crap. I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country, and that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That is a tax on another country. It's not. Like, maybe the foreign country would just like reduce the price of their exports to you so that the tariff, so that you don't have to pay as much on the tariff. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Or maybe they'll pay it for you, but this is not what happens. What happens is also, even Vance said prices went up for Chinese people but went down for us. That's wrong as well, like us being Americans. They're both just either lying or more likely just they don't know what tariffs are. It's really bizarre. The fact is that Trump imposed tariffs in his last presidency, and that meant that American businesses had to pay an extra tax. They had to pay to the government so that they could import goods if they were imported. And it was different for different countries or different for different products, but they were there. They added duties on foreign steel, aluminum, washing machines, Chinese goods like I think baseball hats, bicycles, TVs, shoes, things like that. And a lot of those tariffs did actually stay in place. There is a bit of a red herring there from Vance when he says that the prices didn't actually go up in America, because that's true for only certain goods. The thing is that when you impose tariffs, some companies might not want to immediately move the burden onto consumers because they don't want to lose competition. They're worried that if their products get any more expensive, people just won't buy them at all. So they just shoulder the cost, and maybe it pays down the line. Maybe they fire workers, or maybe there's a lot of different or they might downsize. So the problem is that wasn't true for every item. Washing machines was one that was mentioned. Well, the price of washing machines did go up. And I saw in 2019, it showed that they rose by 12%. And then dryers, which didn't even have tariffs on them, but they went up as well by 12% because they're sold often in package with washing machines. So the prices of some goods did go up. And it seems that according to research, most of the burden of Trump's tariffs from his presidency was shouldered by consumers. That's usually what happens. You might ask, why did Biden not get rid of them? Well, for one, it's not completely true. Some of them did expire under Biden and they weren't renewed. But most of them did stay in place. But the problem with that is that when Trump imposed his tariffs, particularly on China, because that was his big target, like, I want China to pay for everything, or I want American businesses to pay more to import from China, because that's actually what happened. Well, China responded with their own tariffs, and then they went into a fucking trade war that lasted up until 2020, when they finally came to an agreement that they would that I think China was going to import a set number of products, and then America would do the same. And then that was their kind of like sort of peace offering. And the problem is that if America just comes in and unilaterally removes the tariffs, well, that isn't going to work anymore, because China now has tariffs that were added in response. So that whole China trade war that happened under Trump is not that easy to reverse instantly. And that's not even to mention that if you're a legislator, if you're the president, you can't just do everything at once. It seems that Biden had a choice, as he could either go back on tariffs and the trade war, and work into an unpredictable deal with China, or he could focus on domestic stuff, and he chose to do domestic stuff. So that's what he did. The problem is that the impact of those tariffs is still there. It's just that they're not as easy to get rid of as they are to put in. So Trump did quite a bit of damage that's not easy to reverse. But the fact is that we know the consequences of tariffs the last time, and Trump just wants to do more of it. Again, I really do hope that I really do hope that these Republicans keep doing this, because I think it was McConnell as well who was one of the first ones to open up about Trump wrecking the border deal as well, about how most Republicans actually supported that Langford bill for the border, but Trump told them not to because he wanted to run on the border in 2024. I think McConnell was one of the first people to speak up quite vocally about how that happened, about how it was a Republican-supported bill that people voted against because Trump told them to. So, yeah, good. I appreciate it. More Trump bullshit being called out. Good. And it's good to come from them because they won't listen to Democrats or CNN or anyone else, okay? Okay. Wisecrack collaborated with John the Duncan on American politics. Are you up for some lefty cringe? Not really. That John the Duncan guy is like incredibly dumb. You can tell. It's like, I understand now why he hides so much of his lack of knowledge behind buzz terms. Like I think he was probably the person I was watching when I realized that the more people use words like white supremacy, settler colonialism, neoliberal capitalism, they're using those words as a substitute for them having to talk about anything actually factual about what they're explaining. Because as soon as he starts to, I noticed on his tweets, as soon as he started to actually start to just state facts of the matter about Israel on like October 7th, he was just saying like nonsense. Whereas if you just say settler, well, that's just, well, okay, that's the entirety of 1917 to today. Just, oh, settler colonial. Okay, done. Bad. It's such a cope. It's such a shield. I need to call that out more often. Like as soon as people reverse into buzz terms, I need to be a bit more sharp on just making them actually describe what's happening. Because if I had to explain to a 10-year-old why the Holocaust was bad and what happened there, I don't feel like I would ever have to use words like supremacy or colonialism or anti-Semitism or genocide. I'd never have to use any of these words. I could just tell them what happened and anyone would know it was bad. Like, so I'll probably uphold that standard from now on. Who knows? So what are they doing here? Did you go on camera or do I care about this?
Let's just pull John in. Why not? Why not, guys?
Why not? Wisecrack's a big channel.
You know,
3.12 million subscribers.
Oh yeah.
Hey John, are you gonna do video?
Oh, I could do video. Yeah, am I here to? I'm so shit at Discord.
Oh, it's okay. There's like a button. This happens.
P Nasty, thanks for the 200 rupees. But it's also a term used by actual historians, right? I believe both Khalidi and Morris do. Are you saying these people don't understand? No, they're using it after demonstrating that they know the facts of the matter. But I'm not saying everyone who does it is doing that. I'm just saying that there's a very clear archetype, and I think John the Duncan is probably the most exaggerated version of that I've ever seen. When people use those terms in substitute of them explaining facts of the matter. I don't think if I go into Khalidi or Morris's books, which I've read both of them, both of their comprehensive histories, Righteous Victims and 100 Years' War, they talk about what happened, and then they mention the word colonial every now and then. They don't just write a book that says, oh, the Zionist colonial movement entity, okay, part 2. Like, they don't do it like that.
Listen, I would say more often than not, when people join us, we have to do a whole thing. Oh, there you are. There you are.
Hey, check out the shine on the skin. That's a Scottish face.
Great. It looks great. We love Scottish skin here. We have a few Scottish friends that hang on the chat sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're here, say yourself.
How long is this?
Say yourself. Say who you are. You know, and it's nighttime too, so that's fun. I'm sure like a lot of you on this channel, you know who this gentleman is. This is John from John the Duncan. Great channel. We like the channel a lot. And John actually wrote one of our last videos, a contentious video. You know, a video
I loved looking through the comments of that. It was great. It was good fun.
Yeah.
Hello, Kalinda. What can I do for you?
Oh, hi. Hey, you've caught me in the middle of video gaming. Yeah, I had a question for you about you probably don't remember this. It was like a couple weeks ago there was some random schizoid on Twitter who was arguing with you about the Gaza food aid. Do you remember what I'm talking about? It was like
the person who just like gets one thing wrong and then just posts 10 more sources. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
All they do is post like fucking screenshots.
Yep.
I went back and forth with them for way longer than I probably than I am ashamed to admit before realizing that it was pointless. But I noticed something during that entire thing. It seems like Israel Palestine is this weird exception that we have to like not being able to trust like certain sources or whatever, you know, because like normally I feel like we would be okay with saying oh, the spokesperson for the or this is what Amnesty International says about Russia's war crimes. But for whatever reason with IP, it seems like that is like all of this stuff needs to be far more scrutinized, and it's very weird. Like you had to I don't know, did you do this because of Avi, because he did it? You had that actual information from UNRWA about the amount of trucks coming in, and that contradicted the information that that people were presenting when they kept saying that like famine was in Gaza or whatever. Is that a
It
fair
was the
summary?
UN, yeah, because sometimes I've noticed that UNRWA, I think the Gaza Health Ministry does this as well, is UNRWA will give different information on their raw data than compared to what their spokesmen say. So, for example, the Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson might say that 70% of the people who are dead are women and children, but the actual data that's produced, the data sheets that are produced by the Health Ministry will say it's actually about like 50%, you know? So I've noticed that, and I think UNRWA have sometimes done the same thing as well. Like on their website, they'll say, doesn't account for all the aid, like this is just the aid that we've logged, but then they will say
Oh,
on
yeah.
press release on a one-pager that this is all the aid that's gone into Gaza, this is atrocious, this isn't enough. And I'm like, you haven't even but they'll admit that they haven't counted all the aid. So it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird because it flies in the face so much of things that we're so used to, you know, like you want to cite the experts and all that shit. But with this, it seems like that's not necessarily, although I don't know if like spokesmen or experts or whatever. It kind of boggles my mind a little bit. Like, do you think there's just all this bias because it's Israel and there's this weird ongoing conflict and a lot of countries just don't like Israel and a lot of people who join the UN are from those countries and they also don't like Israel? Or is that something that you think you're ever going to look into or
but
try
I don't
to-
know. I think Avi has this theory that these human rights organizations are actually shit for everything, but I've never looked into what they say about other things. I remember a long time ago when you used to talk about the Uyghurs and you would cite Human Rights Watch, like they would say Human Rights Watch is not a good source. Or that,
Oh yeah.
So
Well, I feel like the people who say that, like, isn't that what tankies say? A
yeah,
lot of the
tankies would say
arguments,
that,
yeah.
But
I've heard, like, you know, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International are all like, none of them criticize America enough, or like those are arguments that I've heard, but those are all like super leftist, anti-American arguments, and
didn't they attack Ukraine in one report? But it turned out that I think there was one controversial report that they had on Ukraine as well that turned out to be either wrong or at least like bad faith. But yeah, I don't know. It's difficult because I don't have the energy to attack human rights organizations completely, but it's unfortunate because journalists they're probably allowed to just cite these people because they are authorities, right? I think you could probably write a fucking university report and just cite human rights reports. It still baffles me that you can cite the Goldstone report to talk about cast lead. That's fucking insane that you can cite the Goldstone report to say that Israel bombed 200 fucking civilian police officers. You can say that. And Israel didn't provide a good, but that's not true. Hamas even contradicted that. And the Goldstone report like cited intelligence that contradicted that, but they just didn't believe it. So, yeah, it's weird. But the Goldstone report is a UN report.
Didn't you have to dig through so much shit, like, or like to find that? Because you went on those websites, didn't you? Like, you went on the Hamas websites to find out like who had been claimed and all that shit.
Yeah.
With regard to the, yeah, like that. So the actual truth was like buried somewhere, or well, not actually. I guess
it's
it was
worse
kind
than
of
that.
buried.
It wasn't buried. I mean, like they mentioned this website as a source on the Goldstone report. Like they're aware that it exists. They just didn't do the counting. I have no fucking idea. I don't know what that guy was smoking or the people who wrote that report, but it sounds like they just kind of wanted to defend Hamas or make Israel look bad or both. I don't know.
Yeah, the Great March to Return is the same thing. It seems like all the facts in that report were correct, but their interpretation of it was shit, or like the way that they applied it was shit or something.
Yeah, or they would raise legal questions, but then just not engage with them. Yeah. Like the idea is whether or not Gaza's blockaded. They would cite the 3-point test, which doesn't suggest it's blockaded in 2019. Or not blockaded, sorry, occupied. Of course it was blockaded. But then they wouldn't engage with the thing. They would just say, yeah, that passes, sure, why not? Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, Amnesty International thinks Gaza's blockaded too, because they always refer to the occupied Palestinian territory.
Yeah, like that's the difficult thing because like in legal terminology it kind of is because they still refer to 242 as like territories occupied since the 6-Day War, which Gaza is, but it still continues to hold that label even after Israel left completely because it's not a state yet, so it still counts as territories occupied in the 6-Day War. But the whole question of whether or not it's like itself legally occupied, I think, is still contentious. I don't even know if the advisory opinion of the ICJ directly assessed that question. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's really fucked because it makes it very difficult to sort of, I guess, for like a normal individual to figure out what's true and what's not with regards to Israel Palestine. And like if you're arguing with people like that person, everything they cited was all human rights orgs. At one point they sent me a screenshot actually of, I think that lady, the human rights lawyer or the international law scholar, I can't remember her name. She was
Heidi.
Yeah, her.
Well, she's exceptional because she's a terror supporter. She's a Hamas supporter, like, or probably an Assadist. Like, unironically, have you seen her October 7th tweets?
No, I haven't, but I feel like that is the ultimate litmus test for whether or not someone is insane on this topic. What did you tweet on October 7th?
Yeah, she said that it's up to the Palestinians to decide which resistance is valid and which isn't. Like that was
God.
So she's a full on like nutter. Yeah.
Does she work for the UN?
I don't know. I have no idea who she works for.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Although the UN Special Rapporteur on or whatever the fuck on what was it, human rights or whatever, they were liking some weird shit or saying some weird shit. I think when that trans box or stuff. So I don't know. Everything is, but I guess that's just we just kind of have to find the actual information rather than relying on stuff like this, I suppose. But yeah, it's kind of sucks. Did you get that UNRWA website where they cite all that stuff? Was that from Avi or did someone else send that to you?
What UNRWA site? The trucks.
The trucks site.
Oh yeah, no, I've got that.
Yeah, where did you get that from? Like, who gave that to you? Because that's not easy to find. I tried Googling it and I could not fucking find it. I had to
Avi gave that one to me. That's I can maybe see if I got it here.
Oh, I've got it. I found it. It's because when you argued with that person on Twitter, you linked to it.
Okay. Yeah, it's from OCHA, right? Like OCHA. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. There's also an UNRWA site as well that has numbers, but
this is the UNRWA one. The one that I have it's this one. Is there another one?
Yeah, can you send me the UNRWA one? I think because the UNRWA one is I think even by their own admission is incomplete.
Yeah, they did say that it was, which was kind of another thing, but it still seemed like it looked like there was a lot of trucks that.
That's the one I use. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs.
I think this is the one that you linked in that tweet, but.
Although I don't think this one's been updated for a while. I think let me see. It's trying to get monthly from the hang on. Entries and exits of commodities and truckloads. I think if I go to 2024, I think they stopped updating for whatever reason. I think they stopped updating in March. So March is the last month that they have. I'd be interested to know where people are getting it from after that.
Oh, I wonder if this is, so this is also a PowerPoint thing. The one that I was looking at is like the thing that I'm curious. Yeah, I look at this and all I see is I remember what Sev said. Cargo description: flour, 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 flour. Is that's crazy?
Well, because that report said that flour was blocked in that month.
No, because Sev was saying that they are overflowing with
Oh,
flour.
yeah.
Apparently, they have shitloads of it. I don't. Also, I'm guessing this doesn't mention the Rafah crossing, or is that Kerem Shalom? Kerem Shalom. That's not the Rafah. Is that the Rafah crossing? No,
Well, I think it has to go from Kerem Shalom and then to Rafah, I think.
Okay, I mean, I would assume that's closed right now anyway. Or maybe it's no. I guess it's not. The Eretz one was the one that was closed for a while, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they reopened it, but yeah, I don't know. It's just, but I mean, it seems like they're getting plenty of food. I don't know why they're not necessarily getting other things if they aren't. I've heard stuff about them not getting like, I guess like hygiene products and stuff like that. But
yeah, I imagine the rationale for that is that you can only get so many trucks inspected and through, so like they're just prioritizing food and everything else is having to wait. But and I guess also the problem is that when you're distributing, it seems like the only things that when they're distributing, like they can only distribute so many things, so it should just be prioritized for food. Because the problem is like there are still easily like a million videos of people scrambling to grab food whenever it's available. So there are definitely parts of the strip that are just not getting it in the right time in the right place.
It's like you were saying, it seems like it's a distribution problem, which I think I guess the IDF didn't want to set up or like fully take over and properly administer things until someone else could come in and do it, and they just I don't know, but I don't know how fair that is to it. Obviously it's part of it's Hamas's fault too, but
yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're doing now. I have no idea what their plan is from here on. I feel like they just want to play whack-a-mole forever by the sounds of it, because that seems to be where they are. I don't think there's any more substantial Hamas fucking battalions to dismantle or whatever. It's just
BB's just gonna drag this shit out, or I don't know how I feel about that really. Like it seems like there's at least some weight to the arguments that he's just gonna keep going until, or like he's just gonna drag this shit out and because so that he doesn't have to resign and leave because everyone wants him gone. And
it might also just be that he doesn't want the rest of the world to know how bad things got in there for a while, because again, like there's been so much limited access, and I think contrary to what some people say, like the Gaza Health Ministry numbers are probably undercounted more than overcounted. It's actually there's probably going to be more than 40,000, probably like I know that's led people to estimate everything from 50 or 60 to 100,000 to 300,000, but like I don't think it's very controversial to say that we're going to find out it was definitely more than 40,000, even at this point.
Yeah, probably. Okay. I don't know. That's just kind of mind fucked me a little bit about the whole like, well, it looks like for this we you kind of got to dig deeper because you can't really trust. I'm so used to having things, like authorities to be able to turn to or whatever. Although I guess even with history that's the case. It seems like Benny Morris is the only one who's maybe not the only one, but one of the only ones who's trustworthy. But maybe he's not because of what Sundowner said, and who the fuck knows,
Well, until Sundowner produces that evidence, we're just we're stuck there. I mean, even Morris would say that he's a 48 war historian. That's what he's reliable for. For everything else, he's like, I think it's mostly secondary evidence that he uses.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. At the very least, I appreciate the fact that he's willing to admit that Israel does not good things sometimes, because it seems like nobody else is.
or a lot of other people aren't willing to admit that. I want to see your and Destiny's interview with him. Is that shit ever getting posted?
Yeah, when it's currently in the hands of editors, so yeah, I think there's probably going to be like a documentary-esque thing. I have no idea how that's going to pan out, but the individual interviews will go up as well at some point. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. That sounds nice. Well, all right. I'm trying to think of if there's any other dumb Trump shit that you but I don't know if there's anything that you haven't necessarily covered. I think Mitch McConnell don't give a fuck anymore because he's gonna leave, so now he can just say whatever he wants. Yeah. Oh, Kamala did a thing with Liz Cheney yesterday, like an appearance with her. I don't know entirely how I feel about that, but I didn't watch it because I was playing video games while it was on, and I had the whole thing muted. I forgot to unmute it, but yeah, it should be on her channel if that was something that you were curious about. But yeah, all right, I will leave you to it, sir.
Yeah, well, I know Republicans hate Liz Cheney because of the January 6th report, but yeah, among other things.
I don't know how they felt about her before that. I mean, because she's from the old neocon era, and I feel like that was on its way out. I mean, fuck, I'm so old. I remember that. Well, I'm not that much older than you. You remember that shit too, I would imagine. You know, like the Iraq War, like when the Republicans were sane by comparison to what they are now. But yeah, I never thought I'd say, can we please just go back to the George W. Bush Republican Party? That was infinitely preferable to this.
Yeah,
fucking shit.
Kind of everything, can you?
Yeah, I know. All right, see you later, sir.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, chat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's maybe I'm wrong here.
Why am I watching this?
I feel like on your channel, do you get that many like psychotically angry or annoyed at you comments, or is it mostly people that are just like, hey, we like and support you?
Wow. I mean, it depends. I went through a very recent period of being harassed by Destiny fans and people who really didn't like the fact that I said Shrek was gay. those are the two genders of sort of comments I get.
Hey, people in our chat are letting us know that they're subscribing to your channel actively right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
But yeah, the Destiny thing is so real. We had our own little Destiny fiasco over here, and we're putting out a video. We did like a video that's kind of on political streaming, and we included Destiny in it because you kind of have to. We're not putting it on the thumbnail. There's a clip of him early on, and we're just not. I don't want to say we're bracing for it.
You're asking if I'm a Zionist. I don't know. It's probably not. Like, I mean, in a literal sense, you could say I am, because I think Israel should be allowed to exist, but that's not what Zionism means to anyone in the English-speaking world, so I should probably just say no. Or I think even the more generous use of the word Zionism in the English-speaking world probably just means they're like a partisan supporter of Israel, but I'm not even that, so I'll make Israel look bad every day of the week if they do things bad enough, you know? Or just do it for fun. Fuck them.
Impact, but we're just like, oh, I hope they don't do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it was the one I got recently was surprising because it was very quick. I didn't like it was like within minutes of the video going up.
They're fast.
Which I was like, I wasn't expecting much. It wasn't that contentious. It was basically some stuff that I taught in a genocide module that I was like, hey, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. So
this guy teaches. Holy shit, that's fucked up.
Correct it.
Yeah,
it's not even my opinions on the stuff because I have a more radical view of genocide than is implied by the legal work.
Well, no, I was saying for you guys who haven't seen this, very genuine. This is one of the first full videos I watched of yours, John. Well, you know, some of us we all know this thing happened a few months ago now, where Destiny had a debate. What does that word even mean? With Norman Finkelstein about whether like genocide is a thing, and it was a contentious thing. Everyone talked about on YouTube. John, who has an actual PhD in this sort of stuff, made a video which I liked because a lot of it's just like, here's the actual scholarly understanding of what these words mean and how they're used in this context. And
he didn't even give a scholarly understanding. He just said that some people contest that dolus specialis should be the standard for intent because it would exclude some things that were really bad, like the Herreros or some shit. But that's not even really like, that's assuming that things need to be called genocide even if they don't meet dolus specialis. But that's like it's so dumb. Fuck. The fact that he's teaching that shit, like, it's bizarre.
You weren't even like mean about it. You were just like, what this gentleman is saying doesn't make sense relative to
What did he say? It wasn't even mean about. What did he say? I can't
Actually
remember.
deal with the intent.
What did he say about this video? Where was the we watched this, didn't we?
and you've got nothing of relevance to say, just stick to your game and shut the fuck up. Like, what? Sorry. I just really fucking hate Destiny. And one day I think he's going to be embarrassed looking back.
I don't know if he was crying or I don't know. I don't know, man. Some people are lost in it. They're going down a path I can't follow.
The discourse. Oh, you were kind of mean about it, but
Well, yeah, no, to be fair, I was pretty mean.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess I'm giving you more credit, but I mean, but that's like it's a sort of, I would say it's the curse of the YouTuber who knows too much, that we have to watch people like Destiny talk about genocide, or like Jordan Peterson talk about Marx or whatever, these people, and they just say things that are so verifiably untrue and not grounded in like anything, but they just say them loudly and proudly. But I'll say we're not going to talk about Destiny at all today because we don't want that smoke. But that video was very much great. The one you wrote for us on immigration and migration, I think it's something that, like, especially in, since you wrote the video with us, over here we've had a whole new dark, weird sort of migrant drama with the Haitians.
Unfortunately, teachers are so underpaid and in demand that you get jokers like this. Yeah, the other thing is I think there are so many courses that the economy doesn't really depend all that much on like genocide studies or whatever the fuck this guy does, or is teaching these modules. So I guess that you can just have these kind of academic spheres where they just kind of like make up their own little world of discourse and teach it, and it's just like this constant like revolving door of bullshit. That's fine if they want to stay confined to that space. It's whatever, in their little ivory towers.
In Ohio that are definitely not stealing pets and eating them because they're just human beings. But it's quickly becoming a sort of weaponization by the right wing over here. Guys, we're gonna get back to the Mr. Beast thing, but because I'm gonna make John talk about that. But we're just seeing
what are we talking about?
That lives in England as an American that's lived in both England and Scotland.
Scotland.
And as soon as I watched the result of those 20,000 to 30,000 hours of studying, is I have a good grasp on what makes YouTube videos.
What the fuck?
Streamers get so big is because they can cut up their streams into digestible bits and pieces of content, low denominator content that they can just fucking churn out. And lots of people watch them. More people watch them. It directs more people, and they just churn out more slop for the fucking slop market.
We do love the slop, though. We love to eat the slop.
Yeah. Like open my mouth, put my face over the sewer pipe, and just suck it up. That's what happens.
So I want to read some of these things. Henry, these are on page 23. Mr. Beast has a random things you should know part. I think some of this is just kind of funny. One of the random things you should know is do not.
I mean, lube and push outwards, not inwards.
There's I must. I just want to do what makes me happy and ultimately the viewers happy. This channel is my baby, and I've given up my life for it. That just gets kind of real. I don't know. I'll take that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where the cuisine shines the most, is in that particular context.
Yeah, a lot of the meat. I don't eat meat. I never have, so I can't really like.
You never. Bus when no one else was on it, and put a bunch of baby dolls dressed in really fancy outfits in all the seats, and then film the reactions of people getting on the trainer bus.
Yeah, I also like producing nightmares. Yeah. The current genocidal phase started. Someone must have found it because I got a few comments. One that was just, "This is far left buzzwords and Marxism. You make me sick." So
I mean, talking about
aim for the star.
Using the word queer and genocide in a thing, they're just like, "Oh, this is everything I hate." Yeah. Amazing. Well, is there anything else that I should tell people to do other than just subscribe, watch stuff?
Okay, whatever. Epic Gamer, hello. Epic Gamer. Epic.
Yeah, wait, hey, give me a second. Hey, I need to turn off your stream because I'm hearing you twice and it's assaulting my senses. Sorry about that. So is this how this works? I just hop in the waiting room and you just drag me in when you feel like it?
What do you think?
I guess that's how it just worked.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Is it what you expected?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's what I thought. I thought I might have to say something in chat.
Oh, no? What's your story?
I don't really have a story. I just have a question. So how do you investigate, or how do you even deal with the accusation that Israel is conducting a genocide in Gaza? Because for me, when I looked into it, it didn't really seem like their military behavior or tactics were in line with the country attempting to just indiscriminately kill civilians. Didn't really seem like the from what I've seen, that their judgments, their military behavior are in line with the goal of simply just eliminating the population in the area, right?
Yeah.
So I was just asking, like, how that's not a very like in-depth, obviously, investigation. So how would you investigate that? How do you investigate that? And how do you normally respond to people who make the accusation that by supporting Israel, you're essentially supporting a genocide?
Oh, you just ask a few questions and eventually find out that what they mean by genocide is just bad thing. Honestly, there's no point in having the genocide debate unless you can cross a bunch of hurdles first. So the first time the question came up, I looked at the South Africa 84-page case because that was when it came up. That's when that word was like blowing up in the
I read
discourse.
about
Yeah, so I looked at that and then I saw that they had chopped a bunch of quotes out of context to make them look more directed to the general Palestinian population than to Hamas. They'd actually omitted parts and even lied about some of the one or two of the quotes. And they were citing like Quds News Network a couple of times. So yeah, I realized quite quickly that this was nonsense and that people who were citing the ICJ's initial ruling were incorrectly citing it. So I was going to the first place, but then more broadly, if you're talking to someone about who thinks it's a genocide, you have to cover a few things, first of all. So one obvious question you want to ask someone is, do they think that the genocide was happening before October 7th? Okay, because a lot of people think that what's been happening between Israel and Palestine has been a 75-year genocide, right, since 48.
Right.
Some might
It
even
seems
say it
that the
started in
arguments
17. Yeah. So
the arguments people make saying that's a genocide is essentially that they're engaging in starvation of Gaza, and that didn't make sense to me just because Gaza's population has increased in the past decade like 5 times from what it was before. So it seemed a little bit inconsistent. I couldn't really find like data on like their caloric intake. Maybe that does exist, but it doesn't seem consistent that they're being starved if their population is consistently growing.
no, yeah,
That
that's the
didn't
thing.
seem
It's like if people, so yeah, but I don't think that many people argued that Gaza was being starved out before October 7th. I don't think anyone ever made that claim. Uh, at least not in the mainstream. I never heard it before. If you're talking about, I feel like if you're talking to someone who thinks it's been like a 75-year genocide, then they just have to admit that they've invented their own definition of the term. And it's not like there's no enforceable fucking definition of genocide that calls the last 75 years like that crime. That's just their own. So then you can just say that they've just invented their own definition and you just argue about something else. If they think the war itself is a genocide, then you just have to start with foundations. Like, okay, first of all, does Israel have the right to pursue any military action at all against Hamas because of October 7th? And if they say no to that, then it's like, okay, well, so there's a different issue here. Or if they say yes, then you would say like, well, can they do it if it means Hamas are putting their targets, their personnel or their military objectives around civilian areas? Can you do it then? Do you have to, can you accept collateral? And then that can kind of but you see what I mean? There's like a few bullets that people have to bite. So I think a lot of people who call it genocide just think like as soon as a few civilians die, or then they would just call it that from there, right? So
right.
They're the kind of people who wouldn't even bite that bullet, right? So yeah.
Because I feel like seemingly to me, if the standards they seem to want to hold Israel to essentially implies that almost all warfare is going to be either is essentially genocidal, or at least I don't understand how they could conduct warfare, especially in like the conditions that Hamas is, right? Using human shields, the fact that it's just a highly densely populated urban area as well. Seems almost impossible for them to engage in any military operation without being accused of genocide, if considering their standards.
Yeah, but I think
know.
what you very quickly find is, I think this is probably a general rule of thumb, is I think most people who are on the genocide train, not all of them, but I think most people who are, I think you can easily walk them into a position of them just believing that they just want Israel to lose. They don't think Israel has any right to fight against Hamas. Like that's probably where you're going to go.
Right.
So you don't need to.
Actually, sorry for interrupting. I was just saying I did have a friend that actually blocked me from all social medias for telling her that I supported Israel. And one of the things she told me before she blocked me is that she unironically did not believe that Israel had the right to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Like essentially they should just like put their hands up and let I guess Hamas or Hezbollah just send missiles into their country and do nothing. And I just obviously I'm not even interested in debating like that person really, but that kind of seemed I don't understand how you can think that that's a tenable position. I think obviously I'm preaching to the choir in this situation.
Were you just wanting to
Also,
know like how I navigate it or how I looked into it, or what were you wanting to know?
That's what that's actually what I wanted to refocus, is that, like, I don't care quite as much about debating people. I try to, like, avoid talking about this subject with my personal friends unless I know that they're not gonna, call me, like, a genocide supporter for saying that, "Oh, I think Israel is okay to exist. I think they should be allowed to exist." Um, I was just wondering I just want to make sure that I'm not supporting an actual genocidal country, like just for my own methods. So like how do you go about investigating whether or not these claims are actually true? I'm less concerned with debating.
I mean, you could I don't know. I mean, it's like because of the lack of information in the war, it's like it could be the case that some crazy fucking sergeant or general or whatever has ordered some atrocities that would count as genocide. That might have happened. We just don't know about it yet. That's not impossible. The problem is that when people are saying that the entire war is like the government, like from the top down, is waging a war of genocide, then yeah, you just need to. I guess just like it depends on which claims people are using, because some people will use the quotes like the Amalek shit like that, and then some people will use just the amount of
I don't know
death.
what
Or
the
some people,
Amalek is. Can you clarify what that is?
oh, Netanyahu said, "You remember what Amalek did to you? Never forget." Like that's what he was talking about. So Amalek is like an old biblical story about the people of Amalek, and the way that people took revenge on Amalek was to just murder all of them, like the women, children, cattle, and asses. Right. So people take that quote literally and say, "Well, if you call someone Amalek, it means you want to kill all of them." The problem is that the way people use a word is different from the literal definition. So there's an Amalek monument in The Hague that's like as a Holocaust memorial. So on the building where they decide whether or not something's a genocide, there's a fucking Amalek monument that says, "Remember what Amalek did to you, never forget." It's just an old Jewish Holocaust thing. It's like but that doesn't mean they're saying you should genocide all the Germans, right? They're not saying that. They're just saying like it's about the people who committed the crimes, which would be the Nazis or Hamas. So that's what that's referring to.
Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess I don't know how many further questions I have unless I can think of something. I just was interested in hearing from you how you interact with those claims that Israel is conducting a genocide, because from my personal research, their actions didn't seem to line up. And I got interest in your stream from seeing you talk to Destiny. So yeah, I just wanted to ask you those questions.
Okay. Someone's saying the Amalek art is not on the Hague build. It might not be in the building, but it's in the Hague the Hague Center, isn't it? It's a piece of art. It's like a monument. Like this is it here, right? And it's got like it's got a map location as well, like the Hague Center. Does this not count as being in the Hague in the courtyard? What the fuck? That's it there. Yeah, it is. And it says here, "Remember what Amalek did to you, never forget." Hebrew and Dutch, I guess.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's it. That's all I have.
He said in the building that makes the decisions. Wow. Okay, sorry. I have been autismed. Hangnails, hello. Hello? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hello. Um, so I just wanted to ask about it seems like we've been having, or not we, but there's been kind of an ongoing conversation about like how we establish authority in this space, and I was just wondering what your thoughts on that were, because I know somebody criticized you in the Reddit
Oh,
a
for
few days
using
ago.
Associated Press, or the guy quoted in Associated Press, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think somebody looked into that and turned out that the source was credible, but so I'm just kind of wondering how you, but at the same time, like uh that the Duncan guy has like a PhD in something, but like obviously a lot of what he says is not super credible. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, in terms of like people who are doing like pseudo reporting in like the YouTube space, how do you think that we should like seek to establish if somebody is credible or not, or like they're worth listening to?
I have no idea. Because credentials are definitely like, if I want to do a human rights law or something like that, I feel like I can look for any human rights lawyer and it's literally just a coin flip if I'm about to hear the most fucking disconnected, ridiculous horse shit or like a really sound opinion. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know? I don't.
Um, I don't know, but I'm asking because I think it is a important question to have some sort of answer to, because like you see that, like I really do feel like alt media is becoming like kind of more important and like directing broader conversations. So it's like and like especially with like the tenant thing where like they all turned out to be doing like Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
Like how do we like there I think there's an important question of like how we determine if these people are like worth listening to or not.
Yeah, I think from my experience, and I don't really know what method I've used to do this, but from my experience, hacks are not that difficult to to display. Like, I don't have any formal training in history, but and Pape is a huge reputation as a historian. But I can go into his books, look at his citations, and see him saying things that are not cited properly. Like he's literally saying things that are even contradicted by his citations sometimes, or just fabricated. Like I can see that very easily. But it just takes a bit of work. But I don't. Yeah, it's difficult on whether or not you're going to like examine the source material and everything. I can't really do that when the IDF says, "Oh, here's what our operation was," because I can't counter source that against anything. I can't like because that's like concealed information and very secretive. Like not many journalists are in an area or whatever. So, but I think for some things you can definitely get like a. It's not that hard to poke things out, I guess.
Yeah, I think unfortunately with the current war in Gaza, we're probably going to have to wait quite a while until like better information comes out, like as things start to move into like historical record as opposed to like current day.
Yeah, which is difficult because other people are going to be talking about it, and you don't really want everyone else to do it while you're not.
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of your fans seem to be Destiny fans. How do you? I know he's your friend, so I'm not gonna put you on the spot. But do you think that how do you feel about like he on his one of his 5 million podcasts, he's been having a lot of interesting guests, and like I guess they would call themselves like the education YouTube sector. How do you think that that's like a legitimate endeavor?
What the education YouTube sector?
Yeah, because I know you've had like criticisms of that kind of content in the past.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I feel like I do too much of everything to be an education YouTuber, but there was one thing I've been meaning to do with content for a while, which is just to take a particular talking point and just examine it like as like far down as possible. So I think one thing I was going to look at recently was people were talking about Israel using human shields against Iran by having the Mossad building. So I was thinking of just doing like a really deep dive about them, about how that actually works, like either the accuracy of Iran's weapons versus where these locations are and how they differ versus how Hamas and Hezbollah do it, and then maybe talking about like where Israel actually does use Palestinians as human shields. And I could just I could do that and source it and just sum it all down into like 15-20 minutes. But I might because I've done stuff like that before. I've done kind of like the Obsidian pager, like one pager things and breakdowns.
Yeah, I actually I like that approach that you're doing. I like that, like how in depth you're going with your sources, especially with your history stuff, knowing that you don't have any like formal training in history. You're doing quite a good job.
Yeah, trying to. I mean, but again, that's a question of just like reading things and understanding what's being said. Yeah. I can't believe that there are fucking PhDs out there who will cite a paragraph, but they will get the opposite conclusion of what's in the paragraph. That's just so weird to me. But
I mean, having a PhD just means you know one subject really well. It doesn't mean that you're like. It doesn't mean that you're the authority of the world, obviously. So.
And also doesn't mean you won't abuse your fucking that you won't sorry, it doesn't mean that you won't behave one way for your academic work and another way for your political advocacy, right?
Yeah, I think that's more frustrating is that people are using like these titles to like essentially promote like either ideologies that I may personally think are dangerous or like just bad information. Like I think it distracts and it like pulls away from like meaningful solutions that may actually work for people.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Well, yeah, I see that other people are in the waiting room, so I don't want to monopolize.
Yeah, no worry. It's like 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. One more. I just wanted to also say I hope your family is doing all right and that they're safe or out of harm's way. I know
they flew out yesterday, so they're in fucking
that's
France
good.
or some shit. Yeah, I think maybe my grandmother's still there, but she's leaving soon as well. She's not there for very. But she's also the thing with Lebanon is like it's a small country, but there are some parts in it that you can rely on them to stay pretty much out of the way for a while.
It's pretty mountainous, right?
Yeah, it's mountainous. And I don't think, there are some areas that just are not anywhere near, like you couldn't hear or see any bombs going. You'd see it in the news, but there's maybe a bit of a risk that in fucking, like in the 06 war, Hezbollah did start to sort of commandeer areas that were not traditionally theirs, but I don't even think that happened very often, just sometimes.
Yeah, hopefully hopefully the IDF will leave, and B, hopefully like somebody who's not like an Islamic fundamentalist will come in to lead the country.
Yeah, imagine that. I feel like we're a long ways away from a leader, but yeah. I feel like it's one of those things like the status quo is just unsustainable. You can't have a fucking authoritarian half regime that's there that only survives in terms of popularity because they fight with another country. It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What country in the Middle East doesn't need a regime change?
Yeah, right.
But yeah.
Jordan's
Thank you
doing
for
okay.
having.
The Hashemites are constant.
Yeah, Jordan. But does Jordan are the Hashemites popular with the people in Jordan?
I have no idea. You wouldn't know because I think it's illegal to talk shit about the Hashemites.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hard to say.
I mean, they certainly benefit from the stability that the Hashemites have brought.
Yeah, and a pretty bizarre nation as well. Like the borders of Jordan are ridiculous, and even the fact that like the state is majority Palestinian, and people always talk about Palestinians are supposed to be unruly and shit like that, but somehow like Jordan just survives like fairly well. Yeah, might need to learn about how that happened one day.
Yeah, it's probably because Palestinians are just normal people who are in a bad situation.
Yep, seems to be. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you coming on, and yeah, there's 5 people in the room now. Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll speak to you soon. Okay. She didn't even say bye. What the fuck? All right, hang on. Who? Very nice guy. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hey, nice to meet you again. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. So I came here to ask you a question about administrative detention, but before that, I just wanted to make a comment on the genocide discussion. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, I mean, for what it's worth, you seem to have given this opinion, unless I misunderstood, but I think it's highly unfruitful to try to talk about whether there's a genocide or not, because that just contains certain descriptive content that's going to be hard to empirically establish. And ultimately, what I just end up saying is that if there's a genocide, all you're saying is that unjustifiable situation is, instead of bad, very bad. But you can just then talk about justification, badness, and wrongness without invoking any controversial claims that have a specific descriptive content in them, right? Now, but for what it's worth, I do think that people are a bit confused about the dolus specialis clause, insofar as they think it's some very high clause to meet where the threshold is insane. The threshold for meeting dolus specialis for the genocide clause isn't that high. All it takes is that Gallant or Bibi Netanyahu take that part of the purpose of their actions when they're ordering the commanders to engage in certain military actions is to kill Palestinians for the sake of killing Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm remaining on whether that is the case or not. But it's not like you must have that the sole intent must be for them to destroy the Palestinian and only destroy the Palestinian. They could think that there are multiple purposes for their actions, one of them being to fight Hamas legitimately, and the other being to kill Palestinians for the sake of being Palestinians.
Yeah, doesn't need to be exclusive, yeah.
Yeah. Now, to the question, I hope you can educate me on administrative detention. Isn't it the case that administrative detention is something when a state arrests an agent because they believe that that agent could pose a threat in the future to the security of that state?
I think so. Like it's basically a form of detention that is like, it's another word for people like detention without trial, right? So it's kind of like a.
It's not a, unless I misunderstand, it's not a backwards considered. It's not a backwards looking consideration. It's a forward looking consideration, right? So it's not retribution or deterrence or imprisonment due to having committed a crime. It's detention due to posing a possible future threat, right?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it would be, because otherwise you'd have a charge if you'd committed a crime, yeah.
Right. So actually, I just want to play sort of devil's advocate then here. Again, I'm not actually believing this. I'm interested in hearing your justification, since you're a very clever guy. If that's the case, and then Israel does detain people living in territory which they don't formally control. So, for example, the part of the West Bank which they don't lay legitimate authority over. Then what is then the category difference between that and a member of Hamas going in and kidnapping a person from some part of Israel, which they claim they're doing because they think that this Israeli citizen poses a potential future threat to the security of like some of the Palestinians in Gaza?
Because I think in international law, and I'd maybe have to dig around to find the actual source of it, but I think in international law, when you are an occupying power, you I don't think you're obligated to treat the occupied people as if they were your citizens, because occupations that take place are usually expected to have taken place because of like a war, or like so that you can't really determine the future of a different area in terms of like how they would treat your security. So even with Israel, right, like Israel's not legally expected to leave the West Bank without telling anyone, right? They're not. Then that's not their legal requirement. Their legal requirement is to achieve some sort of like mutual recognition of safe and secure boundaries. So as long as they're there, they are allowed to do things for their own security measures. And I think for administrative detention, I don't think it's like I don't think it's like completely 100% illegal. It's something that is, I think, according to human rights lawyers, the idea is that you're supposed to use it when there's a danger that you have no other way of preventing. But it should always be like a rare thing. Like it should be a rare exception. So I guess that's the question: is like, are they doing it to avert a danger that they can't avert in any other way, or are they just doing it randomly? I don't think I've seen any indication that they just go into a different, like a random house and just pick up someone, like because they were there. You know?
Yeah. So it's probably me who's a bit slow here. I wasn't able to track. So what would you take then to be the symmetry breaker?
What would I take? Sorry.
Take to be the symmetry breaker.
Oh, between that and Hamas taking hostages.
Yeah, I'm painting a very specific.
Oh, okay.
Case
because okay. So really simply, to take a civilian at hostage, just because they were there, just a random civilian, is illegal. Like completely, like on its face. Whereas administrative detention is not always illegal. Administrative detention can be used when there is a danger in a particular context that you have no other way of preventing.
Right. Yeah. So that makes sense. But then I get to just push the envelope here in a playful manner. But then if it's the case that, because unless I'm mistaken, some of the hostages which Hamas took were active IDF soldiers, the ones around the specific border checkpoints, right? They attacked them, some of them survived, they took them. Can Hamas then say that they put them in administrative detention on the grounds that they pose future threats to people living in Gaza?
I don't think so, because IDF soldiers are typically understood to not attack Hamas unless Hamas gives them a reason to attack them. So I think a better analogy
but I don't think future threat has to only be cashed out unless, I'm not actually sure about this, but I would give it sort of like 0.6 credence or something like that. I don't think future threat has to only be cashed out in terms of active aggression towards the civilians. Future threat could be cashed out in terms of unjustifiably restricting what the citizens have the right to, right, or something like that. Now, if that's the case, then Hamas could say something like, oh, we took them into administrative detention because they pose the future threat of enforcing the blockade or something like that.
That's okay. So no, that's assuming that they have no other way to get rid of that blockade. But Hamas can get rid of the blockade. They could stop investing in military infrastructure and firing rockets at a different country, right? Like if Hamas wanted the blockade gone, they could do that.
Good. This seems like a good symmetry breaker. But just curious, how far can one then push these types of counterfactual assessment? That is to say, could then one say, well, Israel, when they take administrative detention, the detainees from the West Bank, it's not strictly necessary for them to do so, because there are all these other counterfactual ways in which they could eliminate the threat. Well, one could say something like, they could eliminate the threat by having higher security, internal security, to make sure that they in the future can't commit terror attacks. They could eliminate the threat by sort of granting, if one has this empirical view, which I'm not saying I have, but some people have, that if you grant the Palestinians more rights in the West Bank and you remove the settlement, there will be less aggression from them. Therefore, counterfactually, it is not the case that it was necessary to take these particular individuals into administrative detention in order to avert their threat. Like, where does one draw the counterfactual line here?
I guess it would depend on immediacy. So I imagine if giving a like Palestinian more rights or a state or something like that, then it's like, well, you can negotiate for those improvements, but they're going to take time. And then meanwhile, you've got a threat that is supposed to be like, I'd imagine it was supposed to be contained like right away. So even in the in between, you have to deal with that issue. And otherwise, the other question is kind of like a little bit maybe circular, because I guess the idea is that you would only use administrative detention. Like you should only use it if there's no other way to deal with that immediate threat. So if there was a way to deal with that threat
I might have misunderstood. Wasn't that what you said? You said only if necessary.
Yeah. So like that's why, say if there was another way to avert the threat by, let's say there's a particular village and they are posing a threat to the Israeli civilians near them, then. And the way around it would be that there's like maybe an access point, like there's maybe a way around or a way that they could sneak into that town, that you could just put a fence up and then deal with it that way. Then you probably shouldn't put the people into administrative detention if you can guarantee that you can just use security measures to make sure that person never gets access to their targets. Yeah.
Right, and if it's the case then that some of the arrested people from the West Bank, what they pose a threat to specifically are these weird right-wing Israeli extremists who are doing the settlements, then that does not trigger the necessity clause, because what you then could do is remove those people from their settlements. Would that be accurate in your estimation?
So if we're talking like outposters, then
yeah, exactly.
I think there's kind of an argument there, but the problem is again is like say there's like a new outpost that's been set up like east of Ariel, like really far in, and there are people there. I think the IDF needs to still treat them like civilians who need protection, but if they're not dismantling those settlements, then I would be a lot less, which they're not. Then yeah, that's a reason to be less sympathetic to them doing administrative detention measures. That's kind of like a tricky situation though, because it's like when the IDF defends a group of outposters who are doing something so aggressive and unethical and even illegal by everyone's standards, they're still getting protected as civilians, and in protecting them, you're killing Palestinians, right? So, or harming them or detaining them. I think in an immediate sense, you still have to, but yeah, you should be like removing them as well. Like you should be taking that measure.
So with regards to that specific case example, your conclusion is that whether or not the necessity condition triggers is sort of indeterminate, and it depends on these hard to catch out empirical facts.
Yeah, because I would argue that even if administrative detention is taking place just to protect like a group of outposters, I think you can still do that in an immediate sense, but like the issue there is the fact that the outpost exists at all. That's like I don't think the detention itself is the issue, but the fact that the outpost exists is the issue there. Yeah.
Yeah, but of course. But then there's the detention question comes in given the existence of the outpost issue. So if we take it for granted that there are such outposts, it still then seems that the latter question is worth getting clear on, right?
Yeah, but that's a difficult question, because so imagine if your civilian population is crossing a boundary, should you just stop protecting them? That's the issue, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I mean, as I noted before, that it's not accurate to say that those are. I mean, when I say before, I meant the last time we talked, when my name was dumbest guy in the room. Then it's those individuals are not civilians anymore. Because if they don't have a justified cause for what they're doing, then they lose the protection of being a civilian.
Mm-hmm.
A civilian is not something that means combatant. It means someone who cannot be legitimately targeted. But you can, of course, be legitimately targeted if you do unjustified action.
Are you asking me if setting up an outpost forfeits your civilian protections?
I guess I'm not asking that. I was sort of asserting that.
Yeah. That's a hard one. Like, I kind of part of me wants to say it should, but I don't know. So that means that would mean like if someone like goes.
I actually do think you're fair judger of this situation. The fairest one I've encountered, one could say you're the most fair, but so I do think it's someone finds you biased. But I could see like being hesitant about this sort of question seems a bit biased. Like, how could they possibly be civilians if they engage in unjustified actions? They're definitionally ruled out of being civilians then.
Well, no, it depends on the unjustified. It depends upon the unjustified action, right? Like, I think if you steal something, like, I don't really know if someone can if that means you stop having civilian protections, or if you like go and take a shit in front of someone's door, that's an unjustified action. But yeah, like, it depends. So, if we're talking about,
well, I mean, if you take territory which does not belong to you, then that seems to be a paradigmatic example in a conflict situation of an unjustified action.
Yeah.
That is, after all, how most conflicts start. Individuals taking territory which does not belong to them, right?
I'm trying to think. Like, I know that legally, I know there's definitely, I think there's going to be some reason why that's illegal. But if someone is trying to set up an outpost in between like two Palestinian communities, or even just somewhere like in the West Bank that's not theirs, then and someone should just have the right to go and like kill them for doing that. Like, I kind of want to say I want to say yes. I'm just trying to think about.
Well, I mean, the question is just here: if you have property which belongs to you, and then someone aggresses upon that property and tries to take it away from you, is it justifiable for you to engage in violence to defend that property until they either acquiesce from the property which is yours, or until the violence escalates to the point where you are forced to kill them in order to defend your property?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, but when you're forced to, yeah, because the problem there is that like private property is not the question when it comes to outposters, right? Because outposters
I'm not talking about private property. I'm talking about occupational property. Just to be clear.
Like, so we're just talking about like territory then.
Yeah. So I mean, there's two technical terms. So property in the colloquial sense often refers to private property. But in the context of international law or the theories regarding war and peace, property is most often referred to in terms of occupational property. And occupational property means the type of territory which certain individuals have a right to occupy, and other individuals don't have a right to occupy.
Yeah, fuck it. Until like this is probably illegal, but I think if someone wants to set up an outpost like way deep into the West Bank and a Palestinian's there and all he's got is a gun and all he can do is say, "Can you stop this? And if you don't stop this, I'm gonna shoot you." Yeah, fuck it. Like, yeah, I don't think I'd care that much if that happened.
Yeah, and I want to take it one step further. So I assign 0.8 credence to the fact that it's not illegal. Again, so my expertise is more on the theoretical side, but I mean I have papers that deal with international applications and stuff like the legal applications also in some regards. So I know a bit about it. So I would 0.8 credence in that it is in fact illegal, and you are in fact legally entitled to then engage in violence in order to defend occupational territory.
Is that true for? So you're saying it is legal for the Palestinian to shoot the outposter?
So I don't think it would be legal for them to directly go and shoot. I think the process in which it would be legal is one where they confront them. They go, "Hey, what are you doing? You're not entitled to this territory. You must leave." So they give a warning, right? Because of course there's all types of contingencies about people being confused or people having accidentally wandered in. And if that person then goes, no, I am laying claim to this territory, and they have no rights to that claim, to that territory, then the person who has a right to that territory can engage in violence to remove them. The first step of violence cannot be to shoot them. They must try to remove them, sort of restrain them, put them in a car, drive them away, put them in a car, put them in prison, or something like that. But if in the process of doing so, and the illegitimate actor here tries to engage back in violence, then you can escalate violence to the point where they either acquiesce to your power or to the point where you unfortunately kill them. And if the killing occurs in that way, then it would not be an illegal killing.
Wow. Wait, what? Where's that? What law is that? I've been really curious about that. That seems very specific.
It just follows. Oh, so no, but it just follows from the basic self-defense reading of the right to occupy territory.
Okay.
So,
well, in that sense,
as soon as
does that mean that
yeah,
does that mean the settlements that are considered legal by Israel, like they're properly built up, even the ones that are right on the border, even the ones that are on the Israeli side of the wall, like Hashmonaim, does that mean that like a Palestinian can actually go there and just like fucking legally threaten them with a gun unless they leave and give it up?
sorry, I'm not an expert on that territory. Are you telling me that the Palestinians have occupational rights to that territory?
Yeah, as in like you know how there are some settlements that are on the Israeli side of the wall, like the wall is built not in line with the green line, right?
Oh, okay. If it's built on the Israeli side, why would the Palestinians have occupational rights to that
Because
territory?
it's still on the Palestinian side of the green line, but just on the Israeli side of the wall. Yeah, there are some settlements that there are some settlements in Israel that you can buy a house there and not even know you're buying a settlement, right? Because it's so connected to just like Israel, to the rest of Israel. Yeah.
Okay, so this touches upon a very important descriptive complication. That if you are sort of like justifiably ignorant and you buy property rights, then it seems like you might get some occupation rights after having justifiably stayed in it for some time. This is, of course, why it's the case that even if you're one of these crazy, rabid Palestinians or Palestinian supporters who think that since the first move in 1948 was unjustified, all subsequent occupiers of that territory is also unjustified. The reason that's not true is because, of course, if you have children and people who come there afterwards, then they can come to inhabit the territory justifiably. So I think that those types of complications are going to arise regarding that specific border town you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
I see you have a lot of people. Sorry, go ahead.
To me, that's just like I tend to address those questions just morally. I don't really know how you would legally delineate that, but I feel like it does make sense especially for outposters and for ones that are just there to like basically make a Palestinian state as impossible, as they can. Then, because it's a form of theft to me.
Prudential sense from their self-interest or something like that.
Sorry.
Do you mean it makes prudential sense?
I don't know what these words mean. What does that mean?
Oh, sorry. I assume when you said that, you don't mean it makes moral sense. You mean it's like rational given the self-interest.
Oh, yeah. It's rational. Yeah. Well, yeah. Like it's in their self-interest, but it's also like I think they have a moral right to do it because those people are literally just robbing them. Yeah, like in a way. Yeah, I think it's like they're engaging in a form of theft.
Right. Yeah. I mean, these are tricky issues. There was one other tricky issue which I would love to get your perspective on. Do you have time for that, or do you want to bring in someone else in case I'm boring you? I mean, it's kind of hard to think I'm boring you, given how interesting my questions are.
If it's a 60-second question answer, yeah, let's go.
Definitely not a 60-second question. I mean, it's an in-depth discussion regarding some of the most important aspects of the situation. So, cannot be condensed into 60 seconds.
Can we do it another time? Because I need to go through like 5 other people.
Yeah, if you want to chat with those losers, also that's fine by.
Oh, also sorry. How's your what's your real life situation? Can you get a better microphone?
Yeah, of course. I could get a better microphone. My wife has this YouTube setup. She's a famous YouTuber. I can probably borrow it.
A famous YouTuber?
Yeah. Oh, very famous, yes.
Nice. Cool. Are you a famous YouTuber?
Yeah, I don't have the looks to be on camera, unfortunately. I would scare away your chat with how hideous I am.
Okay.
But fortunately, I have the brains to be on audio.
Yeah, I just need the microphone.
Yeah, anyhow, and just final point. With regard to trusting sources, you should only trust people who have a PhD in economics, physics, mathematics, or analytic philosophy. On all topic matters, those are the only ones we can trust. The historians, they're dumb. The law people, they're stupid. The political scientists, they're a joke. The sociologists, no offense, I know you are one, unless they do quantitative sociology, are garbage.
Yep.
So that's the trust issues solved.
Okay.
Ciao.
That guy's funny. Orange boy. Hello. Boy.
Oh, huh.
Yeah?
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Oh, let me mute your stream. Okay. Oh, I didn't expect to be dragged in next.
Why are you so quiet?
Am I quiet?
Yeah.
Oh, one sec. Oh, like, is this better or?
Didn't change at all.
Yep. Can you? Is this? Is that better or is it like still pretty bad?
It's the same. I can just turn it up on my end and we can just hope if you have no way of actually pushing it
Yeah,
up.
I'm sorry. This is like the max it's at. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, well, don't worry. If you want to twiddle with
yeah,
your knobs for a minute, you can do that. I'm just going to mute
yeah,
myself.
about
I'm just going to
the-
deafen for a second. Okay,
I
I'm
was
going to talk to. Hey,
I just came in kind of.
Can you hear me?
because I want to give like any sort of like my sort of like ideas. Also, there's like people in the background and stuff. So
Can
it's,
you
like-
hear me?
Oh, yeah, there's people in the background. So like.
Yeah, I'm saying if you want to
oh,
fiddle with your volume levels for just 1 minute, I'm going to deafen
There's
for a
people in the
second.
background, so I can't hear you though.
Oh, you can't hear me. Okay.
Uh-oh. I can't. Oops. I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, I'm just saying, while he figures out what the fuck's going on, mods, if anyone's being like doing the misogyny shit, especially when fucking Hangnails was talking to me, like you just fucking just ban them, okay? Just ban them. Ban them fucking permanently, okay? Then come and beg. It's so fucking annoying, okay? Anyway.
Oh.
You hear me?
Why can't I hear?
Okay, I need to put them back. Okay, hang on, let's go back.
I'll just leave and then join back in the wait.
Hello, Spider.
Hey, what's up?
I'm okay.
All right, I'm gonna say a few things and I'm gonna dip. All right.
Hmm.
When you watch clips, react harder, dude. All right, for my channel, please react harder. Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, fuck with your content. You're pretty chill. You're pushing 40, and chat. Don't be weird. All right. Don't be misogynistic, or you will get banned. All right.
True.
That's pretty much it.
All right.
I'm out.
Bye bye. Lunar, hello.
Hey, am I okay on audio?
Yeah.
So something I've been wondering about is like one of the, I guess, problems with the Israeli position right now is there's not like a clear, defined end state for the war in Gaza, right?
Yeah, it's a bit cringe.
What do you think should be like the stated goal of the war in Gaza?
They want to get anyone else but them and Hamas to rebuild the shit out of Gaza and to signal that they do actually want to live alongside a Palestinian state in peace and security. Blah 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 blah.
Is that feasible? While
Don't care if it's feasible.
respecting-
You gotta say that. You gotta say that. You've got to have that fucking olive branch extended the entire fucking time, because otherwise you look like completely scumbags. Yeah.
But I mean, isn't there like this whole self-determination question of like what the people in Gaza want? And as long as Hamas is running schools and public services and things, it seems unlikely that they're going to support something that's, you know, vastly different.
No, I said they need to, like, the IDF's job now should be to get Hamas out of the way so that anyone other than the IDF or Hamas can take over, and some reasonable partner. That's what I mean, right? Yeah.
Part of,
Obviously,
I mean, does that mean occupation?
what do you mean? What do you mean occupation? I think Israel probably shouldn't be the ones who are in Gaza long term, just because there's a bit of bad blood going on there. Yeah.
Right. But when you say partner, I mean, are you talking about some native Palestinian governing body, or does that require some sort of like coalition partnership?
That should be like a long-term goal. A long-term goal should be that there's a like native Palestinian ruler there. But obviously, in the meantime, I would imagine it would have to be something like either maybe the PA or maybe like one of the Arab states or the UN, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's all right. What do I do here? Because I know they're anticipating this bullshit. I do this. Harass that bishop out the way. Weird move. Weird move. Huge aggro. Fuck. No. All right. Abba, hello.
Buddy, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
I just wanted to point out something that internationally might not be given that much attention because it was in Portuguese. But are you aware of the special rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories?
No, who's that?
So basically, they're like independent. So they're not affiliated with the UN, but they counsel the UN Human Rights Council. The person that currently holds this position is a woman called Francesca Albanese.
Oh yeah.
She's doing like a tour in some Portuguese universities. And she basically today she gave an interview to a Portuguese newspaper where she described what's happening in Gaza not only as a genocide, but as the first genocide of the century.
Well, like she ignored Darfur.
She ignored like at least 3,
It's fucking weird, isn't it?
Yeah. And yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Here's what it is.
Won't take your time.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Whoa. Wait, this is an opportunity. I smell opportunity. Corn. Corn 209. Hello. That's interesting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you if you had looked into civilian combatant death ratios at all for Israel.
For what point?
Well, because to me, that's like one of the best indications about whether or not something is a genocide.
No, I mean, what point is in when? Like this war? Or
for this war, yeah. I mean, also historically, there's really interesting data there as well, but particularly for this war.
Okay. It's hard to tell because there are like 2 numbers that we have. One is from the IDF, and no one believes that one. And the other one is from Hamas, and Hamas doesn't believe that one because they walked it back.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like you either have to take both numbers seriously or neither of them.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do neither of them, then we're just left with nothing. So the way that I've seen to calculate the number is you take the 40,000 number from the Gaza Ministry of Health, and then I don't know exactly how many combatants Israel claims to have killed at this point.
17,000.
Because I guess the last time I saw that it's 17.
Yep. From last month.
So then if you do that, that's you just divide those and then you can compare them to, historical figures. And at least when I looked into this a couple of months ago, they seemed very, very favorable compared to even like wars in the past that we don't think of as being that awful.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is like, so what ratio are you talking about?
So I think that the one that I've seen most commonly cited is either about like 1.5 to 2 civilians per combatant, but I'm terrible at statistics, so I wouldn't take my word for it.
No, but I'm asking where
I
you get
just
the
remember-
numbers from, is what I'm saying.
The thing that I looked at was a chart that somebody had made on Twitter. It might have been Dr. Avi.
Okay.
But it was just using, publicly available numbers, I think, from Wikipedia. But I looked at it a couple months ago, so I don't remember exactly.
Okay. I think my understanding of it was that the number from Hamas initially was 6,000 militants out of 24,000 total, which meant that a fifth of the deaths were Hamas militants. And even with that conservative figure, that would still suggest that Israel was at least targeting Hamas in general, because they've taken out 20% of the Al Qassam brigades, but only 1% of the civilian population with those numbers. So, but that would obviously raise a lot of questions about what's their collateral acceptance and everything else. What was the actual ratio?
Well,
that you
yeah, I
had?
mean, the one that I recall, I believe, was depending on how you calculated it, it was like 1.5 to 2 to 1.
From what total numbers? Like, what were the total numbers for that?
I believe at that time it was using the 30,000. It was 30,000 dead from the Gaza Ministry of Health at that time, compared with, I think, about 10. It was like, depending on the claim that you use, it was like between 8 and 12,000 combatants. Obviously, there's pretty wide
These
ranges
are the
because there's
IDF
just
numbers,
so
right?
much. Well, yeah, I think
Yeah.
it depends on if you use the IDF number or what independent analysts are estimating or what Hamas is saying, I guess.
What are independent analysts saying? I don't think I've seen that.
I feel like I've seen people, I mean, when I say independent analysts, there's a fine line between that and randos on Twitter and Reddit. But I do think that I've seen people trying to come up with their own numbers. If you sort of use, like, I think maybe Ryan Macbeth might have done something like that, but I could be confusing him with somebody else here. Yeah.
Although I don't think Ryan Macbeth would have done an independent analysis of the amount of dead militants, would he? He would have probably just found some other people talking about those numbers and done that, right? Like, I don't think he independently investigated the death toll, did he?
No, I don't think he did. That's fair.
As far as I know,
it might not have been him at all.
Yeah, as far as I know, the only people who have consistently given us any numbers for militants, apart from that one Hamas quote, was it's all IDF. As far as I know, like every as far as I know, that's why I'm asking if there's any particular analysis. I don't even know how anyone else would find out, because what would they do? Like,
well, I think that the thing that I'm thinking of, and I wish that I could really remember exactly what it was, and I'm sorry that I can't.
okay.
It was using like different ratios from different wars and applying them to the Gaza Health Ministry numbers, and sort of trying to find, or maybe this is just how I feel like you could do it, is you, especially from my understanding, like a lot of the American global war on terror has some sort of similar situations that are reasonably analogous and have pretty solid numbers for them. So you can like use those to make an estimate, but obviously that then it depends entirely on what you're using as the base values, and whether you think the US is an evil country that lies about everything or is doing a decent job of trying to tell the truth.
Okay.
And I mean, I've had zero success trying to convince anybody with these arguments. So, they always disparage the basics.
Yeah, the problem is that no one believes the IDF numbers. I mean, you could maybe argue, like, has there been any? Here's a question that I've never really looked too far into. Has there ever been a time in the past where the IDF has just straight up lied about militant numbers in a conflict and been shown to have lied about it? I know one, they were accused of lying in the Goldstone report about 2008, but they were actually telling the truth. They said the majority of the people they'd killed in those first strikes were militants, and they were. So You can maybe use that example. Like if someone can't name any, it's people because people always say the health ministry numbers are reliable, but that's because they've been checked after the wars in the past and they've turned out to be pretty reliable. But I think the same is true of the IDF. I don't know if there's any examples of the IDF actually saying like, "Oh, we killed 10,000 soldiers," and actually it turned out it was only like 1,000. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. But
I think the best that you can do with those arguments is like early on, possibly in like the 48 war or some of the times when like, Palestinian civil or villages were attacked and stuff like that. I think you can find instances of, it might not have even been the IDF. It might have been like the Haganah saying, oh, like we killed a certain number of people here, but then it turned out that they weren't telling the truth. But obviously that's a far cry from the modern IDF lying.
I just wanted to add, Loner, that about the numbers, every time there was a conflict, the IDF gives numbers and between Gaza and Israel. And Gaza Health Minister gives numbers, and the numbers on the Israeli side are always higher than what the number actually turned out to be by the UN.
wait, for militants?
For militants, yeah.
Is that true for? Because the Goldstone report, that was the UN, and they were wrong about.
Wait, hold on.
So.
I don't know if it's about militants specifically, but the number of dead, like the number of dead on the Israeli side, is always accounted to be like less civilians at the very least than what actually died.
I'm trying to.
So
think.
you're saying that the IDF is systematically underreporting civilian deaths and overreporting combatant deaths?
We don't know if that's exactly why they're doing it. We just know that it has happened where the Gaza Health Ministry gives a number, the IDF gives a number, the Gaza Health Ministry is closer to the UN number after the war is over.
Well, here's the issue. Okay, so like if I look at Protective Edge, because I've never deep dived on this one. In Protective Edge, you've got like the Gaza Health Ministry said 2,300 killed, UN said 2,250, Israel said 2,125. These are all really close for the total killed.
Yeah.
For the percentage of civilians, though, Health Ministry says 70% were civilians. Israel says 36% were civilians, and the UN says 65. So I don't know if I'd have to go and dig into all this. But even Israel has like 20% of uncategorized males aged 16 to 50. As in, like, what the fuck does that mean? That might be worth looking at. I know for cast lead, Israel was more accurate than the UN, but
maybe it's maybe the uncategorized would be like areas they labeled like no-go zones, and they found that age group in there, and like they fired on sight.
Yeah, or there's like cross-checking identities of men to check for involvement in hostilities. Like maybe because again, like the problem with fighting against Hamas in Gaza is that civilians are gonna fight with you as well. No, but the problem is as well, civilians are gonna fight with you too, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So
but when did I forgot you explained this to me before about when they stopped being a civilian.
Yeah, are they actually going to?
That's such a hard one, though.
Did they ever actually finish this report? Because they said that some numbers here are yet to be determined. Well, even if they want it to be determined, then you would have 56% civilians, 44 combatants, which is like 1-to-1. So even if so even by the worst reading of Israeli numbers, for urban conflict, I don't know how bad that is 1-to-1. I think 1-to-1 is quite good for that.
It's very, very good. I mean, that would be unheard of. It's crazy if you look at the ratios for like Stalingrad or Leningrad. I mean, obviously those are very extreme examples, but it is just absolutely insane.
Leningrad's probably not the best comparison because Leningrad's like the complete other direction. That was like a genocide, right? They were trying to starve the place out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like that's what an actual genocidal war on a city looks like. Fucking 2 million people die.
Well, yeah, I'm about to make all this really mad. Although I don't know about the history with Israel's numbers on militants or civilians, I do know they have a history of lying about specific events, and I wouldn't trust them on numbers. But the only time I do trust the IDF when they announce something is that when they confirm that they killed a commander or something, because like
it's hard to hide that.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hard to hide that they killed a commander or not. And also, they usually turned out to be right when the IDF announces it. Like 90% of the time, they turned out to be right that they killed a commander or something. That's the only time I really do.
Because they'd make themselves look really stupid if they lied about something like that.
Well,
Not
no,
to
but
excuse any other lying that they do. It's all bad, but
the thing is, they could just think they killed someone, and like it's not hard for these organizations to just have body doubles or something. Like they could, and like fucking Nasrallah, remember? Like they thought they killed him in 2006, and like he came on TV
but
3
I
days
think the
later.
type of
Well, they didn't
technology that
remember. They
they
didn't
have
think they'd
access
killed him. Like
to
they
do
tried to. Yeah,
surveillance
yeah.
is totally different now.
Yeah, of course it's totally different, and also Israel just
But
has
like more different
eyes
than even
everywhere.
we can almost comprehend. Like I think they have some really crazy shit.
What is there a fucking hotkey? If I've got a page that's just scrolling down and loading and scrolling down for ages, how do I go? How do I just send it right to the bottom? Is there a key to do that?
Just grab the scroll and go all the way down.
Yeah, but
Or
I'm
is it
doing
just
that. But obviously,
loading?
like I'm just holding on the page down button right now, and it just keeps on loading more. But is there any way to just send it right to the bottom, like with one click or with one move?
I don't know. You can
On
automatically
Excel, it's
Shift End.
control down arrow key, but I don't know what you're on
Control-
now.
What's this doing?
He said Control Shift End actually.
What's it do? Fuck me. Hang on. Control Shift End. That's not doing anything. Control page down. That's not doing it. Nothing's happening.
Shift End.
Just press End.
I think.
Oh, End did it. Wait, that's not doing it. It's just loading more.
Spider, why do you just join when I'm here?
Sev, you know what? Shut up, okay? You fucking did.
I'm just going to
You'll
hold
make me pro
page
Hamas,
down.
alright?
You said pro Hamas.
You better make me pro Hamas, alright? You better chill out. Alright?
Type
I'm
the
on a
It's
fucking
not
Sev
fucking
blizzard.
page numbers. It's just a scroll. Look, it's just a look. This is what I'm dealing with. Okay, I want this to go just as low as it possibly goes. See that? It's not page numbers. I'm just trying to do this.
Okay, are you just continuously scrolling? By the way.
See, Control End only takes it to the end, but not the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it just takes it to the end of that page.
Are you manually scrolling right now?
I'm just holding page down.
Oh, okay. Well, you could also just I think hold your middle your middle mouse button and scroll down and
Windows
just move it
down. What's Windows down?
I don't think it can take.
Just
Wait,
fuck
one more. Just send me the website. I'll just do it for you, dude.
No, but I need to know how to do it on my end.
Oh.
Yeah. What did that do? That just got rid of the window, didn't it?
Holy fuck. Did you just get trolled?
You got trolled, dude.
No, I think it minimized it, didn't it? Windows down shouldn't delete the fucking page.
Yeah, I don't think. By the way, I don't think you can do it when a page is like that.
No, it's still there. There is
I'm saying like you can't scroll to the very end of this because, like,
Windows down is minimize. You can speed your fuck off. It can't go to the bottom with a key. Oh, that's refreshing. What I was going to say is, if anyone wants to investigate this, because I'm not doing it, is or maybe I will one day, is go through Protective Edge, find the dates, and just look at the dates on this website and see who counted properly, because everyone will be accounted for now by Hamas.
I swear to God, I saw a guy with a kippah in one of those pictures.
Maybe he was Special Forces.
True.
We're going to Second Intifada times right now.
Jeez. That guy looked like Hassan. I'm not even.
I think the problem is that sometimes you might go lower and still find some fucking 2014s. Here, see, look, there's still some 2014s, 13s. It's not in order. You have to go all the way.
Wait,
what are you looking for? Protective Edge?
Yeah. Because I've done Cast Lead. I'm just doing Protective Edge now.
Wait, hold on, can't you just Control F and like search up like the specific date?
Oh, you can do Control. That would actually, I think, if you Control F, does it start loading more?
I think so. Could probably test that.
I think it'll just show you the only ones that are currently loaded.
I think now we've reached the chronological stage. I think we're there. Anyway.
Well, what did I do? Why are you saying, oh my God?
So Protective Edge lasted for about a month, did it? Or was it longer? 8th of July to 20, 1 month, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. Okay. So July to August. Then if I just go 2014. So at least in 2014 total, there are 586 here, but obviously they're not all going to be in that date range. How many? So Israel's saying that they killed 1,000 combatants, basically, just under 1,000. But that wouldn't be true. So they haven't been claimed by Hamas. I mean, PIJ would still be there, I guess. So
Have you ever had any success convincing anybody that it's not a genocide?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
I
I was stopped in the
Me.
street the other day, and someone was like, "You've changed the way I think about Israel Palestine." I was like, "Cool, that's probably." I don't know if
That's
they used to
nice.
think it was a.
Who the fuck stopped you in Scotland?
Why? Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. I just feel like everyone just lives far apart in Scotland.
What do you? We're not. It's not like a fucking sheep farm nation. Like we have
Yeah, pretty
cities.
much. No, that's pretty much how I think Scotland is.
You come from. You live in a fucking village. Shut up.
Yeah, and if you see my village, everyone's right next to each other. We have cul-de-sacs everywhere.
Yeah, people are. I live in a city. People are close together. Okay, so Hamas. It seems in
Do you
2014.
say what city it is?
In 2014, it seems like Hamas claimed 586 militants on their page. So there are still 500 something unaccounted for there. If we're going by Israel's numbers, that would actually mean. Would the UN be right there? It would be 20. It would be. Be a third. So that's actually when the UN numbers are more
Would
accurate.
be
So.
correct, yeah.
Why does Israel think it was more? I wonder.
They could just, and hear me out here.
They could have
They
lied.
Just lying.
Maybe they did.
Maybe they lie.
At the end of December,
or-
the names of militants who were killed were all members of the military wing, did not appear on the fatality list. So they, okay. What's this?
Alright, I'm gonna piss off.
Mm-hmm.
Civ.
What do you want?
Allah Akbar.
Ready? Damn, got me.
Oh, they're talking about cast lead. Okay. Oh, is this because an interior minister actually admitted that most of the cast lead deaths were militants? Okay.
So, did the idea fly or no?
It's too soon to tell. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get PIJ numbers.
Definitely not.
They said that 936 were militants, 631 were Hamas. So but I've only So no, actually, then their Hamas count is more or less accurate. They've overcounted based on this. It's close enough. But
it's also possible that someone might be in dressed as Hamas and isn't a part of Hamas.
maybe. But then the other ones they're saying that 201 were PIJ. The thing is it Saraya? Is that how you say it?
What is it?
Saraya for PIJ? Saraya?
You're gonna have to show me the word for me to know.
Saraya.
One more time.
Saraya.
Saraya.
Yeah. That's the other name for Islamic Jihad, right? That's what they're called. Saraya al-Quds.
Oh, Sira al-Quds.
Sira.
Sira means struggle. Well, not struggle, but like fighting, kind of.
Wait, their
Continuous
website's back
fighting.
up. I just realized I'm on their website. It's not archived. It's actually back up. Oh, okay. Huh. So I could actually go to. Oh, wait. This is only the standard martyrs. There's not they don't have their higher ups, their leaders. So maybe there are commanders and shit like that as well. From 2014. Okay.
Loner, do you think that Ukraine or Israel are more geopolitically important?
I have no fucking
Ukraine.
idea, bro.
And I live in Israel.
I agree. I agree.
Ukraine's
Honestly, I agree.
situation is a lot more black and white. It's it's much easier to defend Ukraine than it is to defend Israel.
Israel and Palestine
That's
is
for
black
sure.
and white in certain locations and not so much in other locations.
What is this? Military
The West
media.
Bank is pretty
Wait,
black and white.
does Hamas? I didn't know this. I never saw this before. Military.
What
what
are
is
you?
it? They have a section here called military media. What the fuck does that mean? There's
Are they just
martyrs,
posted-
and then there's military media. What are these guys? these guys like soldiers who are also doing media, or is this just things that have media? Video.
Wait,
Okay.
Are these guys that have the GoPros while they're blowing up tanks in Gaza?
Do they get separate categories if they have got GoPros with them? No way.
I made a joke about the GoPros. I don't know if that's a real thing, bro.
Oh. He was in the field of military media. Oh yeah, so they actually have a separate martyrs page for military media.
What do they do exactly?
You'd probably have to translate this one because the Google Translate is going to be horseshit for this. But it says he joined the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades at the beginning of the Al-Aqsa Intifada in 2000, where he began working in the field of military media and was distinguished by his activity, vision, and creative thinking in the media. He progressed in it until he assumed the leadership of the media office in the Rafah brigade. Field of media.
Are they like propagandists?
Is this what you call the? I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping this isn't what they call the journalists. And actually, Hamas does take credit for military journalists who are.
I mean, you could probably
also soldiers.
cross-reference them.
Well, not from this war. You can't.
Well, are these from this war?
No, these are old wars.
Yeah.
What does this one say about media? Nothing. I wonder if there's anything interesting about these other ones. But this means there's a whole list here that I haven't actually noticed. Oh, shit.
There's one from 2019.
Yeah, they say this person here as well. Changed his point of view and headed to the University College of Applied Sciences to study public relations and media because of his love for media and creativity. Oh. Can you see their reels? Yeah, I mean, they have these little videos of them. But you can tell that their media guys are multitaskers, like they have guns. They do little fucking, they read the thing.
Hey. To be fair, the IDF has fucking jobniks that just sit on desks all day, but they also have guns, okay?
Yeah, that's like it, which means they're participating in facilities. But yeah, this guy's training with his rifle and everything. He's so young, man. Holy shit.
All of them normally are. Majority of the people that
fucking beats. How did this guy die? Well, what are the pictures? He's probably like, yeah, media is part of the job.
Yeah, no, he's just propagandist. He's probably just doing military videos for them.
That's something that I really struggle with because you see people always say they're killing so many children and they're using the definition of children as under the age of 18. And then I know that a fair amount of those are actually legitimate combatants, but it just is, it feels awful trying to
not
defend
not entirely true. Like Hamas
No,
doesn't
the Gaza Health, the Gaza
under
Health
18s
Ministry
usually.
though. Yeah, but Gaza Health Ministry also counts up 15 and up adults, right?
Do they? I didn't know that.
I don't know what I keep on hearing different numbers.
Yeah, no, but remember we went over it with Sundowner in the Arabic one that like they counted 15 and up as adults.
This guy died in 2014 after the treacherous Zionist F-16 planes bombed the Abu Auda Street. Huh.
But even for like Israel, like the uncategorized people that they killed in like cast letters, whatever the fuck operation you were looking at, like they specified the ages from 15 and up, right? 15 to like 65 or some shit.
Yeah, the thing with this media page as well is it's just not that big, so I don't think they have that many people doing this. Because
it's probably gonna get easily killed if you're doing media for Hamas.
It is loading more. Okay, it just froze.
More.
Okay, no, there's more. Oh, well.
When creativity meets sacrifice.
Yeah. Do you ever? Maybe this is just me being an observer. Does it ever fuck with your head, Sev, to think that like a few kilometers of like where the armistice lines were, kind of like affected your outcome, your life in such a fucking yeah, do you ever think like really like 10 or 20 or 30, like 40 kilometers would have like could have had me in one of these fucking biographies?
Do you know what
are you Israeli?
Hold on. Do you know what fucks with my head even more? My grandfather getting shot and surviving, and if he died, I wouldn't have been born in a massacre. Like that's even more fucky with my head.
Your grandfather in the Kfar Qasim massacre?
Yeah, he survived. He's a survivor of it.
I don't think you ever told me that.
Did I not? That's probably why I took such an interest in it, because every like when he was alive, he would come to like elementary school every time there was the memorial for it, and he would tell the stories of like what happened during the massacre or his experience. Yeah, no, like imagine being that close to death and surviving, and then having an entire family come out of it. Like that's even closer than changing how my life wouldn't have began if he didn't survive that fucking massacre. But for the the armistice line, it's actually so insane because there's two villages here, right? There's Mishat and there's Kfar Qasim. And they married from each other a lot. Like one side of my mom's side of the family, her like mother is from Mishat, and all her family is in Mishat. But since like it's a patriarchal like society, the woman moved to the village of like the man, and all of her family stayed in Mishat. And then during the Nakba, a lot of them were like pretty much kicked out to Jordan, but some of them stayed. And the ones that are stayed are now either in the West Bank, in their like village that can't even expand. It hasn't expanded for like a long time, or the ones that are refugees in Jordan. I'm not sure if they're refugees or not, like if they're considered citizens or not. If you're looking for it, it's like right across from it before El Qaria, next to El Kana or El Qaria.
Oh yeah, Mesha. Oh yeah, right there. And the green line is this little. The green line's not this, is it? These white. This is the wall, right?
No, the white is the armistice line. The wall's a bit deeper than that.
Oh yeah, because you are right on the edge of it then, yeah. Like you're the final
very on that.
frontier.
So if you zoom in, you'll see that we can't build past the armistice line, but Israeli Jews are allowed to, like Oronit, for example. Like we cannot build; they're not allowing us. But if you go up a little bit, you'll see Oronit all past the line allowed to build.
Yeah,
you live in the West Bank?
No, I live in Israel proper.
Oh, okay. Do you consider yourself Palestinian or Israeli Arab or Israeli or
Palestinian ethnically, Israeli nationally.
Fair enough. I have a lot of family there, but they are not there. They're all Jewish Israelis.
No, okay, it's fine.
You ever been to Yerucham?
What is that?
Yerucham in the south?
No, I never really travel south. The south,
It's a shit town. There's nothing to see there.
Well, I was gonna say the most south I've went is Jerusalem, but that's not true. I went to Eilat.
That's supposed to be nice there.
It's the most furthest south possible. Well, actually, that's not true. I've also been to Taba, but Taba's not because technically Egypt.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, there's no checkpoint there at Taba.
No.
Like you can go to Taba without a checkpoint. Like there's nothing like stopping you from going into Sinai. From proper Israel. Unless I was way too young to remember.
Okay.
There's a border crossing, is there? Then I guess I was just too young to remember going to Taba and remembering the crossing. Because it was like when I was fucking like second grade or some shit that I went to Taba.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anyone got any other
So
memes?
the conclusion is that Israel does lie about numbers. Goodbye.
Probably true.
Well, I'm still determined
Wouldn't
that 'cause
shock me.
so far we have 586. Was it militants, and then 11 in this media page. So we still have to determine. There's a few more missing. There's still just under 40 people missing. But yeah.
Well, I gotta go eat, but thank you so much for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
All right, take care, buddy. Bye bye.
You too.
See if this poor soul's gonna come back in. Orange boy, did you fix yourself yet?
Can you hear me? And I can hear you.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay. Oh, hi. Cool. I just wanted to kind of like toss my own thoughts in about how to like find people to trust online and in this current like information age. And I think for me, I think a good like first start, like this is kind of like the stuff I use, is generally that like I think the mainstream media is like better than the alternative media when it comes to just like general news reports and stuff like that, because it's really hard for like the mainstream media to lie, since there's so many, like especially large organizations like AP and all that. Like there's so many people that's like intertwined with the organization that lying is a really really hard thing to do without being called out and without so many people's reputation being at stake. So I think like, so though it kind of feels odd to say, I think like that's like one thing. Like it's like usually if it's like from like a mainstream source, it's like okay, but it doesn't mean like fully trust them or whatever. It just means like it just means it just means um it like it means doesn't mean fully trust them. I'm going blank. I'm a bit anxious. Sorry. It um it just means that like they're more trustworthy, since there's a lot more for them to risk when they are then when they're wrong, as opposed to like the alternative media guys. Because there's obviously some mainstream people like Fox News that are like that blatantly lie. So but generally mainstream's more trustworthy. Um, and another thing is to look out for whenever like you're discovering somebody new, like a new like alternative media dude or mainstream dude or whatever. Always, I think what I do sometimes is just kind of see what the detractors are saying, because there's people who are like, oh, these people are bad because this and that, and there's always like different reasons why people don't like this company or whatever. And I think it's like pretty. It's like it's like good to like try and like look at what the detractors are saying and see if they're saying if their critiques are like legitimate and all that. So like you know like when I was starting out, like when I used to be a Hassan viewer,
Okay.
and like and then like I didn't know any of the beef with Destiny or anything. I just kind of watched the guy because he said cool things. But and so I started to watch Destiny as well, because like I just wanted somebody that would go more in depth into things. So I was just so. And then when I started out watching Destiny, some of my friends were like, "Oh, Destiny, he's that guy that did like that said stealthing is okay or whatever." And I looked into the claims, and I was like, "Okay, well, this seems kind of bullshit." And every other claim that people like use against Destiny was also kind of bullshit. So like I was, so that was like, so I think but there's also some claims against people that like that are legitimate claims. Like
Mhm.
like for instance, I used to be like way before when I was like 16 or whatever. It was like 5 years ago. I used to be like a Ben Shapiro, fucking conservative dude. And I watched like some videos from like the some more news people.
Yeah.
And they went over like all like the stuff Ben Shapiro said and all the lies and stuff. And they were like, and these were actually good, legitimate like critiques of Ben Shapiro that showed that he's not really the most trustworthy person. So I think like if you also want to like know if the person you're watching is trustworthy, is to look at what the detractors are saying and to see if what they're saying is legitimate. And like a final thing that I like use to help me out with finding who's like more trustworthy is to kind of see what it's like, especially with live streamers. This works well with live streamers. Is to see what they do live, like how do they research, how do they report on what's going on. I think one of the major reasons why I stopped watching Hassan, or why I started looking for people that would go quote unquote more in depth, was because when I was watching Hassan, he would kind of just like LARP on live. Like it was like entertaining to hear and all that stuff, but like it didn't really, like there was no like substance or anything. Like he wouldn't really like put up all of his sources, and it's just kind of like, yeah, he just kind of yapped. Um, but like but like but like people like you and people like Destiny and stuff like that. One thing that I really appreciated about Destiny is that like when he like goes over something, like 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 he's there reading all the sources, all the things on screen, and it usually goes more in depth into things that, and I really appreciated that like level of going in depth and like looking into things rather than just reading a few tweets. Because I don't know, maybe because I don't know, it just felt like if you're a Hassan viewer, it's got to be a bit boring after a while hearing the guy just drone on and on and on and not do anything super engaging. So I think that's like another thing to look out for, is to see, especially with live streamers, is to see like what they're doing live, how are they researching, quote unquote. So that's like another thing. And also to add to like the academic thing, like I feel like sometimes I see like people be like, "Oh yeah, I'm an academic," and they're like an academic in like like religion, but then they're talking about history, and it's like, yeah, you're an academic in religion doesn't necessarily mean you know a lot about history and stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
surely there's like sure there's overlaps, but like the way you can kind of spot a fraudster is to kind of see like what they're qualified in and what kind of thing they're speaking in. Like if they're qualified in religion and they're talking about history, then and they're using their qualifications to like back that up, then that's like a good sign.
Bit of a red flag. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you don't come across any of my detractors and go elsewhere. But, yeah.
Well, I've come across your detractors. They're usually quite dog shit. I also kind of wanted to speak on the Israel, like the whole like claims of genocide. I don't know if people like, because like when the strikes on Israel was happening by Iran the other day, there are many people that were like being like, oh, you see, like, oh, it seems like Israel's using human shields, because they got like the military stuff inside of cities,
Mhm.
and I'm just like I'm kind of like I'm kind of curious if people like really truly understand what a human shield is, or like what it means to be using human shields, because I think most people just think that, oh, if your military base or whatever is like inside of a city or close to like a residential area, then like using human shields, when the stuff that Hamas and Hezbollah are doing is like a lot more like, it's not just like, oh, they've got like a military base next to somebody's apartment. It's like the military base is inside the apartment, and in that case, like it's like you can't put all the blame on Israel when they have to knock down the apartment to like try and get the combatants there. I just kind of want to know like yeah, like what exactly counts as like a human shield, essentially. That's what I'm also kind of curious, because like it's like having like a military sort of operation based thing like near a civilian area, like because like the MI6 building, that's like on like the lakefront in like London, and it's pretty close to like some houses and stuff like that. But like you wouldn't really say that the UK is like using like human shields. So I just kind of want to hear your opinion on what human shields are and all that. So
There's not really like a perfect definition for human shield. I don't think there's ever been a agreed upon one, but the idea is that you're co-locating civilians and military objectives with the intent of deterring attacks. So either you deter an attack by thinking like, well, this will make them look bad, or you just make them not do the strike because they don't want to take that many civilians out or make it disproportionate. So yeah, that's the only reason. But you can tell the difference very clearly because when Iran fired those missiles off, they told people to go to shelters. They had alarms. They made sure that people wouldn't be like civilians wouldn't be just standing in. They didn't say go inside the Mossad building, right? They didn't say that.
yeah,
If
exactly.
if the United States starts a fucking war and with an enemy that's actually capable of doing targeted airstrikes on them, they're probably not going to make their civilians go into the Pentagon. Like it just wouldn't make any sense. Whereas, it's completely different from Hamas, like having tunnels underneath buildings and houses and schools and
but yeah, no,
mosques and
having,
hospitals. Yeah, it's just completely fucking different. Yeah. Whereas like Israel hasn't even really started any wars with anyone who would do disarmament anyway, so they can't really use their people as shields.
Yeah.
As in any meaningful sense, like the Mossad building. I don't know the Mossad building, but I know the IDF HQ building that has the bunker underneath it. I've seen it. It's surrounded by a walled perimeter. Like, if you used legal weaponry to target that building, first of all, sirens would go off. You'd get the ability to get the fuck away and go into a shelter. And second of all, if you're accurate enough, like with a proper like JDAM or whatever, you would hit that building and like the people in the shopping center across them probably wouldn't even get hit by
Yeah.
it. So yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't think maybe because I feel like even with like kind of like dumb sort of bombs, I think it's pretty like easy to like not like if you want to target a specific building, I think it's easy even with like dumb bombs to like target that specific building and not really damage that much the area around it, you know. Well, there's
I think it
obviously
depends on whether or not
exceptions.
you're dive bombing. I think dive bombing makes it more accurate, but it's
Yeah.
not going to be as accurate as a JDAM, but I think you can get close enough with a dumb
Yeah.
bomb. It depends on how they're being used.
And you know, obviously like there's like, you know, like having like a and obviously um like there's some things where like you can kind of, even though it's not like inside of a civilian area, like sort of like military like artillery no, artillery, can't really say the word, you know, where they store ammunition and stuff like that. I think having that like next to civilian buildings is not really a good idea, because you know, and I can kind of see that being classed as a human shield, because if somebody targets that to blow it up, then you know, like the buildings next to it are gonna blow up, because there's like, you know, since there's a bunch of bombs in there that would obviously explode if one goes into them. And I think that sort of thing kind of makes the whole discussion about the current war, you know, discussion around it so frustrating for me. It's because people, because like you can't be like, oh, Hamas are the good guys. They're not terrorists. They're like the ultra based guys, because that's simply not the case. And like you can have like legitimate critiques of like Israel. Like I think Israel's not really great when it comes to like, I don't think Israel likes to like it really feels like they want to maintain like the status quo and just kind of gobble up more lands of like, especially the West Bank, you know, that sort of area. Like the fringe settlements are like really insane. They're lack of like putting the Palestinians in any sort of like
UNRWA was also
peace agreement,
pushing
like
propaganda
with
at
the
schools.
Abraham Accords was
UNRWA
like the latest
employees
one, and that one
actively
kind of like
participated in the
excluded the
October 7th
Palestinians, and
massacre
you
and
know, like
hostage hiding.
doing kind of
They
like
were probably
dumb things
aware
like that,
schools were being
like
used.
I'm like that like I'm not like saying like Israel is not in this war. Israel's not like necessarily the moral righteous good guys, but it's like really frustrating when people say that Hamas is the moral righteous good guys when they're clearly not. And like people will be like, oh, they're not terrorists, and like look, like I'll defend terrorists, bro. Like because there's some instances where terrorists are like kind of fighting for a pretty legitimate cause, where you can be like, yeah, I can kind of like, I won't defend their tactics, like, but I can kind of understand their cause, and what they're doing is like justifiable. Like I can't say that, well it's understandable. Like I can understand why Hamas is fighting the way that it's fighting. Like if I was in Hamas's position, I really wanted to take back all of Israel, and I didn't want to, you know, and I didn't want to make any sort of like peace with them, and you know, and whatever. Like I would obviously like conduct the warfare in this way, because you want to make it as hard as possible for Israel to do anything. And you know, in that extent, you can kind of be like, oh, you know, it's like even though it's a scummy way of conducting war, you can kind of say it's a way of conducting war, and you could like defend it, and you could be like, you know, like they're only doing this because of, you know, Israel invading their lands. Like what do you expect people to do, you know, after many years of like essentially tyranny against them, living in and you know, and like living in the conditions that they're living in is like, you know, uh, like like you know, like this is going to happen. Like it's like people are going to use these extreme measures to try and get what they want. But like people like, but people don't even do that. They just kind of deny that they're doing terrorism, or that they kind of deny that they're using human shields or doing all these awful tactics. And that's the thing that's frustrating, because I would have been happier if like Hassan was like being like, oh yeah, like they're terrorists and stuff like that, and like and to be honest, I kind of support what they're doing, because like how do you expect people to act or whatever. But like Hassan doesn't do that. Hassan straight up just like denies the fact that they use human shields, denies the fact that they did all these horrible things, and it's just kind of like and it's like frustrating, because like the conversations become very stupid, because now instead of the conversation being a lot more like smarter, like how like how to like instead of the conversation being something around like making sure that there's a long-lasting peace around this, now the conversation is kind of like around, oh, are they even like doing genocide? And it's just like it's like come on, man, like it's so yeah, it's just frustrating. Yeah, I don't know, I went in a bit of a ramble there.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Cool. Well, all right. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
I still have a
That's
couple
it.
to run through. So, all right.
All right. See ya. Take
Well,
care.
nice to meet you soon. Bye bye. I just gave away the fucking ugh. Whoops. Oh no. Battery. Can't have that. I don't even want to play. Fuck this stupid retarded game. Okay. Whew. I need a minute. Hang on. Don't know. Thanks for the $10. Whoever that. Who was that? You want me to cover Pisco Rob Noor drama? Not Twitter drama. Those guys tweet so much. How would I keep up with it? I guarantee there are 40 tweets in Pisco's first thread in his warning shot. What are they talking about? I don't care. What the fuck, man? Litigation. Telling you I will not sue you. Did he say something like he... BLM insurrectionists, pat on the back. I don't, fuck off, man. I don't care. I don't care. Those guys, there's too much going on, and my brain's too small, and I'm tired. I'm cranky. Ugh. No. The US has launched airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen.
This briefing room today.
Oh no!
In how much he
Americans
has helped
in the
Israel
chat.
And how much the two nations are
You guys are at war.
currently in contact with each other, Mark.
With the most musical people in the Middle East.
Unprecedented. Joe Biden has never done a news conference in the briefing room here at the White House before. Many of his predecessors did quite regularly. He didn't, and he never really does many news conferences. But for actually domestic political reasons, good job numbers, he decided to come to the briefing room and do this statement and take questions. And he would have known that most of the questions, as they were about the Middle East. And yes, very interesting comments about Netanyahu, who he says he has not spoken to, but that he will. He said he's very clear that the American diplomats, the White House staff, senior staff who've been dealing with the crisis in the Middle East for a year now are in contact with their Israeli counterparts. I think what is interesting and what we've seen play out over the course of the past few days is President Biden very publicly saying what he thinks Israel should not do. 2 days ago, he was asked if Israel should strike Iran's nuclear sites, and he was emphatic, no, they should not. And today he was asked, should they strike Iran's oil facilities? Again, he said he would advise that they choose something else instead. So public publicly, he is clearly trying to send messages to the Israelis about what they should and shouldn't strike. At the core of this is what Israel chooses to do, whether it chooses something which would clearly escalate and force an Iranian response, or choose something that will be more symbolic, that would hit Iran hard, but would allow both sides to save face. We have been here before, back in April, with the last Iranian strike on the Israelis. This feels altogether different, though, and as Deborah was saying, multi-dimensional as well, because while we're looking at this potential retaliation of the Israelis on Iran, Israel is also engaged in that war in Lebanon, and it is clear that that could spiral in many different directions. Still, the Lebanese army not involved at the moment, but there must be a point at which they feel they need to get involved in this. So many areas, and I haven't mentioned Gaza, which of course is ongoing.
Yes, we'll see what happens next, of course. Mark Stone, thank you very much indeed. Well, that is all for now from here in Jerusalem. We'll be back just before 10:30. For now, let's head to Gillian.
Anna, thank you. 2 former Metropolitan Police officers sacked over a stop and search involving British athlete Bianca Williams have been reinstated. Jonathan Clapham and Sam Franks won an appeal against a ruling claiming that they'd lied when they said they could smell cannabis during a stop and search of Miss Williams and her partner's car in 2020. Alice Porter reports.
It was this stop and search of 2 Olympic athletes which led to the dismissal of 2 Met police officers.
Madam, you've been detained for a search.
In 2020, police
Sorry, I shouldn't play music. The American army might bomb me. Okay. Why stop the video? Because I'm hungry and I'm going. Fuck off. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Okay, fuck. I feel like I want to do something different. I don't know. Last couple of streams, I've felt like I've been missing something. I don't know if it's debates. I feel like I want to do more little research presentations. We haven't done any of those for a little while. Maybe we should do some of those. But I don't know what. Ooh. I'll think about it. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Actually, no, I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll think about content going forward. That's what I'll do. Aha. There's a shitload of people in Discord, though. That's crazy. I don't even know half of these people. Oh, well. Okay. Cool. Bye.